Chapter 356. With 3 strikes of the hammer, the third ingredient went to the imperial uncle's third young master, Li Liyuan, for a sky-high price of 2,000,000 taels of silver. Now that all 3 ingredients had been sold, the auction should be over. No one expected it to end so quickly. It hadn't even been an hour yet. Li Liyuan swaggered back to his seat, still clueless as to what a stupid thing he'd just done. But there were plenty of smart people present, so most of them had already realized what had happened. General Bailey hadn't really wanted to bid, but had raised the price on purpose. Without General Bailey's meddling, the third ingredient would have gone to the Crown Prince for 150,000 taels. But General Bailey's bid and Li Liyuan's idiocy meant that the imperial uncle's estate had to fork out an extra 1,850,000 taels. 1,800,000 taels of silver was no small sum. Would the imperial uncle die of anger if he heard the news? In any case, there were those who rejoiced, while others were worried. Li Liyuan didn't think much of it. He knew his father was rich, but he wasn't sure how much. He should be able to afford it. Long Tianma and Qin Wangrong's faces had both turned white. Mu Qingwu wanted to laugh, but he forced himself not to. Behind him, Mu Luyue had long been stupefied by the sight. She couldn't help but wonder if the imperial uncle's estate was really that rich. Many people stole glances at His Highness Duke of Qin, who was leisurely sipping his tea, and couldn't help but shiver. General Bailey's actions were all incited by this cold-faced duke. The calmest man present was the scariest of all. "Your Highness is brilliant," Han Yunshi murmured. She only wanted to swindle the imperial uncle's estate for a few 100,000 taels, but Long Fei Yi had doubled the price for her. Long Fei Yi leisurely poured her a cup of tea without a word. Zhao Mama was already grinning from ear to ear. She was about to announce the end of the auction when a loud voice came from outside the courtyard. "Esteemed Empress Dowager has arrived." That's right, Empress Dowager Li had arrived. Aside from the previous emperor and the current one, she'd never deigned to attend anyone's birthday banquets. She'd never do that to an archenemy like Grand Concubine Yi. However, the birthday banquet this time was different. The situation was also different. She had no choice but to come. Of course, she had to put on airs. She was late. Although she was late, she had calculated the time. After the vegetarian banquet was the auction for charity. She wanted to bid for at least 10 medicinal herbs in the auction. She came at this time, neither too early nor too late. She could bid for something and express her feelings to the people in the disaster area. Then, she could return to the palace after drinking a few cups of tea. Everyone looked at the gate of the courtyard and saw the Empress Dowager dressed casually with only 2 or 3 palace maids. Long live the Empress Dowager! Everyone stood up and bowed. Empress Dowager Li had her usual benevolent smile. "You may dispense with the formalities." Everyone dispense with the formalities. Everyone stood up. They were all very puzzled. The news couldn't have spread so quickly. The Empress Dowager definitely didn't come because Li Liyuan had offered such a high price. However, the auction was already over. What was she doing here? The Empress Dowager gracefully sat down at the head seat next to Qin Wangrong. She glanced at Zhao Mama on the auction stage. "Continue." As she spoke, she turned to Qin Wangrong and whispered, "Did you bid?" Unexpectedly, Li Liyuan smiled and said, "Great Aunt, the auction ended long ago." The Empress Dowager was immediately embarrassed. It ended? How was that possible? The quiet atmosphere made the Empress Dowager even more embarrassed. She coughed a few times and asked Qin Wangrong in a low voice, "What happened?" Qin Wangrong didn't know what to say. In the end, he concisely told the Empress Dowager everything that had happened in less than an hour. Instantly, the Empress Dowager couldn't care less about embarrassment. Her first reaction was to glare angrily at Li Liyuan. If it weren't for the fact that everyone was watching, she would definitely beat this bastard to death with her own hands. The imperial uncle's estate couldn't immediately take out 2 million in cash. How could it be like this? Why are there only 3 items? The Empress Dowager asked in a low voice, anxious. What could Qin Wangrong say? He could only ask Han Yunshi this question. Imperial Grandmother, what do we do now? We have to pay at least 1,200,000 in cash first. Long Tianma couldn't help but speak up. He was here to steal the limelight as a representative of the royalist faction. He couldn't come here to embarrass himself. The Empress Dowager was so angry that she felt unwell. Her face paled considerably, but she pretended to be calm and smiled. It seems that Aijiao has arrived late? As she dealt with the situation, she quietly ordered, hurry and send someone to the imperial uncle's estate. Have him think of a solution. She really couldn't think of a solution. Even if she deducted all of the harem's allowance for this month's expenses and cosmetics, she still couldn't afford to withhold such a large sum. The national treasury had been tight for several years now, and the harem's welfare had long since declined. In order to keep up appearances, she had to fork out quite a bit of her own private savings for the birthday banquet. Based on her understanding of the imperial uncle's estate, even if the estate didn't have enough cash, the imperial uncle would still be able to think of a solution. I sent someone over a long time ago. They probably haven't arrived yet, Qin Wangrong replied in a low voice. The side palace in the suburbs was still a bit far from the center of the imperial capital. Otherwise, the Empress Dowager would have received the news long ago and wouldn't have embarrassed herself like this. It's good that they've gone. Don't worry, the imperial uncle will definitely scrape together the silver. So speaking, she leisurely picked up a cup of tea and asked, Duke of Qin, where's your Mufei? Why isn't the birthday star anywhere? Although she was getting on in years and often muddle-headed from lack of sleep, she had experienced her fair share of trials and tribulations. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Empress Dowager could still hold her ground. In public, she couldn't afford to lose the support of the imperial faction. In private, she'd suffered a severe setback at Han Yunshi's hands not too long ago. Even if she had to pay over 2 million taels for this charity auction, she had to fight for her dignity and prevent the Duke of Qin's estate from getting their way. Mu Fei caught a cold and has already returned to the estate. If esteemed Empress Dowager misses her, you can come to the estate. Long Fei Yi was never polite with his words. How could the Empress Dowager really go to the Duke of Qin's estate to visit Grand Concubine Yi? Still, her face was full of concern. How could you be so careless? Have you called for an imperial physician? Wasn't that obvious? If she was sick, she'd naturally call for an imperial physician. The Empress Dowager was clearly stalling for time, but Han Yunshi wasn't that patient. She was anxious to force the Empress Dowager and Li Liyuan to hand over the silver. However, just as she was about to urge Zhao Mama to end the auction, Long Fei Yi stopped her. There's no rush. No rush? What else does this guy want? Is there anything else he can do? The auction was a complete success. It couldn't have been worse. Han Yunshi couldn't think of anything else Long Fei Yi wanted, but she was more than willing to wait patiently. Long Fei Yi didn't pay much attention to the Empress Dowager. When the Empress Dowager started chatting with the others, no one dared to be as arrogant as Long Fei Yi. Everyone responded respectfully. Time flew by as they chatted. Before long, the young eunuch who'd been sent to the imperial uncle's estate returned. Esteemed Empress Dowager, the imperial uncle said that he'll be able to raise half of the money by the end of the year. The rest will be raised within 10 days. The young eunuch reported truthfully. In truth, he wanted to say that the imperial uncle had smashed everything in his study before he gave those words. He'd almost drawn a knife and rushed over to kill a certain someone. The Empress Dowager, Qin Wangrong, and the Crown Prince all sighed in relief. It's good that the problem isn't too big, the Crown Prince said indifferently. Although the price was high, at least we managed to steal the limelight. Once news of this spreads, the Duke of Qin's estate's reputation will fall behind the Crown Prince and the imperial uncle's estate. Qin Wangrong sighed. This was their only consolation. At the very least, They'd achieved their goal in coming here after paying such a high price. The Crown Prince hadn't wasted 2 bids of 200,000 taels. That's right, that's right. Crown Prince, send a few people to spread the news. Don't let the money be spent in vain. The Empress Dowager hurriedly said. All 3 of them were delighted that they'd escaped without any mishap. Since the Imperial Uncle's estate had spoken, the Empress Dowager didn't delay any longer. She smiled and said, It's getting late. Since His Highness Duke of Qin has nothing else to auction, as I see it, let's disperse here. Her words were a bit too provocative. No one dared to speak up, but the Empress Dowager sighed with pride. The Crown Prince and the Imperial Uncle's estate are concerned about the common people and the disaster victims. It's Tianning's great fortune to be so generous. Many of the people present chimed in at her words. Very soon, the mood changed from praises to praises. It had to be said that Han Yunxi was starting to feel a little unreconciled. Although they'd tricked them, she still felt that it wasn't enough. She looked back at Long Fei Yi and saw that he didn't seem to mind the atmosphere at all. His head was bowed as he spoke to Chu Shifeng, as if explaining something. Han Yunxi couldn't help but wonder if she'd guessed wrongly when he'd said, no rush. Zhao Mama, who'd been in a good mood this whole time, was now unhappy. She couldn't be bothered to listen to such hypocritical praises anymore, so she took advantage of the break in conversation to announce, Ladies and gentlemen, the charity auction is over. The funds raised totaled 2.4 million taels of silver, all of which will be given to the Ministry of Revenue to donate to the disaster areas and sell grain for relief. I ask that Your Highness Crown Prince and Third Young Master give half of the money to the Ministry of Revenue today, and the rest within 10 days. The Crown Prince immediately rose to his feet. Definitely. Li Liyuan rose to his feet as well, extremely arrogant. We can pay it all today. What need is there for 10 days? It's just a small token of appreciation for the disaster victims. Although the Empress Dowager dearly wanted to give the brat a beating, she was more than happy to let him be so arrogant. They'd already spent the money, so it was only natural for them to flaunt their wealth and disgust the Duke of Qin and the rest. Many people echoed Li Liyuan's sentiments. Zhao Mama had said the auction was over, but she still couldn't control the situation. But it was at this moment that Long Fei Yi slowly rose to his feet. He'd answered the Empress Dowager's question without saying a word. At this moment, he'd silently stood up, but no one could ignore him. For a moment the entire place was silent. Even the Empress Dowager had shut her mouth. Long Fei Yi allowed the surroundings to fall silent because of him. Holding Han Yunxi's hand, he lightly said, Zhao Mama, this prince will donate 5 million taels. Later, let the Ministry of Revenue know that the money will arrive shortly. As soon as his voice fell, the entire audience was dumbfounded. Direct donation? That's right. Even if they didn't participate in the auction, they could still donate directly. No one said that they had to donate through the auction. 5 million taels. In an instant, the Crown Prince's 400,000 taels and Li Liyuan's 2 million taels were no longer the same thing. They were simply too weak. What was the point of competing with others for the limelight and the hearts of the people? 5 million taels was more than double what they had added together. Moreover, they hadn't been forced to bid again and again. They generously donated it. What was domineering? What was generosity? What was wealth? What was affection for the people? What was benefit for the people? What was this? The Imperial Uncle's estate had spent such a large sum of money, but in the end, they still didn't manage to steal the limelight from the disaster relief. This was truly a scam to the end. Han Yunxi only recovered after a long while. She couldn't help but snicker, Your Highness, you're so evil. Long Fei Ye's lips curved into a faint smile. Holding her hand, he turned around and left, leaving behind a legendary back view. The auction for the charity auction had finally come to an end. The Empress Dowager and the Crown Prince's expressions. Chapter 357. Just like that, Long Fei led Han Yunshi away. Han Yunshi didn't even have time to look at the expressions of the Crown Prince and Empress Dowager, or Mu Liyue's reaction. But that didn't matter. Zhao Mama would take a good look on her esteemed Wang Fei's behalf before returning to report back. Let's talk about that rich, overbearing, and insufferably arrogant Li Liyuan first. He'd always thought that his family was the richest in Tianning, but now he realized that wasn't the case. He still didn't know the severity of the situation. As he watched His Highness Duke of Qin's departing figure, he sighed inwardly. How he wished he could be as extravagant as His Highness Duke of Qin. Unfortunately, even a silk pants like him felt that throwing away 5 million taels was too extravagant. Even the current emperor hadn't been so generous. As for the esteemed Empress Dowager, her mouth hadn't even closed yet. She'd wanted to show off a bit, but unfortunately, she didn't get the chance. The Crown Prince's expression grew even worse. He had no idea how his imperial uncle and imperial father would vent their anger on him when they returned home today. He'd represented the royalists today, but not only had he lost his imperial uncle's silver, he'd lost his imperial father's face as well. He'd suffered a double loss. He'd always known that this was a trap, and wanted to use it as an excuse to screw over the imperial uncle's estate. But he never expected there to be another trap within the trap. Despite his depression, he couldn't ignore the admiration he felt for His Highness Duke of Qin. If possible, he really didn't want to be enemies with the Duke of Qin. Mu Qingwu's lips curved into a smile. He shouldn't be smiling, but he really couldn't help it. If he'd known earlier, he would have surrendered to the Crown Prince sooner and let the imperial uncle's estate go bankrupt. Mu Qingwu was smiling, but Mu Liyue was gaping behind him. Her 3 souls and 7 spirits were chasing after His Highness Duke of Qin. Her overflowing adoration for the Crown Prince had long since evaporated. Compared to His Highness Duke of Qin's wealth, what did the Crown Prince and imperial uncle count for? The more Mu Liyue watched, the more indignant she felt. If Han Yunshi hadn't framed her and ruined her reputation, perhaps she still had a chance to marry into the Duke of Qin's mansion. Before the General Mu estate submitted to the Crown Prince, the Duke of Qin had never made any big moves. The fact that he made such a big move this time was enough to show that the General Mu estate still held a certain weight in his heart. The more she thought about it, the more her jealousy swelled. Mu Liyue almost angered herself to death. Han Yunshi, oh Han Yunshi, what did I owe you in my previous life? That's why I met you in this life. After a long time, Mu Liyue's gaze returned to her fiancé, Long Tianma. Was she finally starting to worry about her wedding? If the imperial uncle donated that much money, would he still be able to support her wedding with the Crown Prince? The more Mu Liyue thought about it, the more terrified she became. There were only 3 days left until the Crown Prince's wedding. It wasn't just the Crown Prince who was shocked. Everyone else present, including His Highness Duke of Qin's faction, still hadn't calmed down. No one knew that His Highness Duke of Qin's wealth could rival an entire nation. His Highness Duke of Qin's actions had undoubtedly stirred up 1,000 waves in the political arena that had just calmed down. Long Fei allowed the entire courtyard to gape as he held Han Yunshi's hand and strolled leisurely through the small paths in the garden. Although Han Yunshi liked the feeling of being led on a quiet stroll by this man's hand, she preferred talking to him. Your Highness, where did you get all this money? Fine, Han Yunshi was curious as well. Since everyone else was curious about this, she'd be the one to ask. It's a secret, Long Fei replied offhandedly. Can I know? Han Yunshi asked timidly. If you knew, would it still be a secret? Long Fei retorted. Han Yunshi was so eloquent that she didn't know how to answer him for a moment. If she answered no, then Long Fei definitely wouldn't tell her. She thought for a moment, then replied, Could it be that your Highness is the only one who knows about this? Long Fei seemed to be in a good mood as he led Han Yunshi to a nearby pergola to sit down. He nodded. This prince is the only one who knows. Han Yunshi immediately seized the opportunity to express her sincerity. This concubine is willing to keep this secret with your highness. Long Feiyi raised his brows as he looked at her, his gaze deep and unfathomable. Your highness doesn't believe this concubine? Han Yunshi asked again. Han Yunshi, Long Feiyi seemed to hesitate and didn't continue for a long time. Han Yunshi waited cautiously. She felt that this guy seemed to want to say something important to her. She had forgotten how long it had been since this man called her by her name. He either didn't call her by her full name or called her by her full name, Han Yunshi. Seeing that he didn't continue, Han Yunshi became suspicious. "HM?" Long Feiyi finally spoke. Han Yunshi, a secret that we keep together is no longer a secret. Alright. He still didn't want to tell her. Han Yunshi was a little disappointed. She muttered a faint "oh" and fell silent. Long Feiyi didn't speak either. He interlocked his fingers with hers and sat under the pergola for a long time. Before he got up, he suddenly reached out and rubbed Han Yunshi's bangs lovingly. Let's go. A secret that we keep together is no longer a secret. Who would understand? On the way back to the estate, Han Yunshi kept mulling over Long Feiyi's words. She felt like Long Feiyi was implying something else, but after careful consideration, she realized she was overthinking things. If he didn't say anything, she wouldn't ask. In any case, there were plenty of things about him that she didn't know. She wasn't the type to force things, so if he was willing, he'd tell her eventually. Just like that, the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet came to a close. For the first time, Han Yunshi experienced firsthand just how two-faced Long Feiyi could be. But when she got back to the Duke of Qin's estate, she realized that there was no such thing as the worst, only worse or blacker. As soon as they entered the gates of the Duke of Qin's estate, Chu Shifeng came to report, "Your Highness, I've already instructed the Ministry of Revenue to keep an eye on the charity auction. The Imperial Uncle's estate also sent word that he's planning to sell grain." Just then, he sent people to contact a few of the major grain merchants. Everything was under Long Feiyi's control. He nodded and calmly walked inside. But Han Yunshi gave a start. She turned to look at Long Fei and couldn't help but wonder if he'd sell her off one day without her even knowing. This guy's methods were truly unparalleled. She assumed that he'd raise the price to scam the Imperial Uncle's estate, but his true goal was to force the Imperial Uncle's estate to sell their grain instead. With severe famine and grain shortages, the Imperial Court and various charitable organizations had no way to buy grain even if they had the money. Under these circumstances, what could be faster than selling grain to raise funds? The Imperial Uncle's estate rarely embezzled silver from the national treasury, but they'd embezzled grain the most in recent years. They'd embezzled grain from the various prefectures and counties across the country, and even embezzled grain meant for disaster relief and military use. They'd hoard the grain for profit, then inflate the price to the highest possible price in times of famine or war to make a fortune. Aside from selling to the wealthy prefectures and counties, most of the grain was sold to the country. In other words, the Imperial Uncle's estate took the country's things and sold them to the country to empty out the national treasury. If this was in the past, the Imperial Uncle's estate wouldn't sell grain at this critical juncture because the price hadn't gone up yet and the country hadn't started buying grain from the people. But things were different this time. This time, the Imperial Uncle's estate had to fork out more than 2 million taels of silver within 10 days. The only way to do that was to sell grain. Is Your Highness planning to use the Imperial Uncle's 2 million taels to buy grain for disaster relief? Han Yunshi smiled. Perhaps only Long Feiyi would use the Imperial Uncle's money to buy grain from the Imperial Uncle's estate. I should be able to buy it, Long Feiyi intoned. In that case, the Imperial Uncle's estate won't last long. Han Yunshi rejoiced. Long Feiyi was puzzled. You understand? Han Yunshi didn't care about national affairs, but she'd read her share of official and unofficial histories. Of course she understood. Long Fei Yi had been investigating the imperial uncle's embezzlement case for a long time now. If the imperial uncle hadn't been desperate enough to sell off the grain as soon as he returned to the country, he wouldn't have gotten hold of the clues so quickly. Chu Shifeng had already found out the various grain merchants the imperial uncle had contacted. It'd be much easier to track down the methods, places, and times of their transactions. With Long Fei's personality, he'd definitely destroy the imperial uncle's estate as soon as he had enough evidence. To put it bluntly, Long Fei Ye's ultimate goal this time wasn't to provide disaster relief or trick people, but to create a chance to track down evidence of the imperial uncle's embezzlement. Long Fei Yi was planning to explain everything to Han Yunxi after they entered the rooms, but who knew this woman would be so smart? The more he looked at her, the more domineering his gaze grew. The interest in his eyes grew stronger. "Your Highness, Chenxia is smart, isn't she?" Han Yunxi was still very confident, but Long Fei Yi retorted, "How could your lordship's woman not be smart?" Han Yunxi's heart skipped a beat at his words as she gave a start. Long Fei Yi turned to leave, a satisfied smile on his lips. Han Yunxi didn't even remember how she got back to Leisurely Cloud Pavilion. In any case, her heart felt as sweet as honey. She was smiling even in her dreams. That night, news came from the Ministry of Revenue that the Crown Prince and Li Liyuan had delivered 1.2 million taels of silver. They also promised that the other half would arrive within 10 days. Long Fei Yi was naturally busy with the imperial uncle's grain sales, while Han Yunxi was looking forward to the Crown Prince's wedding in 4 days. Mu Luiyue had said herself that the betrothal gifts could fill a street. According to Tianning's wedding customs, the betrothal gifts came first. 3 days before the wedding, the betrothal gifts had to be delivered to the bride's family. But on the second day, there was still no news from the Eastern Palace about the betrothal gift. Mu Luiyue waited and waited at home, and so did Han Yunxi at home. Finally, at night, there was no news of the betrothal gifts, but a proclamation from the Eastern Palace. The gist of the contents was that the Crown Prince's wedding should be celebrated by the entire nation. But considering the severity of the famine and the need for frugality, the Crown Prince Consort ceremony would be cancelled. Instead, a small wedding ceremony would be held in the palace. The next day, Long Fei Yi wasn't at home, so Han Yunxi received an invitation from the Eastern Palace on his behalf. It was an invitation for the two of them to attend the Crown Prince's wedding ceremony. Shouldn't the people in the palace be the least interested in seeing them at this time? Why were they even inviting them? Were they planning to use General Mu's estate as a show of force? Han Yunxi didn't want to go at first, but when she thought of Mu Liyue's arrogance, she decided to go. Chapter 358. 3 days later, the Crown Prince's wedding arrived as scheduled. Chu Shifeng said that His Highness Duke of Qin was personally investigating the grain merchants' dealings with the imperial uncle's estate, so he might not be able to make it back to the capital in time. Normally, Han Yunxi didn't like going to the palace when Long Fei Yi wasn't around, but she was very interested this time. She wasn't the type to hide behind a man's back and do nothing, much less hide behind a man's back as soon as she had someone to rely on. She was a woman who could fight side by side with a man. Even if Long Fei Yi wasn't around, she still had the guts to enter the palace. But just as she and Zhao Mama were about to climb into the carriage, Long Fei Yi hurried back. "Your Highness, I thought you weren't coming," Han Yunxi was surprised. Long Fei Yi glanced at the carriage, his tone cold. "Your lordship thought you'd wait. So it's my fault?" Han Yunxi was thrilled and quickly said, "Your Highness, then Chenxia will wait for you in the future?" Long Fei Yi looked at Han Yunxi's smiling eyes and looked away in a fluster. Instead of answering her question, he said cold, "Get on the carriage." Han Yunxi's eyes flashed craftily before she followed him. Zhao Mama was the last to get on the carriage, sighing inwardly. Why does it feel like esteemed Wang Fei is flirting with His Highness Duke of Qin? If esteemed Wang Fei went out alone, Zhao Mama would sit with her in the carriage. But if His Highness Duke of Qin was present, Zhao Mama would obediently sit with the driver. The journey from the Duke of Qin's estate to the imperial palace took them through the busiest streets of the capital. As the carriage slowly moved forward, Han Yunxi leaned against the window-sill to look out. They had to pass through the Duke of Qin's estate on the way to General Mu's estate. No other estate in the capital was closer to the imperial palace than that. Han Yunxi had asked around for the auspicious time for the wedding. The crown prince should be here by now. But there didn't seem to be any movement on the street. Puzzled, Han Yunxi began to look around. Long Feiyi was leaning lazily at the side. Seeing this, he asked casually, "What are you looking at?" Han Yunxi replied as she watched, "Welcome the bride. The crown prince should be leaving the palace now." Obviously, Long Feiyi was not interested. Han Yunxi was quiet for a while, but she suddenly turned around and smiled. "Your Highness, I actually wanted to wait for you, but after calculating the time of the wedding, I decided to leave first." Long Feiyi then asked indifferently, "What's there to see?" In his impression, this woman was not someone who liked to join in the fun. Han Yunxi was about to answer, but she thought better of it. She also felt that there was nothing to see in the wedding ceremony. However, Mu Luiwe was so provocative and showing off. How could she not take a good look? Jealousy, comparison, showing off between women were all very boring behavior in the eyes of men. Han Yunxi thought that the busy Long Feiyi should be too lazy to listen to these things, right? Moreover, she wasn't someone who liked to complain. She smiled and said, "I just want to see how everything can be simplified." Unexpectedly, Zhao Mama's voice suddenly came from outside. "Your Highness, it's not like that." Before Han Yunxi could react, Zhao Mama complained, "Your Highness, a few days ago, Mu Luiwe stopped esteemed Wang Fei's carriage in the alley. She said that she came specially to tell esteemed Wang Fei how grand her wedding was and how much betrothal money was. She also said that esteemed Wang Fei was marrying into the Duke of Qin's residence, and that the wedding procession was hired by the Han family." That day, Zhao Mama had wanted to complain when she came back from the streets, but she didn't dare. Because no matter what method she used, she'd be using Mu Luiwe's mouth to criticize His Highness Duke of Qin. She originally wanted to let it go like esteemed Wang Fei, but after eavesdropping on the conversation between master and mistress, she couldn't help herself. Moreover, they were separated by the curtains, so she didn't have to face His Highness Duke of Qin directly. That was why she dared to say it. She thought that if His Highness Duke of Qin was unhappy about the previous marriage, it wouldn't be good to flip out in public. Moreover, esteemed Wang Fei was in the carriage, so she should be able to block it for her. Han Yunxi was stunned by Zhao Mama's words. This damnable Zhao Mama! She said that Mu Luiwe could do whatever she wanted, but why did she have to bring up the wedding procession that the Han family had hired? How awkward was this? Long Feiyi didn't think that she was still complaining, right? Following the silence, the atmosphere in the carriage gradually became awkward. Under these circumstances, even that damnable Zhao Mama didn't say anything. Han Yunxi maintained her posture of looking out the window, wishing she could find a crack in the carriage and crawl out. She admitted that she minded the important matter of marriage. Otherwise, she wouldn't have retaliated against Mu Luiwe like that. However, she didn't complain. She was well aware that her marriage with Long Fei had involved complicated conflicts of interest. He could only blame himself for being the Duke of Qin and she being the daughter of the Empress Dowager's benefactor. She only rejoiced that she hadn't become the Empress Dowager's spy and that they hadn't become enemies. Just as they were silent, the joyous sounds of gongs and drums came from afar. The people on the street all made way. The wedding procession had arrived. "Your Highness, esteemed Wang Fei, the wedding procession has left the palace." Zhao Mama, who had been waiting in fear, finally found an opportunity to resolve the awkwardness. Han Yunxi immediately said, "They really came. I thought I would miss them." All right, although she pretended that nothing had happened, she really wanted to turn around and see Long Feiyi's expression. It would have been fine if Zhao Mama hadn't said anything, but now that she said it, Your Highness Duke of Qin, don't you have any reaction at all? After waiting for a while, there was still silence. Han Yunxi finally hid the trace of disappointment in her heart and pretended to be excited as she stuck her head out to look at the wedding procession. However, what she saw was enough to make her smile. That wedding procession couldn't even be called a procession. Although the Crown Prince's wedding was simple thanks to them, it shouldn't be this simple. Any other rich family's wedding in the capital could compare to the Crown Prince's wedding procession. She saw the Crown Prince riding a tall horse at the very front. Behind him was a palanquin, followed by a matron of honor. Behind the palanquin were several musicians, and then there was nothing. Including the people carrying the palanquin, there were no more than 20 people. Han Yunxi couldn't help but worry for Mu Luiyue out of goodwill. Looking at the situation, Long Tianma was quite heartless to this Crown Prince consort. He wasn't afraid that General Mu would mind such a display. In other words, although marrying Mu Luiyue was a way to rope her in, it was also a way to threaten her. It could be said to be a combination of kindness and severity. Whether Mu Luiyue's days in the future would depend entirely on the performance of General Mu's estate. The wedding procession wasn't large. Moreover, the headlines had been dominated by the auction for the past few days, so the sensational effect had faded away. It was a far cry from when Han Yunxi had married into the Duke of Qin's estate. Han Yunxi admitted that she was quite vengeful at times. At this time, she especially wanted to go to General Mu's estate to see Mu Luiyue. However, she wasn't in a rush. She would definitely see her in the palace later. Long Feiyi didn't make a sound the entire time. Han Yunxi leaned against the window the entire time. Outside, Zhao Mama had her ear pressed against the carriage curtain, but she didn't hear anything else. Very quickly, they arrived at the palace gates and got off the palanquin. Han Yunxi was in a rush to get off the palanquin, but Long Feiyi pulled her back. He silently got off first and then personally reached out to help her. What did this guy mean? Did he think that what had just happened didn't happen? Alright, Han Yunxi admitted that she was still brooding over what she had just said. She put her hand on Long Feiyi's hand and lowered her head to get off the carriage. She was absent-minded. Who would have thought that Long Feiyi would indifferently say without any warning, "The marriage, your revenge, was very beautiful." Han Yunxi suddenly raised her head to look. In a moment of carelessness, her foot missed a step and her entire body immediately sank into the side of the carriage. Long Fei hastily wrapped his arms around her slender waist and lifted her off the carriage. Han Yunxi didn't do it on purpose. In her panic, her hands naturally wrapped around Long Feiyi's neck. If Long Feiyi hugged her and spun her around, this scene would definitely be extremely beautiful. Long Feiyi didn't do so, but this scene still attracted countless onlookers. Not to mention Granny Zhao and the coachman, all the guards at the palace gates all looked over. Long Feiyi could only look up at Han Yunxi, and Han Yunxi could only look down at him. This was truly the first time in their lives. Long Feiyi was looking up at a woman for the first time, and Han Yunxi was looking down at the princeling for the first time. Needless to say, they seemed to be quite used to this view. The two hugged and looked at each other in silence for a long time. If no one disturbed them, Han Yunxi would probably continue to look at Long Feiyi like this until the Crown Prince's wedding procession returned. But Long Fei quickly recovered his wit. He didn't say a word, but simply picked Han Yunxi up in a princess carry and walked forward. Granny Zhao was dumbfounded. Wasn't her master always conservative when it came to matters between men and women? He would even get angry when esteemed Wang Fei took off his socks, but now he was doing this in front of so many people. In front of so many people, Your Highness Duke of Qin, esteemed Wang Fei, is it really okay for the two of you to show off your love at the palace gates on the Crown Prince's wedding day? It was fine if Long Feiyi was domineering, but Han Yunxi didn't react at all. Instead, she enjoyed being hugged by him. She looked at Long Feiyi with unconcealed joy in her eyes. She wouldn't die if she admitted that she liked being hugged by him like this. She just liked it very much. What wedding was this? It was all in the past. She, Han Yunshi, had always only enjoyed the present and only looked forward. Han Yunshi felt relieved. However, after Long Fei Yi carried her into the sedan chair, he whispered in her ear, Han Yunshi, this prince will remember this. Long Fei Yi had already stepped out of the sedan chair when he felt the familiar warmth in his ear. What did he remember? The sedan chairs rose and entered the palace one after the other. No one saw a man dressed in white standing by the palace walls, watching Long Fei Yi and the others. Even though he was wearing a white mask, it couldn't hide his elegant temperament. His eyes were clear, but they revealed traces of weakness and exhaustion. He only turned and left when the sedan chair disappeared from the palace gate. Chapter 359. There were two types of marriages in Tianning's imperial clan. One was a matter of national importance, such as the emperor appointing an empress, the heir apparent choosing a legal consort, or a political marriage representing the country. The other type was a family affair within the imperial clan. There weren't any grand ceremonies, but only a wedding with the elders as witnesses. By the time Han Yunshi and Long Fei Yi arrived at the Eastern Palace, Emperor Tianhui, the Empress Dowager, and Qin Wangrong were already there. Although they were part of the imperial clan, they still had to pay respects to their elders. The crown prince was the heir apparent, but not the monarch himself. Long Fei Yi and Qin Wangrong could still claim to be his elders before him. Emperor Tianhui and the Empress Dowager sat at the head of the table, with Qin Wangrong on their left and Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi on their right. Han Yunshi could sense the killing intent in Emperor Tianhui and the Empress Dowager's eyes as soon as she entered the room. Who wouldn't be angry at the charity auction? Who wouldn't feel pained? Han Yunshi understood their feelings and avoided their gazes. For the sake of money, she wouldn't bicker with them. They'd fought in the shadows and fought in the open, but they hadn't torn off all pretenses of cordiality yet. A monarch was a monarch, and a subject was a subject. After making their bows, Emperor Tianhui invited them to take a seat. Han Yunshi assumed that they'd sit for a while, but they'd barely sat down when the bridal procession returned. So fast, could it be that Long Tianma had run back? Was he impatient or impatient? No matter whether Long Tianma was impatient or impatient, Mu Luiyue was on the verge of tears in her sedan chair. The bumpy ride almost made her throw up. There wasn't a single piece of betrothal money in sight. She forced herself to endure for the sake of the bigger picture. She was already gloomy that the grand ceremony had been reduced to a mere wedding, but she did her best to endure. But why was even the bridal procession so simple and crude? She sat in the sedan chair all the way to the palace, sneaking peeks outside at first. The more she looked, the more stifled she felt. But as the sedan chair bearers sped up, she didn't even have a chance to feel stifled. What if she fell off the sedan chair? In any case, she had brought the support of General Mu's mansion to Long Tianma. This would be of great benefit to him when he fought for the throne in the future. It might even help him stabilize the throne. Couldn't he show a bit of tenderness to the fairer sex? She did not know where the joy of getting married had gone. She only had resentment in her heart. She didn't even know that all of this was done by Han Yunshi. They could only bitterly complain about why there had to be a famine, and why His Highness Duke of Qin was holding a charity auction at this time. The crown prince clearly didn't have that much money, so why was he showing off? Han Yunshi had taken the initiative to send herself to him. She could even cause a sensation in the entire capital. Before getting off the sedan, Mu Luiyue reluctantly put on the red veil. She thought that after getting off the sedan, Long Tianma would hold her hand, but who knew that Long Tianma would walk in front of her, and the one holding her hand was the matchmaker. Fine, although her heart was stifled, she was still well behaved. After all, everything would be different once she entered the palace. Although she'd heard of the wedding ceremonies in the palace, there were still some parts she wasn't familiar with. She could only listen to the matchmaker. The matchmaker recited a bunch of auspicious words before leading her to the crown prince's side. Mu Luiyue silently mused that everything was already so simple. Shouldn't a wedding ceremony be grander? But who knew that the wedding ceremony was just a simple ceremony of paying respects to the parents, heaven and earth, and husband and wife. With the matchmaker's help, she and Long Tianma paid respects to Emperor Tianhui, the Empress Dowager, the world, and finally each other. The ceremony is complete. Mu Liyue's heart practically died at the matchmaker's shout. She was utterly disappointed. Once the ceremony was complete, they should be sent to the bridal chamber. But Tianning's imperial family had an extra rule in their wedding customs, and that was to invite tea and pay respects. Just like Han Yunxi had done before, she had to wake up the next morning to invite tea and pay respects to Grand Concubine Yi. She had to enter the palace to invite tea and pay respects to the Empress Dowager. For Mu Luiyue, as the crown prince's consort, she only needed to see the Empress Dowager and Emperor tomorrow. But today, she had to invite tea to all the elders present, which could count as her status as an imperial family's daughter-in-law being acknowledged by them. Mu Luiyue was already weak and listless. Like a rag doll, she allowed the matchmaker to fiddle with her. She followed Long Tianma in serving tea, paying respects, and drinking tea. She followed Long Tianma in calling Emperor Tianhui Imperial Father, the Empress Dowager Imperial Grandmother, and Qin Wang Rong Grand Imperial Uncle. After paying respects to Qin Wang Rong, the matchmaker led her to Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi. Mu Luiyue was already in a bad mood. When she heard Long Tianma call out Imperial Uncle Qin, she felt unwell all over. Her heart hurt so much that it was difficult to breathe. Imperial Uncle Qin, he's here too. The man she'd yearned for so many years, the man she wanted to marry, had become her uncle one day. Was there anything more tragic than this? There was. When Long Tianma called out Imperial Aunt, the absent-minded Mu Luiyue immediately perked up. She almost lifted the red veil. She finally realized that Han Yunxi was her aunt. Long Tianma had already finished serving tea, but Mu Luiyue was still standing in place. A few days ago, she'd said in the alley that she'd never call Han Yunxi Imperial Aunt, but today, how could the bride be in a situation like this? She'd make a fool of herself. The matchmaker stealthily tugged at Mu Liyue's robes before she recovered her senses. The crown prince consort offers tea to Imperial Aunt. The bridal handkerchief was still smiling professionally as she handed the tea to Mu Luiyue. Mu Luiyue tightly clenched her teeth. For a moment, she regretted marrying him. She handed over the tea with both hands. Imperial Aunt, have some tea. Han Yunxi's reply was very sweet and meaningful. She could imagine Mu Liyue's expression under the red veil. This stinky girl should have learned her lesson today. Han Yunxi took the teacup and drank it all. Then she took out a red envelope and handed it over. Luiyue, have a child soon. It had to be said that Han Yunxi was really too vicious. The words, have a child soon, were very meaningful. Based on Long Tianma's personality and his behavior today, he definitely wouldn't touch Mu Luiyue. Even if he did, Mu Luiyue would be pregnant. Based on the current situation, there were many people in the imperial harem who didn't want Mu Luiyue to have children. The Empress Dowager looked at Han Yunxi and rejoiced. Fortunately, this woman was from the Duke of Qin's mansion and not the imperial harem. With Mu Liyue's brain, she didn't understand the meaning of the words Han Yunxi. She had suffered enough today. Sob, she wanted to go home. After the tea ceremony, everything was finally over. The matchmaker sent Mu Luiyue away, followed by Long Tianma. When he reached the door, he couldn't help but look back. He saw Han Yunxi sitting there calmly, dressed in pure white, with a smile in her beautiful eyes, languid and sly. Mountains have trees, trees have branches. Don't you know that the heart is pleased with union? The falling flowers have already danced before the wind, while the flowing water still flows east. Han Yunxi, how wonderful would it be if you wore the phoenix coronet today? After the newlyweds were sent off, everyone else remained seated. General Mu only has this one daughter, and young General Mu only has this one little sister. Zhen has long wanted to betroth her to the crown prince. Mohu, when Luiyue enters the palace in the future, you have to protect her well. Don't let her suffer any grievances. Emperor Tianhui seemed to be chatting idly with the Empress Dowager, but his words were meant for Long Feiyi to hear. In other words, General Mu wouldn't dare to do anything with Mu Luiyue in his hands. Even if he wasn't truly loyal to him, he wouldn't favor Long Feiyi either. This was indeed a huge threat to Long Feiyi, but Long Feiyi simply drank his tea. No one could see the depths of his eyes. Han Yunshi didn't speak, but secretly found it funny. Emperor Tianhui's skin was really too thick. Mu Luiyue had already suffered grievances before she even married into the family, all right? That's natural. Luiyue has the best relationship with Chongping. If only Chongping was here, how wonderful would that be? As the Empress Dowager spoke, she tugged at her handkerchief and began to grieve. Still, she glanced at Han Yunshi and said, "Don't say it, don't say it. If Luiyue heard, she'd be hurt too." Han Yunshi only pretended not to see, but the Empress Dowager added, "Luiyue is the same as Chongping in my heart. If anyone dares to bully her in the future, I won't let them off easily." Han Yunshi thought to herself, "Is she saying this for me to hear? But I've already bullied her." While Han Yunshi was secretly rejoicing, Emperor Tianhui suddenly stabbed Long Feiyi in the back. "Duke of Qin," he said, "you've donated a large sum of money to the Duke of Qin's charity auction. Such concern for the famine victims is a great fortune. Zhen discussed it with a few officials yesterday and decided to send you to the disaster areas to preside over the relief effort. How's that?" At these words, Long Feiyi froze in his hands, clearly surprised as well. However, he quickly replied with a single word, "Okay." Han Yunshi knitted her brows, surprised that he'd agreed so easily. If it weren't for those corrupt officials, there wouldn't be any benefits to preside over the relief efforts. Tianning's current famine was extremely severe. Even if Long Feiyi had the skills to track down the imperial court's embezzled relief grain, he still had no way to reverse the situation. In the past, the relief efforts could last for a year or half a year, but this time the famine had spread far and wide. Moreover, it was already winter. There wasn't enough grain to begin with. The imperial court's grain, Long Feiyi's own personal supplies, and the various prefectures and counties' donations would only last for a month. In ancient times, things like grain needed time, climate, and manpower to grow. Winter was approaching, so how were they supposed to grow grain in such a short time? If Long Feiyi didn't handle such a thorny task well, then Emperor Tianhui would have a reason to make things difficult for him. More importantly, the people would lose faith in the Duke of Qin as well. In any case, this was a huge, deep hole. Abominable! Han Yunshi cursed in her heart. If Emperor Tianhui had paid attention to the famine earlier and sent relief to the victims in time while investigating the corrupt officials, things wouldn't have gotten so out of hand now. He'd actually pushed all the blame onto Long Feiyi's shoulders. Why didn't he just toss the crown to Long Feiyi as well? It was obvious that Emperor Tianhui didn't expect Long Feiyi to agree so quickly. Still, it didn't matter if Long Feiyi didn't agree. The charity auction had already pushed the Duke of Qin's estate to the heart of the struggle. He had plenty of ways to pressure Long Feiyi into agreeing. "Duke of Qin, Zhen is handing over the lives of the common people to you." Emperor Tianhui's earnest words made Han Yunshi feel nauseous. She knew that Emperor Tianhui wouldn't miss this chance even if the charity auction hadn't happened. Long Feiyi was very calm. He didn't even reply, only nodded his head. Han Yunshi was puzzled. Did this guy make preparations long ago? Chapter 360. After leaving the palace, Long Feiyi escorted Han Yunshi back to the Duke of Qin's estate. Han Yunshi had originally planned to discuss the disaster relief with him after returning home, but Long Feiyi still had matters to attend to. Seeing that he was about to leave, Han Yunshi anxiously called out, "Your Highness," who knew that Long Fei Yi would also turn around to look at her, as if he had something to say to her. "Your Highness, please speak first. Is something the matter?" The two spoke at the same time. Han Yunshi smiled and openly begged him, "Your Highness, please take this concubine to the disaster area. The plague is rampant there, so this concubine can protect your Highness by your side." On the side, Zhao Mama couldn't help coughing lightly. This esteemed Wang Fei's skin was getting thicker and thicker. She was clearly a poison doctor, and was skilled at detoxification, but her medical skills were only so-so. She often asked Imperial Physician Gu for help. Most importantly, she didn't know any martial arts, yet she still dared to say that she could protect him by his side. Although Zhao Mama also hoped that esteemed Wang Fei would go with His Highness Duke of Qin, even she couldn't stand this reason. "Protect me by my side?" Long Fei Yi asked with interest. Han Yunshi just wanted to go. Long Fei Yi would definitely bring people from the Ministry of Revenue and the Imperial Physicians Hospital to the disaster area. She didn't need to worry about it at all. Being stared at by Long Fei Yi like this, she felt even more guilty. But even if she felt guilty, she didn't show it. She had already agreed that no matter what happened on this 100 steps journey, she would walk step by step towards him with a smile. Han Yunshi was still smiling like a flower, full of confidence. "Yes, protect me by my side." Long Fei Yi was delighted and actually laughed heartily for the first time. Alright, this prince will take you there." Han Yunshi had seen Long Fei Yi laugh a few times, but this was the first time she had seen him laugh so heartily. With one sentence and one laugh, she seemed to have gotten much, much closer to him. "What did your Highness want to say?" Han Yunshi asked. "It's okay. Go and prepare. We'll leave in 3 days." Long Fei Yi wouldn't tell this stupid woman that what he just wanted to say was what she asked. Han Yunshi was overjoyed and didn't ask any more questions. "Alright, I'll be waiting for you." After Long Fei Yi left, Granny Zhao began to pester esteemed Wang Fei, begging her in all sorts of ways. "Esteemed Wang Fei, please bring this old servant along. This old servant can stay close to you and protect you. This old servant can also wash clothes and cook for you and His Highness. If you go out, you will need someone to serve you. Esteemed Wang Fei, this old servant has never left the imperial capital in his entire life." Han Yunshi looked at Granny Zhao without saying a word, which made Granny Zhao very anxious. Once the master and servant pair arrived at the courtyard of Leisurely Cloud Pavilion, Su Xiaoyu came over. Seeing this, Su Xiaoyu was very curious. "Esteemed Wang Fei, where are you going?" Children shouldn't ask so many questions. Granny Zhao immediately reprimanded her. Su Xiaoyu blinked her large eyes, feeling wronged. She stole a glance at Han Yunshi before obediently retreating to the side. Han Yunshi was a sensible person. She had seen how much Granny Zhao doted on Su Xiaoyu. When she saw Su Xiaoyu's wronged look, she didn't pay much attention to it. "Granny Zhao, you can go if you want, but you have to promise me one thing." Han Yunshi finally spoke. Granny Zhao was very excited. She didn't ask what it was and immediately agreed. "Esteemed Wang Fei, please tell me. Come with me to the Gu estate." Han Yunshi laughed mischievously. Hearing this, Granny Zhao's smile immediately froze. "Esteemed Wang Fei, why are you going to the Gu estate?" There was nothing between esteemed Wang Fei and Imperial Physician Gu, and His Highness had already cleared up the misunderstanding last time. However, given His Highness's personality, esteemed Wang Fei had better not have anything to do with Imperial Physician Gu. After Imperial Physician Gu was seriously injured, he had been recuperating at home. Even now, he had asked for leave from the Imperial Academy of Medicine. It was impossible for esteemed Wang Fei to ask Imperial Physician Gu to accompany her to the disaster area. Aside from this, why was esteemed Wang Fei looking for him? Han Yunshi casually picked up a fruit and threw it at Granny Zhao. "You're already so old, but your mind is still filled with such nonsense. What could there possibly be between me and Imperial Physician Gu? That's right, she liked Long Fei so much. How could she possibly fancy another man? Granny Zhao felt wronged. Mistress, then, why are you looking for Imperial Physician Gu? You'll know once you come with me. Han Yunxi was very mysterious. Granny Zhao had no choice but to agree. Of course, she understood that she had to hide this matter from His Highness Duke of Qin. Su Xiaoyu listened and watched from the side. Her clear eyes darted around like a sly little fox. Xiao Yu, go instruct the kitchens to prepare some dry rations. Also, have Steward Luo prepare some tea leaves. Tell him that His Highness and I will be going on a long journey in 3 days. After Han Yunxi instructed Su Xiaoyu, she took Granny Zhao to the Gu estate. Su Xiaoyu quickly took care of the matter. Taking advantage of the fact that Han Yunxi and Granny Zhao were both not in Leisurely Cloud Pavilion, she found an excuse to slip out. Su Xiaoyu was a clever child and was very cautious in her actions. After leaving the Duke of Qin's residence, she went to several shops and bought some pastries. Then, she circled around several small alleys to make sure that no one was following her. Only then did she enter a deep alley and enter an ordinary house. The house was very dark. Most children would be scared, but Su Xiaoyu was very happy. She didn't even walk properly, but instead happily skipped around in the dark. When she reached a place where she couldn't see her own fingers, she abruptly stopped and called out with a laugh, "Master, come out." This lively spirit was completely different from when she was in the Duke of Qin's residence. "There's news." Following this low voice, a figure moved in the darkness, but was quickly submerged in the darkness. "It's not that easy. That woman has a strange habit. She doesn't let anyone serve her when she baths, sleeps, and changes clothes." Su Xiaoyu started to ridicule. Before the person in the darkness could speak, she continued, "Also, she and His Highness Duke of Qin don't sleep together. They sleep in separate rooms. I've been gone for so long, but I've only seen them once, and that was when His Highness Duke of Qin went to sleep in her room. Master, I seriously suspect that this woman and His Highness Duke of Qin haven't done that yet." As soon as she finished speaking, the person in the darkness coughed lightly, as if someone had choked. "Master, they'll be leaving in 3 days. I don't think I'll be able to follow. What should I do?" This was Su Xiaoyu's main purpose for coming here today. "There's no rush. We can wait," the man in the darkness said mildly. "Master, even if we have to wait, we have to think of a way. It's not that easy to see her body. I bet that even His Highness Duke of Qin hasn't seen it before." As Su Xiaoyu spoke, she suddenly laughed. "Master, why don't you try?" The man in the darkness said coldly, "Then what's the use of having you? Xiao Yu can help Master create an opportunity. If Han Yunxi is the mistress, Xiao Yu can accept it." Su Xiaoyu was still smiling mischievously. She wasn't afraid that Master would fall out with her. She was different from the other servants. She was an orphan that Master had picked up and raised. Even Master's biological sister didn't know of her existence. No matter who investigated her background, they would only find out that she was an orphan. This time, the man sternly said, "That's enough. If Han Yunxi really is the person we're looking for, what you said today is disrespectful." Only then did Su Xiaoyu settle down. She pouted and didn't dare to speak carelessly. Actually, she wasn't very sure what Master wanted to confirm Han Yunxi's identity. She only knew that her identity was very honorable. Master's entire family, or even the entire clan, had to be loyal to her. If Han Yunxi was the person Master was looking for, then there would definitely be a unique phoenix birthmark on her tailbone. "We still have at least 3 years. There's no rush. You mustn't act rashly and alert the enemy, understand?" The man instructed very seriously. "Oh," Su Xiaoyu obediently replied. "I'm asking you if you understand?" The man was displeased. Su Xiaoyu immediately perked up and replied loudly, "This subordinate understands. This subordinate definitely won't disappoint master. Please set your heart at ease. Long after Su Xiaoyu left the room, the man left through a door on the other side. His face couldn't be seen, but his back was as tall as a mountain. He carried a black ebony bow on his back, the body of the bow engraved with the image of a phoenix rising from the ashes. This was none other than Western Zhou's Chu clan's Chu Tianyin. Who else could carry such a bow? Emperor Tianhui and Western Zhou's emperor had already agreed on Chu Qingga's marriage, but there was no official news yet. Everyone assumed that he'd already returned to Western Zhou with Chu Qingga and Duanmu Bei, but he'd never left Tianning's capital. Su Xiaoyu had already returned to the estate, but Han Yunxi and Zhao Mama had yet to return. Just why did Han Yunxi go to the Gu estate? Zhao Mama had no idea that Han Yunxi had already secretly sent someone to deliver Gu Beiyue's medicine twice. She would be leaving the capital in 3 days. Could it be that she was going to bid farewell to Imperial Physician Gu? No, she was going to ask him for help with something important. After saving Gu Beiyue that day, Lil Thing had been sleeping and waking up. It didn't even look at Han Yunxi when it woke up, but only focused on eating until it fell asleep again. Lil Thing was very weak and needed large amounts of time and food. Han Yunxi dearly wished she could hide Lil Thing in the large space of her detox system, but the system couldn't recognize the poison in Lil Thing's teeth and couldn't accept it for now. She'd definitely be too busy to take care of Lil Thing when she went to the disaster areas. Han Yunxi thought it over and decided to leave Lil Thing in Gu Beiyue's care for the time being. Only then would she feel at ease. Gu Beiyue's wounds had mostly healed, but his body was still weak. Han Yunxi handed over a pile of poisons to Gu Beiyue before carefully taking Lil Thing out of her medical pouch. Lil Thing was curled up in a ball and sleeping soundly like a newborn baby. If it knew it was leaving its master, it would be very sad. But if it knew it was going to spend the next few days with its beloved white-robed gentleman, it wouldn't be able to bear to sleep. I'll leave it to you. Han Yunxi seemed to agree readily, but she couldn't bear to part with it. Gu Beiyue's pale face was still as warm as an April spring breeze. Esteemed Wang Fei, don't worry. This one will protect the things you've entrusted to me with my life. Chapter 361. Protect with his life? Han Yunxi didn't know what to say. Gu Beiyue's smile was so gentle, but his words were so cruel. Yes, in her opinion, this sentence was quite cruel, not to others, but to herself. Just as she was pondering over this sentence, Zhao Mama interrupted her with a smile. Imperial Physician Gu, you're being too serious. Isn't it just temporarily handing the little one over to you? When His Highness and the Princess Consort return, the little one will have to return to the Princess Consort's side. Zhao Mama couldn't bear to part with Lil Thing either. Gu Beiyue's eyes flashed with a helpless smile before he said, Esteemed Wang Fei and Lil Thing both saved this one's life. This one's life belongs to them. So that's how it is. Han Yunxi didn't like such heavy topics. In fact, it was all thanks to her that Gu Beiyue was hurt so badly. Alright, what's with the talk about life? Once Lil Thing recovers, I'll ask you for it when I come back, she said seriously. Gu Beiyue nodded and grew serious as well. Esteemed Wang Fei, I'll write you some prescriptions for preventing and treating plagues. Perhaps they'll come in handy when we reach the disaster areas. Was this a blatant disdain for Han Yunxi's poor medical skills? Alright, Han Yunxi really didn't know how to treat plagues besides special poisons. None of the other imperial physicians in the Imperial Physician Courtyard were as reliable as Gu Beiyue. With Gu Beiyue's prescriptions, she felt more at ease. Plagues, in layman's terms, were large-scale infectious diseases. In places of famine, there were bound to be deaths and injuries. Once that happened, plagues would break out and spread. Disasters, famines, and wars weren't scary at all, but the plagues that came with them. Historians in the field of history had verified that many dynasties didn't fall because of wars, but because plagues broke out after wars that dragged down entire countries. Gu Beiyue was very thorough in his work. He gave Han Yunshi 30 prescriptions in total, enough to cover all of Cloud Realm Continent's major plague. Before she left, Gu Beiyue dragged his sickly body and insisted on sending Han Yunshi to the door. He reminded her in a low voice, "Esteemed Princess Consort, the famine is not only limited to food, but also medicine." Han Yunshi was slightly startled. If it wasn't for Gu Beiyue's reminder, she really wouldn't have thought of this matter. If Gu Beiyue wasn't injured like this, how she wished that Gu Beiyue would go with them. Fortunately, Long Feiyi had connections in Medicine City, so he wouldn't have to worry about the supply of medicinal ingredient. Of course, Han Yunshi still hoped that the situation in the disaster area would not develop to the point where the plague was rampant. Otherwise, Long Feiyi's troubles would be even greater. After instructing Lil Thing, Han Yunshi went to General Bailey's estate by herself early the next morning. She didn't know how long she'd be away from the capital, so she had to take care of everything before she left. Bailey Mingxiang was one of her major tasks. When Han Yunshi arrived, Bailey Mingxiang was burning incense and brewing tea. She was dressed in robes whiter than snow, her hair as black as ink. Sitting in the tea room, she looked like a picture of a beauty, tranquil and distant. Han Yunshi didn't have the heart to disturb such a beautiful scene. She went back to the main hall and handed over the poisons to General Bailey before coming to find Bailey Mingxiang. Bailey Mingxiang grew happy at the sight of Han Yunshi. She had lived in Tianning's capital for years after returning from the Tang clan. Besides Han Yunshi, no other woman of her age had ever come to visit her. She quickly laid out a prayer mat and offered up Mingxiang. "Esteemed Wang Fei, please sit. You have the same habits as His Highness. What kind of tea do you like to drink?" Han Yunshi asked offhandedly. "Black tea," Bailey Mingxiang replied without hesitation. "What a coincidence." "His Highness likes black tea too," Han Yunshi remarked mildly. Bailey Mingxiang wanted to continue the topic, but she hesitated for a moment before changing the subject. "Esteemed Wang Fei, I heard my father say that His Majesty is sending His Highness to the disaster areas? I'll go as well. That's why you won't have to see me for at least half a year." Han Yunshi grinned. Bailey Mingxiang gave a start before she hastened to explain. "Esteemed Wang Fei, Mingxiang doesn't mean that I don't want to see you. I'm just joking with you. Why are you so nervous?" Han Yunshi rolled her eyes at her. Every time this girl spoke to her, she was always so respectful and proper. She couldn't stand this kind of atmosphere. Bailey Mingxiang was her only female friend among the nobles in the capital. Couldn't she put down her status and have a proper chat with her? After chatting for a while, Han Yunshi got down to business. "I came here today to tell you two pieces of news. One is good news and the other is bad news. Choose for yourself. Which one do you want to hear first?" Bailey Mingxiang didn't hesitate at all. "The good news. Hee, you're the same as me. Let's be happy first." Han Yunshi chuckled. If she heard the bad news first, she wouldn't be so happy even if she heard the good news. "I've figured out the consequences of cultivating beauty's blood." Han Yunshi had been working overtime in her study whenever she had time. She didn't sleep much at night, but there was finally some progress in this matter. "Is the consequence the bad news?" Bailey Mingxiang asked anxiously. It was indeed good news that there was a result. She had always known that she wouldn't live long, but she didn't know how she would die. Han Yunshi didn't answer Bailey Mingxiang directly. Instead, she explained calmly, "Beauty's blood is actually a kind of highly poisonous human blood. The special thing about your body is that you're immune to all poisons." Han Yunshi made the poison herself and flipped through countless poison books before she came to this conclusion. For example, Bailey Mingxiang was immune to all poisons. Any poison would be ineffective on Bailey Mingxiang, and it wouldn't cause any pain. However, Bailey Mingxiang was immune to all poisons. Poisons were effective on Bailey Mingxiang, but they wouldn't be fatal. "I added a kind of acute poison to the poison you took last time. You didn't know, did you?" Han Yunshi asked with a smile. Bailey Mingxiang was surprised. She really didn't know. She didn't have any other reaction except for pain. So, it's not only chronic poisons that can't kill you, but also other poisons. It's just that Beauty's blood needs chronic poisons. When Han Yunxi was studying Beauty's blood, she also paid attention to the legendary goo cultivation. Poisonous humans, poisonous corpses, and poisonous goo were a progressive process. Poisonous humans and poisonous corpses could be called goo cultivation. Jun Yixie was doing this kind of thing. Poisonous goo was a category of goo cultivation. Poisonous humans and goo were raised from humans. The goo that Jun Yixie planted on the crown prince was raised from animals. It was called poisonous insect goo. Bailey Mingxiang's body was very similar to that of goo. However, according to Han Yunxi's understanding, the real goo poison was not only immune to all poisons, but also immortal and indestructible. Therefore, Bailey Mingxiang's natural body could only be said to be a strange existence. Bailey Mingxiang listened quietly. She never knew about poisons, so she didn't understand very well. She only wanted to know how she would die. Princess Consort, what are the consequences of goo cultivation? After it's cultivated, your body will completely change. You will, Han Yunxi paused for a long time before she said indifferently, you will die from the poison. Die from the poison? What kind of torture would it be to die from the combination of so many poisons? Bailey Mingxiang couldn't imagine it. She lowered her head silently. Amen, I understand. Bailey Mingxiang couldn't imagine it, but Han Yunxi was very clear. Bailey Mingxiang's current pain came from 1 or 2 poisons acting up. It wasn't fatal, but if all of them acted up at the same time, it wouldn't be just pain. At least, Han Yunxi was now certain that the poisons that Bailey Mingxiang had taken in the past would cause her skin and flesh to fester if they acted up. Of course, Han Yunxi wouldn't say any of this. She said indifferently, this is still good news, because as long as it's poison, there must be a way to cure it. The worst thing is not knowing anything. As soon as she said this, Bailey Mingxiang raised her head. For the first time in her life, her clear eyes sparkled with hope. It turned out that she could still be saved. As long as it's poison, there must be a way to cure it. Esteemed Wang Fei, how can I ever thank you? Bailey Mingxiang muffled her mouth to keep from crying. No need. I just don't want to be involved in an innocent murder case. If it wasn't for the beauty's blood that Long Fei Yi wanted, she wouldn't have become a poisoner. In the next 6 months it will be very difficult for you. It will be more difficult than the past 10 years. You must be prepared. She said seriously. Bailey Mingxiang had been overdosing on medicine, so the pain she had to endure would only increase with each passing day. In the next 6 months, the poison would frequently act up. Bailey Mingxiang was still excited as she nodded her head. Han Yunxi was silent for a long time and didn't say anything. She stood up and said, that's good. That's all. I'm leaving. In the past, Bailey Mingxiang would quietly send her off. However, this time, Bailey Mingxiang couldn't help but say, Princess Consort, please wait. Han Yunxi turned around and said, what is it? Just say it. How long will it take for the beauty's blood to mature? Bailey Mingxiang asked seriously. It was impossible to estimate the changes in the poison in the human body. Han Yunxi could only give an approximate time. About half a year to a year. Bailey Mingxiang nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Han Yunxi said, don't worry. I've been thinking of a way to cure the poison. When the beauty's blood matures, I will definitely be by your side. Han Yunxi had said this many times in her previous life. She would say this every time a patient was afraid. As a doctor, these words could give the patient an infinite sense of security, especially those whose lives were in danger. Bailey Mingxiang had never shown any fear of death, but she knew that she was afraid. Long Fei Yi had given Bailey Mingxiang to Han Yunxi to nurture the beauty's blood, but Han Yunxi had always treated her as one of her patients. Bailey Mingxiang didn't know what else to say other than, thank you. Don't worry. His Highness and I will be there. Han Yunshi had no intention of mentioning Long Fei Yi. She didn't know how much comfort her words gave Bailey Mingxiang. There was no other time that she had hoped for that day to come more than now. In the past, she had hoped for death, but now she hoped for life. She hoped to see His Highness Duke of Qin again. Han Yunshi was truly busy for the next 3 days. After settling things with Bailey Mingxiang, she found time to visit the Han estate. She didn't say much about the disaster relief, because the Han family had Long Fei Ye's protection. Emperor Tianhui probably wouldn't make things too difficult for them. Han Yunshi was very busy, and Long Fei Yi was busy with the imperial uncle's affairs as well. On the night of the 3rd day, Long Fei Yi was about to return to his estate when news came from the hidden pavilion. Master, someone broke into the secret room to kidnap someone, Chu Shifeng reported anxiously. Even the guards had no idea who was being held captive in the hidden pavilion. Only he and Tang Li knew. Tang Li had delayed the intruder while he rushed back to call for reinforcements. Chapter 362. Long Fei Yi had always been calm and collected, but he was stunned by Chu Shifeng's report. Who was it? He asked urgently. I couldn't see clearly, Chu Shifeng replied honestly. Besides his master, Tang Li, and himself, no one else knew about the person imprisoned in the hidden pavilion's secret room. Even the servants who delivered the meals didn't know who was inside. If the black-robed man had come to kidnap them, then he must have known there was a prisoner in the secret room. He might even know who it was. How did he know? Chu Shifeng wanted to say a few more words, but Long Fei Ye's figure flashed out of sight. The person imprisoned in the secret room was extremely important. They couldn't afford any mishaps, much less let anyone know. By the time Long Fei Yi arrived at the hidden pavilion, Tang Li was still fighting with the black-robed man. Fortunately, Tang Li had arrived in time to stop the black-robed man. The black-robed man seemed to fear him and didn't force the issue. Instead, he turned to flee. How could Tang Li let him escape so easily? Tang Li's martial arts skills were average, but he had plenty of powerful hidden weapons on his person. Ever since he'd decided not to return to the Tang clan, he'd ordered his trusted aides to deliver his hidden weapons to the hidden pavilion in batches. His martial arts skills weren't top-notch, but his hidden weapons were. Thus, rather than saying that the black-robed man was fighting Tang Li, it was more like he was fighting against his hidden weapons. In the darkness, he was dressed in white robes. His every movement was effortless, graceful, and casual. His quiet back really resembled a celestial being descending from the 9 heavens to the mortal realm. Compared to Tang Li's ease, the black-robed man seemed to be expending a lot of effort. Still, one had to admit that he was an expert. At the very least, he'd fought against Tang Li's hidden weapons for so long without being able to escape. Long Fei Yi and Chu Shifeng arrived. Chu Shifeng was about to step forward when Long Fei Yi stopped him. Master and servant remained on the sidelines to observe the situation. Chu Shifeng immediately understood. His Highness Duke of Qin was planning a sneak attack. Being ambushed by His Highness Duke of Qin was already terrifying enough. As for being ambushed, it was simply unimaginable. Chu Shifeng couldn't help but worry for the black-robed man's sake. In the darkness, Long Fei Yi was focused on the fight in front of him. He was dressed in black, and his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. His whole body was emitting a mysterious aura, like a hunter in the night. Unknowingly, he had already drawn his sword. At this moment, the man in black turned around and dodged Tang Li's plum blossom needle rain. But who knew that Long Fei Yi would attack without any warning? He flew along with his sword and stabbed straight at the man in black's vitals. No one had expected that Long Fei Yi would make a move at this time, and that he would be so ruthless. It wasn't until Long Fei Yi's sword stabbed viciously into the black-robed man's chest that he spat out a mouthful of blood that no one recovered their senses. Even the black-robed man himself. Tang Li didn't even have time to retract his weapons. A few more of them flew past, but Long Fei Yi flicked his sleeves and caused them to fall to the ground. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Everything seemed to stop, except for the blood flowing from the black-robed man's chest. Suddenly, Long Fei unsheathed his sword, sending blood flying everywhere. The black-robed man clutched at his chest and fell backwards with a thump to the ground. The blade had pierced his chest, narrowly missing the heart. Long Fei had calculated that the black-robed man wouldn't die immediately, but he wouldn't live for much longer, much less escape. His eyes widened as he stared at Long Fei. Everything had come to an end. Tang Li and Chu Shifeng finally recovered their senses. Tang Li couldn't help but sigh with emotion. "Big bro, you're ruthless." Long Fei had always been a vicious and merciless man. Moreover, he was absolutely ruthless when it came to matters like this. No one was allowed to know about the prisoner in the secret room, much less kidnap him. Besides a few trusted aides by his side, anyone who knew would be killed without mercy. Long Fei ignored Tang Li and personally knelt by the black-robed man's side. He anxiously pulled off the man's face veil and asked, "How did you know there was someone in the secret room?" Save me." The black-robed man was extremely weak and couldn't even speak clearly. Blood continued to flow from the black-robed man's chest, but Long Fei ignored it. "If you don't want to die, then answer your lordship's question right now." "Alright, I'll talk. It's my master." The rest of the black-robed man's words couldn't be heard clearly, but his mouth was still moving. Long Fei leaned closer to listen, but the black-robed man suddenly took out a dagger and stabbed it viciously into Long Fei's chest. "Your Highness!" "Big bro." Tang Li and Chu Shifeng both sucked in a cold breath as their minds went blank. Their bodies reacted faster than their minds as they both rushed forward. But it was already too late. The black-robed man pulled out the dagger and slammed Long Fei aside with a palm strike. Then he took to the air and fled. Blood splattered all over the ground. Long Fei couldn't even stand straight and backed up a few steps before steadying himself. Blood flowed from the corners of his mouth as his face drained of color and turned as white as a sheet of paper. His right hand clutched at his chest as fresh blood quickly seeped out of his robes and dyed his white, slender fingers crimson. Long Fei stared blankly in the direction of the black-robed man's disappearance. He couldn't imagine how the man had been able to sneak attack him despite being so heavily injured. How could he have such strength? There was no way to explain this. He was certain that he'd used enough strength to stab the man. There was no way he'd made a mistake. No matter how strong his body was or how good his foundation was, he wouldn't have been able to withstand that stab. Because he'd been stabbed as well and was on the verge of collapsing. The stab to his chest was the same as the one he'd used to stab the black-robed man in the chest. It hadn't been fatal, but he didn't have long to live. Tang Li and Chu Shifeng hadn't seen the extent of Long Fei's injuries before, but now that they were closer, they both panicked. They were both martial artists and could immediately tell the severity of Long Fei's injuries. The two of them stood in place, their minds blank. "What do we do?" Long Fei stared at them as his vision grew blurry. He was shocked himself and couldn't believe that he'd ever been so seriously injured. He'd always been cautious. If this was the past, he'd never personally lift the black-robed man's face veil, much less get so close. But today's events had been on his mind all this time, so he really was panicking. His concern left him in a state of chaos. Silence reigned in all directions. Only the fresh blood from Long Fei's chest continued to flow. Abruptly, Long Fei fell to his knees and hit the ground with one knee. Then his entire body collapsed to the ground as he lost consciousness. "Doctor! Hurry and find a doctor!" Tang Li shouted, his voice echoing throughout the hidden pavilion. Chu Shifeng was trembling all over. He'd never encountered such a situation after following his master for so many years. In his panic, he'd even walked the wrong way. Fortunately, the guards had brought Dr. Lin from the hidden pavilion over in time. Dr. Lin was scared witless as soon as he arrived. Stop the bleeding, quick, you have to stop the bleeding right now. Most doctors were expressionless and calm in emergency situations. It wasn't that they were heartless, but that their duties demanded it. If they panicked, how were they supposed to treat the patient? They couldn't afford to be careless when it came to treating patients. Dr. Lin of the Hidden Pavilion was a highly professional doctor, but even he panicked when faced with such a situation. After all, His Highness Duke of Qin was in grave danger. He might not be able to save him. As he shouted, he dug through his medicine chest, only to discover that he'd done it in the wrong order. He had to apply medicine first before stopping the bleeding. Jinchuang ointment, where's Jinchuang ointment? He fumbled through his medicine chest. Chu Shifeng and Tang Li watched from the sidelines, both anxious and angry. I'll go find esteemed Wang Fei, Chu Shifeng said as he prepared to leave, but Tang Li stopped him. We can't let Han Yunxi know about this. Let's not talk about what happened in the secret room. Let's just say he was injured by an assassin. Otherwise, if His Highness... Chu Shifeng didn't dare to finish. Everything had happened too suddenly. It's no use even if Han Yunxi comes. She's a poison doctor, not a divine doctor. Tang Li held Long Fei Yi as he discovered that the man's hands were growing colder and colder. Dr. Lin was flustered, but he forced himself to suppress his fear as he applied medicine to Long Fei Yi and bandaged the wound to stop the bleeding. But how could he stop the bleeding so easily in a place like this? How could ordinary Jinchuang ointment treat a wound like this? All Dr. Lin could do was slow the flow of blood. Tang Li almost wanted to find Aunt Ru, but Dr. Lin suddenly had an idea and said, Young clan head Tang, hurry and find esteemed Wang Fei. This old man remembers that esteemed Wang Fei used a type of medicine to stop the bleeding when treating poisons. It was extremely effective. Hurry! Dr. Lin knew that stopping the bleeding alone wasn't enough, but that was all he could think of. The injury had come too suddenly. Why didn't you say so earlier? Tang Li almost hit the man. He handed Long Fei Yi over to Chu Shifeng and left in a hurry. It was the middle of the night, but Han Yunxi was still awake after working all day at the Duke of Qin's estate. She sat by herself in front of Long Fei Yi's sleeping quarters, waiting for him. They'd agreed to leave for the disaster areas tomorrow, so she was certain that Long Fei Yi would return today. She waited for him to come back so she could help him pack up. As Han Yunxi waited, she couldn't help but look forward to their trip to the disaster areas. She and Long Fei Yi had gone out a few times before, but most of the times they'd left in a hurry. This time it was different. This time they would have to travel for several days, and there were many places they had to visit. Although disaster relief was a difficult task, Han Yunxi still treated it as a trip. As long as she was with him, it was worth looking forward to wherever they went, no matter what they did. Wasn't that right? While Han Yunxi was filled with anticipation, Tang Li suddenly flew down and grabbed her hand. Han Yunxi, come with me. Hurry! Han Yunxi was bewildered as she struggled. What are you doing? Tang Li didn't let go. As he led her away, he said in a rush, His Highness's been stabbed in the chest. His life's hanging by a thread. What? Han Yunxi gaped. Chapter 363. Stabbed in the heart? His life hanging by a thread? Han Yunxi froze at the words. She'd waited all night for Long Fei Yi, but this was the news. How could she accept this? His life hanging by a thread, those words echoed in her mind, but she couldn't connect them to Long Fei Yi. Abruptly, she grabbed Tang Li and demanded, Just what's going on? Who hurt him? Tang Li was using lightness techniques to fly through the air, so her sudden grab nearly caused him to fall to the ground. He roared, Why are you asking so many questions? Let's hurry and save him first. That's right, saving a life was more important. Why ask so many questions? Han Yunxi let go at once, like a frightened child. She grew very quiet. Very soon, they arrived at the hidden pavilion. Chu Shifeng had already settled Long Fei Yi in his bedroom, so Han Yunxi rushed to the bed as soon as she entered. Long Fei Yi was lying naked on the bed, a thick bandage wrapped around his heart. Despite this, fresh blood was still seeping out. He lay there quietly. His handsome face was less cold and serious than usual, and more pure and calm. He looked much better with his eyes closed than usual, as beautiful as a tranquil ink painting. Those who didn't know better might think he was just sleeping and would wake up at daybreak. Han Yunxi's eyes grew red and wet as she grew very, very quiet. Tang Li, hurry and find Gu Beiwei. Tell him the dagger stabbed him in the heart very deeply, she said calmly. Tang Li and Chu Shifeng exchanged glances and hesitated. The hidden pavilion's existence was a secret to begin with. Moreover, Gu Beiwei was a target of His Highness Duke of Qin's investigation, so it wasn't appropriate to find Gu Beiwei. Han Yunxi, why are you looking for Gu Beiwei? Hurry and stop the bleeding. Don't you have a special medicine? Tang Li urged impatiently. But the quiet Han Yunxi turned to glare at them. Her cold face emanated a fierce aura that made Tang Li and Chu Shifeng shudder. She ordered word by word, bring Gu Beiwei here. He has to be here by half an hour at the latest. Otherwise, I'll be the first to poison you to death if he dies. Han Yunxi hadn't even examined him properly, but seeing Long Fei Ye's ashen complexion and the extent of his bleeding, she knew he was in a terrible state. Gu Beiwei had been wounded in the same spot as Long Fei Ye's wounds. Back then, Gu had stabbed Gu Beiwei's heart with a hidden needle. It hadn't hit the heart, but had been slightly off target. Still, it wasn't as deep as Long Fei Ye's wound. Long Fei Yi had not only been stabbed deeply, but the dagger had also been yanked out immediately after entering, causing a second wound. Even though the wound had been slightly off target, it was still near the heart. More importantly, it was so deep that any small injury could affect the normal flow of blood in the body. Once the blood supply ran low, the heartbeat would be affected and his life would be in danger. The injuries in the wound were very complicated. To save Long Fei Yi, it wasn't as simple as stopping the bleeding. This wasn't Han Yunxi's strong suit, so she forced herself to calm down even though she was on the verge of tears. Not only did she have special medicine to stop the bleeding, but she could also use needles to stop the bleeding. But no matter what she did, she had to expose the wound first. How could she touch the wound in such a dangerous situation? Treating injuries was Gu Beiwei's strong suit, so she could only wait for Gu Beiwei to decide how to stop the bleeding and treat the patient. She didn't dare to imagine the consequences if things dragged on for more than half an hour. Tang Li had been scared witless by the word die. He couldn't care less and turned to leave. Han Yunxi gripped Long Fei Ye's icy hands tightly as she knelt by the bed, looking at him without a word. Chu Shifeng and Dr. Lin didn't dare to speak, but stayed by her side. Very soon, Chu Shifeng saw esteemed Wang Fei's hands tremble. She looked calm, but just how terrified was her heart? Perhaps fear wasn't enough to describe Han Yunxi's current feelings. She'd lived 2 lives, but she'd never felt so out of her wits. It had always been Long Fei's fingers intertwined with hers, but this time she unconsciously grabbed his hand and entwined their fingers together tightly. How she wished that this man, who had always been invincible in her heart, could open his eyes to look at her and give her some strength. Long Fei Yi, didn't we agree to go to the disaster areas together? We're leaving tomorrow. Long Fei Yi, do you know how much I'm looking forward to it? Long Fei Yi, you can't go back on your words when it comes to me. Time trickled by in the silent room. Fortunately, Tang Li brought Gu Beiwei over in less than an hour. On the way, Tang Li explained Gu Beiwei's injuries in a concise manner. Gu Beiwei carried his medicine chest inside, his ashen face solemn. His first words were, "Esteemed Wang Fei, stay behind. Everyone else, go out and prepare hot water. Wait by the door." It had to be said that Gu Beiwei was a truly calm man. As he spoke, he opened his medicine chest and took out some medicine, his movements quick and methodical. Chu Shifeng and Tang Li exchanged glances. Although they hesitated, they had no choice but to withdraw. Han Yunshi adjusted her mental state and moved away from the bed. It's in the same position as your previous injury, but it's very deep. I don't dare to examine it yet. Gu Beiwe finished preparing his things before looking over. When he saw Han Yunshi's red eyes, he gave a start. But he quickly recovered and explained, "Esteemed Wang Fei, I'll examine the wound right away before deciding what medicine to use. Time is too tight, so it's impossible to find a life-blood pill. So, I understand." Han Yunshi didn't let Gu Beiwe finish. She was very clear that Long Fei Yi could lose his life from excessive blood loss during the treatment process. But time was too tight. They had to treat him even if they didn't want to. They had no other choice. "This one will definitely do my best. Esteemed Wang Fei, you must remain calm and prepare to stop the bleeding at any time." Gu Beiwe was very serious. Although Han Yunshi knew Gu Beiwe was only comforting her, she still nodded her head. All right. She prepared her needles and medicine so she could cooperate with Gu Beiwe at any time. Gu Beiwe personally undid the bandages on Long Fei Ye's body. As he did so, fresh blood poured out of the wound. Han Yunshi watched quietly at first, but saw more and more blood pour out like a fountain. This wasn't just blood, it was Long Fei Ye's life. Han Yunshi was afraid and couldn't calm down. "Let me stop the bleeding first. Esteemed Wang Fei, please calm down," Gu Beiwe sternly said. This was the first time he spoke so fiercely to Han Yunshi. Han Yunshi knew she couldn't stop the bleeding at this time, but in the end, she could only avert her eyes and not look. "Call me when you need to stop the bleeding." Han Yunshi didn't know that when she averted her eyes, she missed such a shocking scene. Gu Beiwe checked Long Fei Ye's wound with one hand and took out the medicine with the other. His movements were very fast, like a flickering shadow. No one could clearly see what he had just done. She saw that Long Fei Ye's wound had already been covered with medicine and the herbs that Gu Beiwe had prepared had all been used up. In the Medical Academy's rankings, Gu Beiwe was only a 5th-rank divine doctor. His medical skills were basically at the 5th-rank level as well. But in reality, his medical skills had already surpassed the medical school's level. Even the head of the medical school could not compare to him, but it was a pity that no one in this world knew about this. The fresh blood from Long Fei's chest was still flowing non-stop, quickly drowning out the medicinal ingredients. Gu Beiwe did not delay. "Esteemed Wang Fei, stop the bleeding, quickly." Han Yunshi immediately turned around and saw that Long Fei Ye's chest was covered in blood. The bedding was also dyed red. She couldn't see how his wound was treated because it was covered in blood. In this kind of situation, she did not have any extra thoughts to pay attention to Gu Beiwe's speed of treatment. She only chose to trust him. She immediately used needles to stop the bleeding. With trembling hands, she used the fastest speed she'd ever used in her life to treat Long Fei. By the time the bleeding stopped, Han Yunshi's entire back was drenched in cold sweat. "Hot water, quickly!" Gu Beiwe shouted. Tang Li personally brought in the hot water. Seeing Han Yunshi's trembling hands, Gu Beiwe's eyes flashed with pain. He was about to do it himself when Han Yunshi beat him to it. "I'll do it." She nimbly wiped Long Fei Yi clean and took care of the blood, then changed into warm clothes. She understood that people who had lost too much blood needed to keep warm. By the time Han Yunshi was done, Gu Beiwe had already written out a prescription for Chu Shifeng to make medicine. The tense atmosphere finally eased a little. Tang Li asked timidly, "The Duke of Qin, is he all right now?" Gu Beiwe didn't speak, but Tang Li looked at Han Yunshi. "Say something." Han Yunshi looked at Gu Beiwe. She wanted to ask him the same question. Long Fei Yi had lost too much blood. It was too much for him to take in right away, so even if she had a miracle blood tonic, she might not be able to use it. She could only say that Long Fei Ye's life was saved for now. As for what would happen in the future, she didn't know, nor did she dare to guess. "Gu Beiwe, say something." Tang Li was anxious. Gu Beiwe's eyes flashed with a complicated look, before he took Long Fei's pulse again. After some hesitation, he said, "It's best to keep watch tonight. If he doesn't wake up tonight, then the situation won't be optimistic." That night no one slept. All of them stayed with Han Yunshi to keep watch. But it was already daybreak, but Long Fei didn't show any signs of waking up. Instead, his pulse grew weaker and weaker. Gu Beiwei opened the windows to let in the sunlight. No one could ignore the fact that it was already morning. Not only was the sky bright, but the sun was already high in the sky. Suddenly, Tang Li swung a hand at Gu Beiwei. "You quack." Fortunately, Han Yunshi shoved him aside in time. "Are you crazy? My big bro will definitely be fine. This quack is spouting nonsense. He's seeking death." Tang Li had lost all reason. "Get out!" Han Yunshi suddenly shouted. Tang Li was about to refuse, but Han Yunshi was the one who'd truly lost her mind. She screamed at the crowd, "All of you, get out! Get out!" Gu Beiwei was the first to leave. Tang Li was dragged out by Chu Shifeng. Han Yunshi's eyes were redder than a rabbit's, but she stubbornly refused to cry. She still clutched Long Fei's hand tightly as she sat on the side, watching over him. Han Yunshi waited for an entire day and night. She personally took his pulse and fed him medicine, but Long Fei still didn't wake up. Note to the readers. Genius Poison Consort's WeChat account is Tienkaksia. Chapter 364. Han Yunshi stood guard for an entire day and night. Outside the door, Chu Shifeng, Tang Li, and Gu Beiwei had all stayed by her side without rest. By now, the irascible Tang Li had calmed down and was sitting on the steps with his head bowed. He didn't seem angry at all. He'd never doubted Long Fei's choices, but this time he had to reconsider whether Long Fei had done the right thing by locking that man up in the secret room. If not for Han Yunshi, he wouldn't have gone to such great lengths to imprison that man, much less attract such danger tonight. While Tang Li was lost in his thoughts, the silent Gu Beiwei finally spoke up. "Guard Chu, there's one thing this one really doesn't understand. May I ask for your guidance?" Chu Shifeng leaned weakly against the wall and said, "I don't dare ask for guidance. Imperial Physician Gu, you may ask whatever you want. From what this one understands, His Highness's martial arts skills aren't low. How could someone have injured him in such a fatal place?" Gu Beiwei naturally knew that Chu Shifeng was on guard against him. He didn't want to ask at first, but after a day and night of thinking, he still couldn't figure it out. With Long Fei's martial arts skills and vigilance, it was more likely that he'd been poisoned. How could he have been injured so severely? After all, the heart was the weakest part of the human body. Even the world's #1 expert, Tianshan Kenzo, would collapse after being stabbed so deeply by a dagger. Gu Beiwei mused that someone who could injure Long Fei so severely had to be someone Long Fei trusted deeply, or someone whose martial arts skills were far superior to Long Fei's. On second thought, the people whose martial arts were far above Long Fei's were either from Tianshan Kenzo, Liberty City, or the City of Daughters. Tianshan Kenzo wouldn't hurt Long Fei like this, and Liberty City and the City of Daughters had 2 or 3 experts who could hurt Long Fei. However, they had no reason to attack. Those old seniors had already retired from the world of assassins for several years. Gu Beiwei thought about it and still felt that the person who injured Long Fei was someone trusted by Long Fei. It was very likely that there was a traitor in the U prison. Gu Beiwei's question had left Chu Shifeng puzzling over it for an entire day and night, but he couldn't figure it out either. His Highness Duke of Qin's sneak attack on the black-clothed man was to stab his sword directly into the man's heart. Although he was behind him and didn't get a good look, he wasn't mistaken. He was certain that His Highness Duke of Qin had not only hit the target, but stabbed very deeply. His Highness Duke of Qin had never made a mistake, so the depth of his sword had to be even deeper than the man's dagger. Logically speaking, the black-clothed man shouldn't have lived for more than the time it took to brew a cup of tea. Moreover, the black-clothed man looked like he was on the verge of death. Otherwise, His Highness Duke of Qin wouldn't have gotten so close to him, much less uncover his face. Who would have thought that the black-clothed man could still sneak attack His Highness Duke of Qin despite being so heavily injured? That dagger hadn't been light at all. After the dagger, he could still strike with his palm. Most frightening of all, he still had the strength to escape. Who else in the world could survive a stab to the heart and still have the skills? This defied all common sense. Chu Shifeng could only suspect that His Highness Duke of Qin's sword had gone astray, and very, very astray at that. But that didn't make sense either. Didn't His Highness Duke of Qin know that his sword had gone astray? The more Chu Shifeng thought, the more confused he felt. His heart was filled with worry for His Highness Duke of Qin, so he gave up on the thought altogether. No matter what the truth was, as long as His Highness Duke of Qin was fine, everything was fine. When Chu Shifeng didn't reply, Gu Beiyue added, "Guard Chu, if it's inconvenient, just pretend this one never asked." Chu Shifeng was even more guarded against Gu Beiyue than he was against Tang Li. He didn't want to say much, but even if Gu Beiyue didn't ask, esteemed Wang Fei would ask anyway. By then, Gu Beiyue would find out. If he told Gu Beiyue this mystery that defied the laws of the human body, perhaps he'd be able to explain it. Of course, Chu Shifeng wouldn't mention a word about the prisoner in the secret room. Imperial Physician Gu, it's quite strange. That night, His Highness was attacked by an assassin. The assassin's martial arts skills were average, far below His Highness's. His Highness's sword stabbed him in the chest. Although it went astray, it still counted as a wound to the heart. His Highness thought the assassin was dead, so he went closer. Who knew that the assassin would sneak up on him? Although Chu Shifeng didn't tell the truth, it didn't count as a lie either. By now, Tang Li was looking over as well. He didn't understand either. Gu Beiyue was an intelligent man, but he still didn't understand. He asked, "Are you sure it was the sword that went through the heart?" "I'm sure." His Highness was certain that the assassin was dead, so he didn't put up any defenses. Chu Shifeng was certain. Gu Beiyue's heart grew cold. Although he didn't show it, his ashen face turned even paler. He had carefully examined Long Fei Ye's wound and found that the dagger had stabbed him with a lot of force. A dying man couldn't possibly have that kind of strength. Even if he took 10,000 steps back, it was impossible for him to be heavily injured. Imperial Physician Gu, after the assassin stabbed His Highness, he hit him with a palm before escaping. Even 10 guards couldn't catch up to him. Chu Shifeng added hastily. Hearing this, Gu Beiyue's heart skipped a beat, but he only expressed doubt. That's impossible. His Highness probably didn't hit any vital points and was tricked. Tang Li couldn't help but speak up. That's impossible. My big bro isn't so careless. His Highness was too careless to approach before he even died. Gu Beiyue sighed helplessly. With Long Fei Ye's personality, he'd only let his guard down around dead people. Although the black-robed man was dead for sure, he wasn't dead yet. Moreover, many assassins knew how to use poison before they died. Long Fei Yi was a veteran of hundreds of battles, so he should have known. That person was dead for sure. It's really strange. Tang Li cleverly avoided Gu Beiyue's questions. Gu Beiyue faintly sensed that there was more to the story that Chu Shifeng and Tang Li were unwilling to share. Of course, he didn't have time to ask. Right now, the most important question wasn't whether or not Long Fei Yi had been careless, but how the black-robed assassin had escaped unscathed with a wound to his chest. Strange. It doesn't make sense. Gu Beiyue muttered to himself as he began to worry. Could it be that Long Fei Yi had run into a poison Gu human? In this world, only poison Gu humans were immortal and indestructible besides Lil Thing. Leaving aside a single stab, even stabbing a poison Gu human in the chest multiple times wouldn't kill them. At most, it'd hurt them a little. Only poison Gu humans could explain this. But how could there be poison Gu humans in this world? Methods to raise poisoned humans and poison corpses had been passed down through the ages, but the method to raise poison goo humans remained a mystery. Some said that the poison sect master hadn't succeeded in his research, so there was no way to raise poison goo humans in this world. Others said that the poison sect master had been killed by the medical academy before he could raise a poison goo human. Thus, the method to raise poison goo humans disappeared with the poison sect. However, Gu Beiwe knew that the secret method to raise poison goo humans hadn't been invented by the poison sect, but by the medical academy itself. It was a top secret of the academy and had been sealed away in a forbidden area. No one was allowed to get close to it. The poison sect had indeed tried to get their hands on the secret recipe in the past, but never succeeded. That was why he was so shocked by today's events. With the poison sect gone, if there really were poison goo humans in this world, they could only have been raised by the medical academy. Leaving aside how they'd been raised, how had Long Fei Yi provoked them in the first place? Gu Beiwe dearly hoped that this was all a misunderstanding and that Long Fei Yi had been careless. If there really were poison goo humans in this world, then it'd be dangerous. Seeing that Gu Beiwe couldn't explain himself, Tang Li and Chu Shifeng were too lazy to ask any more questions. If they kept asking, Gu Beiwe wouldn't be able to explain himself at all. Instead, he'd ask them a lot of questions. What a loss! It was already dark outside, but there was still no sound from the room. Tang Li and Chu Shifeng exchanged glances, both anxious and helpless. They could only comfort themselves with the fact that no news was the best news. While Long Fei Yi was unconscious, another fellow was having a hard time as well. This was none other than the black-robed assassin from that night, Gu. Even now, he still hadn't changed out of his black robes. After shaking off the guards from the hidden pavilion, he'd ended up sprawled on a nearby roof like a corpse. His wound was really painful. At first, he hadn't felt any pain and could still muster his strength. But when he stopped to rest, the pain intensified. He didn't even know how much blood he'd lost, but right now he was both tired and in pain. He wanted nothing more than to sleep for a few days straight. Every time he was in extreme pain, he'd want to sleep for a long time. The longest he'd ever slept was 3 whole months. But this time, he was doing his best to stay awake. How could he sleep without checking if Long Fei Yi had been buried? Thinking up to here, Gu's pale, bewitching face broke into a smug, satisfied smile. Actually, he didn't want to make a move because it would expose his secret. But he couldn't resist Long Fei Yi's stab. It was a heaven-sent chance. How could he be satisfied if he didn't kill that arrogant, hateful man? He couldn't help but imagine the current situation at the hidden pavilion. Chu Shifeng and Tang Li must be in a panic right now. Even if Tang Li and the rest wanted to hide it, they couldn't hide it for long. He had to wait for news of the Duke of Qin's death to spread and for his poison last to find out about the secret room at the hidden pavilion. Then she wouldn't be sad anymore and would know who was truly good to her. The more Gu thought about it, the happier he felt. He decided to eat his fill before going to the hidden pavilion to see what was going on. Gu still had no idea that his poison lass loved that man more than he imagined. Right now, she was so sad that tears were about to fall from her eyes. Chapter 365. Another night passed. The night was silent. The person on the bed did not wake up and the person beside the bed did not sleep. Some people said that it was very painful to lose something after obtaining it. However, for Han Yunxi, it was true that she would lose it before she obtained it. She had been taking Long Fei Yi's pulse every 2 hours since the beginning. Now, her hand had been on his pulse the entire time, paying attention to any changes in his pulse. She was afraid. Although she was not a doctor, she had seen many cases and read many medical books. She was very clear in her heart that Long Fei Yi had not woken up or died at this time, so there was an 80% chance that he would become a living dead person, which was a vegetable. She knew, but she did not dare think about it. She did not even dare let Gu Beiwe come in. She was afraid that once Gu Beiwe came in, he would give a diagnosis and announce the end of everything. She held his hand with one hand, her fingers intertwined with his, and her other hand pressed against his pulse. She had been sitting on the edge of the bed in this position for 2 days and 2 nights, almost turning herself into a statue. She always knew that she liked this man, but she never knew how much. Perhaps she knew now. Actually, she still had not recovered yet. She still felt that everything in front of her was just a dream. Even if it was a dream, it came so suddenly. She wished that she could wake up quickly and open the window. She could still see the light in Long Feiye's palace. Suddenly, there was a dong 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 knocking sound that shattered Han Yunshi's dream. It was a pity that when she woke up, Long Feiye was still lying on the bed. Everything was the same as before. Princess Consort, it's been 2 days. Let this one go in and take a look. The one knocking was Gu Beiwe. His voice was gentle and a bit hoarse. His body had not recovered much, but he had stayed awake for 2 days. Han Yunshi stared at Long Feiye and did not say anything. Princess Consort, you are also a medical student, so you should know. Princess Consort, His Highness' pulse is still the same as it was 2 days ago. His Highness is already out of danger, let this one go in and take a look. Gu Beiwe was really cruel. His words were clearly pronouncing Long Feiye's ending to Han Yunshi. Han Yunshi didn't even dare to look at Long Feiye. She lowered her head and didn't say a word. Esteemed Wang Fei, you can be considered half a doctor. You should calm down a bit. Gu Beiwe said again. Han Yunshi bit her lips tightly. She knew what Gu Beiwe meant. She was also considered half a doctor. She should have the calmness and rationality of a doctor. In the face of this situation, there was no need to wait. No matter how long she waited, it would be futile. However, at this moment, she was not only half a doctor, but also Long Feiye's wife. The person lying in front of her was the person she had liked for a long time. How could she remain calm? She had already held back her tears, so what else did he want her to do? She took Long Feiye's hands and pressed them against her lip. Her entire being was so quiet that not a trace of life could be seen. It was as if the entire world had dimmed with her. After a long time, there was no more sound from outside the door. The room became incomparably quiet. This silence lasted for another day and night. Time was the most merciless thing of all. Long Feiye, have you counted? Have you counted how many steps Yunshi has taken towards you? Long Feiye, do you know that every step Yunshi takes requires a lot of courage? If you don't wake up, where will Yunshi go? Long Feiye, don't tell me you won't even give Yunshi a chance to walk towards you of her own accord? After an indeterminate period of silence, Han Yunshi finally spoke up. Your Highness, if you don't wake up, aren't you afraid that Yunshi won't want you anymore? Her tears fell soundlessly onto Long Feiye's cold hands. Yunshi was crying. But when the hot tears fell onto Long Feiye's palms again, his hands actually trembled slightly. It was a very subtle movement, but Han Yunshi sensed it immediately. She was alarmed, flustered, happy, and nervous. Her heart pounded wildly in her chest as she feared that she'd made a mistake. She feared that if she moved, he'd stop moving. She forced herself to wait. After a long time, Long Feiye's hands really did tremble again, his fingers clearly moving. Han Yunshi was certain that she hadn't seen wrong. She was wild with joy and even forgot to call Gu Beiwe in. She just stared foolishly at Long Feiye's fingers. This time, she waited for a long, long time, but Long Feiye's hands didn't move again. But his eyes did move. He opened them slightly to see Han Yunshi sitting by his side, her head bowed as she stared dumbly at his hands. This woman, what's wrong with her? Long Feiye only felt dizzy and his heart hurt. But his consciousness was still clear. He remembered that he'd fainted after being ambushed by the black-robed man. He'd survived the dagger to his heart. Did this woman save him? But her medical skills couldn't even compare to the imperial physicians in the palace. How long had he been unconscious? Had there been any delays in the disaster relief efforts? Who brought this woman to the hidden pavilion? Did she know about what happened in the secret room? As soon as he regained consciousness, thousands of thoughts flooded Long Fei-ye's mind. He unconsciously knitted his brows and stared at Han Yunshi. Han Yunshi had no idea that Long Fei-ye had woken up. She stared at his hands without moving. Just like that, the two of them were silent in their own worlds for a long time. Finally, Long Fei-ye spoke. Han Yunshi, what are you doing? Han Yunshi suddenly looked up and immediately saw Long Fei-ye's eyes that were as deep as the sea. Although he had just woken up and was still very weak, his eyes were still cold and sharp, as if he could see through everything. But he quickly knitted his brows and his gaze became complicated. Because at this moment, the woman in front of him had clearly cried. Her eyes were red like a pitiful little rabbit. Long Fei-ye suddenly sat up. Ignoring the pain in his heart, he fiercely questioned, "What's the matter? Who bullied you?" Han Yunshi only regained her senses after being yelled at by him. The tears that had been held in the corners of her eyes uncontrollably flowed down. But she immediately wiped them away and smiled through her tears. She kept smiling foolishly and didn't speak. Long Fei-ye's brows furrowed even more. "What's wrong with you?" Han Yunshi really wanted to cry and laugh at the same time. This guy's awake, he's really awake. She knew he'd wake up for sure. There was no reason for it, but she firmly believed it. Han Yunshi, tell your lordship what's wrong with you? Long Fei-ye prided himself on his intelligence, but he really couldn't see through this woman's heart. Just what did she want from laughing and crying at the same time? But Han Yunshi suddenly threw herself into Long Fei-ye's arms and hugged him tightly. She said, "Long Fei-ye, I missed you so much. I really, really missed you." He was right in front of her, right by her side, but these past few days felt like they were on opposite ends of the world. So she really, really missed him. Long Fei-ye allowed Han Yunshi to hug him as he gave a start. No one had ever hugged him like this before, not even his birth mother or foster mother grand concubine Yi. No one else had ever dared to do it. Han Yunshi buried her head in the crook of his neck and hugged him tightly. Although she scoffed at the idea that men and women shouldn't touch each other, this was her first time hugging a man of her own accord, and with such force. It was as if she was afraid he'd run away again. She was so happy that she forgot Long Fei-ye was still heavily injured. Long Fei-ye didn't move a muscle and allowed her to hug him. After a long time, he finally asked, "How long was I unconscious for?" 3 days. I thought. I was afraid. Han Yunshi didn't dare to finish, but hugged him tightly. Long Fei-ye understood. His eyes flashed with complicated emotions and helplessness before he said, "Can you let me go now?" These words were his usual style. They were cold and carried a hint of seriousness. Han Yunshi had heard them many times before, but this time she froze. Her hands clenched and she immediately let go of Long Fei-ye. After letting go, she said indifferently, "Sure." She thought that she must have been too anxious. This step seemed to be too big. Han Yunshi lowered her head, and her lips curled into a self-deprecating smile. She silently retreated. Long Fei-ye saw this pitiful look, and couldn't help but pull her over and press her against his chest. Although his heart was in pain from the two of them hugging like this, he still endured it when he saw this pitiful look on this woman's face. Han Yunshi didn't understand what Long Fei-ye meant by this. He had clearly asked her to let go, but he was still hugging her. She struggled to get up, but Long Fei-ye immediately sucked in a breath of cold air from the pain. "Don't move if you don't want this prince to die from the pain." Die from the pain? Han Yunshi was shocked. Only then did she remember that he still had a wound on his chest. Hugging like this would definitely touch the wound. Moreover, he was half lying down, so any movement of his arm would definitely affect it. Once the wound opened, it would be troublesome. Damn it. Han Yunshi really wanted to slap herself. She was just as pitiful as a little rabbit, but now she was so serious that it was shocking. She almost said in a commanding tone, "Long Fei-ye, Let go of me, quickly. Don't worry, this prince won't die. Long Fei Yi was actually very calm. Han Yunshi didn't dare to move as she seriously advised, "You're still in danger." "You saved this prince?" Long Fei Yi didn't seem like he wanted to let go as he changed the topic. He knew his own body the best. Although the wound was very painful, from the current situation, his life wasn't in danger. Just based on the position of the wound, he felt that he wouldn't be able to escape death. The person who saved him had to have some skills. "It wasn't me, it was Imperial Physician Gu. Imperial Physician Gu helped you apply medicine and I helped you stop the bleeding. It's good that I came in time, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable." Han Yunshi was lying on Long Fei Ye's body, so she could feel his breath and temperature. They were hugging so close earlier, so she didn't have time to properly feel it. Gu Beiyue Long Fei Yi was very surprised, but he didn't show it. He guessed that it was Han Yunshi who invited him. Han Yunshi really wanted to have Long Fei Yi let go of her. Hugging like this wasn't a good idea. However, she knew that Long Fei Yi was a man of his words, so she could only stay motionless and let him do as he pleased. As long as he was fine, she could do anything. "Your Highness, who injured you? How did you get injured so badly?" The question that Gu Beiyue couldn't understand was something that Han Yunshi also couldn't understand. Who could injure Long Fei Yi like this? Chapter 366. "Your lordship wants to know who he is too," Long Fei Yi replied to Han Yunshi's question. He trusted that Chu Shifeng and Tang Li wouldn't be stupid enough to reveal the secret of the prisoner. Leaving aside the secret, Long Fei Yi told Han Yunshi everything he knew about the black-robed assassin. "Impossible. That's far beyond the limits of human physiology," Han Yunshi said, then changed her mind. "Your Highness, perhaps it's not impossible for such a person to exist. Isn't Bailey Mingxiang an impossible existence?" Bailey Mingxiang's constitution also defied the natural laws of the human body. There were too many unexplainable mysteries in Cloud Realm continent. "Then what kind of constitution is it?" Long Fei Yi asked. Without a doubt, Han Yunshi had no idea. "Your Highness, why did that assassin want to kill you? Was it your enemy?" "Your lordship wants to know too. Since he came once, there'll be a second time." Long Fei Yi was very curious about the black-robed assassin's constitution. Of course, he was even more curious about how the assassin knew about the person locked up in the hidden pavilion. As long as that person was still locked up, he wasn't afraid that the assassin wouldn't come. "It looks like we'll have to strengthen our defenses," Han Yunshi was very serious. She knew nothing of the truth. Long Fei Yi didn't speak, but his hand gently stroked her back. This action drew Han Yunshi's attention back to the two of them. Her face was pressed against his chest, so she couldn't see his expression. She imagined that Long Fei Yi would be quiet and gentle as he stroked her back. She really wanted him to hold her a little longer so she could enjoy the warmth of this moment. But reality proved that she was a calm and rational person. She knew that now wasn't the time to be love-struck. "Your Highness, if you don't let me go, I reckon you'll have to lie in bed for another month," Han Yunshi said seriously. The wound on Long Fei Ye's chest was painful. He knew very well that if his injury worsened, a lot of things would be delayed. However, when he saw Han Yunshi's red eyes, he couldn't control himself and didn't want to let go of her. Seeing that Long Fei Yi did not respond, Han Yunshi became serious. "Your Highness, please let go of me immediately." Long Fei's thoughts didn't wander, but he immediately let go. A hint of helplessness appeared on his lips. This woman also had times when she was serious and fierce towards him. Han Yunshi carefully got up from Long Fei Ye's body, and then immediately checked his wound. After making sure that it hadn't split open, she was relieved. "Your Highness, should we let Imperial Physician Gu in for a follow-up examination?" She still obediently asked for Long Fei Ye's opinion. Long Fei Yi only nodded without a word. Currently, Tang Li and the rest were waiting anxiously by the door. When they saw Han Yunshi suddenly open the door, they all jumped in fright. "Esteemed Wang Fei, how is His Highness?" Chu Shifeng was in the middle of asking when Tang Li rushed inside. "He's awake. Imperial Physician Gu, hurry inside and take a look." As soon as Han Yunshi finished speaking, Chu Shifeng rushed inside as well. Gu Beiyue immediately noticed Han Yunshi's red eyes. This woman had been crying. A flash of heartache flitted past his clear eyes, but was quickly replaced by joy. He hurried inside with Han Yunshi. As soon as he saw Long Feiyi, Gu Beiyue was neither servile nor overbearing, but respectful and courteous. He took Long Feiyi's pulse as he asked a few questions. Soon enough, he smiled faintly and said, "Your Highness Duke of Qin is blessed by the heavens. His life is no longer in danger." To Long Feiyi this was nonsense. He didn't need Gu Beiyue to take his pulse to know the answer. But Long Feiyi didn't say a word. Gu Beiyue carefully examined Long Feiyi's wound. "Your Highness, the wound has only just begun to heal. The wound is very deep and serious. I ask that Your Highness rest for a month. By no means can you use your right hand, especially a sword." "A month without a sword?" Chu Shifeng and Tang Li exchanged glances, both starting to worry for Long Feiyi's sake. For a swordsman, not being able to use a sword for a month was definitely a very troublesome matter. What if he ran into another assassin? Long Feiyi remained expressionless as he waited for Gu Beiyue to continue. Gu Beiyue didn't say much, but wrote a prescription for Han Yunshi. "Esteemed Wang Fei, His Highness will have to use this prescription for a month. For the first half of the month, change the dressing every day. For the second half, change it every 2 or 3 days. It depends on the situation." Han Yunshi was very serious. She didn't take the prescription directly, but carefully read it over before accepting it. Long Feiyi saw all of this. He didn't dare to use Gu Beiyue's prescription, but Han Yunshi's was enough to set his mind at ease. As Gu Beiyue was packing up his medicine chest and preparing to leave, Long Feiyi spoke up cold. "This prince was so seriously injured that my life was hanging by a thread, but Imperial Physician Gu was still able to save me. It's no wonder he's the head Imperial Physician of the Imperial Physician Courtyard." These words were not only praising Gu Beiyue's medical skills, but they were also questioning his abilities. Even Long Feiyi himself thought that he wouldn't be able to save him. "Your Highness, it's all thanks to esteemed Wang Fei that I was able to stop the bleeding in time. If not for esteemed Wang Fei's assistance, this official wouldn't have been able to help." Gu Beiyue's words were true. At least in everyone's opinion, the most difficult part of treating Long Feiyi's injuries was stopping the bleeding. In Han Yunshi's opinion, treating someone was far more difficult than stopping the bleeding. She only took Gu Beiyue's words as modesty. "Someone, reward Imperial Physician Gu with 100 taels of gold." Long Feiyi was very generous. "Thank you, Your Highness." Gu Beiyue didn't refuse. Instead, he added, "Your Highness Duke of Qin, this 1 month is a critical time for your wounds to heal. By no means should you use excessive force. If you can avoid it, it's best not to." So speaking, he took a step forward and murmured by Long Feiyi's ear, "Your Highness, forgive this official for speaking out of turn, but I ask that Your Highness abstain from sexual intercourse for a month." If Han Yunshi heard these words, it was hard to tell how she'd react. Actually, it was normal for a doctor like Gu Beiyue to instruct him on things like this. If he didn't, it'd be beneath his professional standards. Long Feiyi was very calm as he replied, Your Lordship will." The hidden meaning of this answer, could it be that? Gu Beiyue stiffened, but quickly recovered. No one noticed anything off about him, but he still smiled warmly and went to pack up his medicine chest. Now that everything was clear, Gu Beiyue had no reason to stay any longer. "Chu Shifeng, send Imperial Physician Gu back." With Long Feiyi's orders, Gu Beiyue had no choice but to leave. Han Yunshi saw him to the door. "Gu Beiyue, I really have to thank you this time. Esteemed Wang Fei is too courteous. This one originally thought, His Highness is blessed by the heavens. Gu Beiwe didn't say it out loud, but Han Yunshi understood. According to Gu Beiwe, if Long Fei Yi hadn't woken up that night, there would be no hope for him. That's right, His Highness is blessed by the heavens. Han Yunshi mused. Long Fei Yi was really lucky. She had no idea that Gu Beiwe had long predicted that Long Fei Yi would wake up, but had lied in order to hide his medical skills. Gu Beiwe had calculated that Long Fei Yi wouldn't wake up until a month later. But he never expected Long Fei Yi to wake up so early, and so many days earlier at that. It had to be said that Long Fei Ye's body was terrifyingly strong. While Han Yunshi was sending Gu Beiwe away, Long Fei Yi had long asked Tang Li about everything. Big bro, this Gu Beiwe shouldn't be an enemy. Tang Li might be impulsive, but he wasn't stupid. As he saw it, Gu Beiwe wasn't a simple man, but he didn't harbor any enmity towards them. Even if he's not an enemy, he might not be a friend. Long Fei Yi had his own considerations. Han Yunshi immediately returned after sending Gu Beiwe away, so Tang Li didn't say much. Your Highness, no matter what, you have to rest for a month. Han Yunshi was very serious. She knew that Long Fei Yi had a lot of important matters on hand, but nothing was more important than his health. She widened her eyes, making her teary eyes look even more swollen. You're crying, Tang Li blurted out. Only then did he notice Han Yunshi's eyes. Han Yunshi immediately retreated. After calming down, she felt that crying was very embarrassing. She pretended not to hear Tang Li's words and continued, Your Highness, why don't you recuperate in the U Pavilion? It's quiet here. Before Long Fei Yi could answer, Tang Li spoke again. He even deliberately went around to Han Yunshi's side to take a look. You're really crying. As far as Tang Li knew, Han Yunshi was a tough woman with a poisonous heart and venomous hands. It was impossible for her to cry. Han Yunshi was very annoyed by him and pushed him away in annoyance. So what if I'm crying? Didn't you go crazy and want to hit someone before? This guy actually wanted to hit Gu Beiwe. How abominable. That's because I'm worried about your highness. I'm worried because I'm worried, understand? Tang Li had never been stingy in expressing his love for his dearest cousin. Can't I be worried because I'm worried? Han Yunshi casually retorted in front of Long Fei Yi. Tang Li was very surprised. He had only left for a short while, and this woman, Han Yunshi, actually dared to say such things in front of Long Fei Yi? He glanced at Long Fei Yi and saw that the corners of Long Fei Yi's mouth were slightly curved, but he did not say anything. Why did he have the feeling that these two guys were showing off their affection? Although he knew that this woman had a place in Long Fei Yi's heart, judging from the current situation, wouldn't it progress too quickly? Yes, of course you can. Tang Li smiled and said meaningfully, You're his woman. If you're not worried, who's going to be worried? As he spoke, he left with a chuckle, leaving Han Yunshi and Long Fei Yi alone. When Tang Li was around, Han Yunshi spoke calmly. However, once Tang Li left, the room became quiet, and Han Yunshi felt a little awkward. She sneaked a glance at Long Fei Yi and saw that Long Fei Yi was staring at her with interest. She decided to stay calm and let Long Fei Yi look at her without saying a word. However, reality proved that her self-control was far inferior to Long Fei Yi's. Not long after, she could not take it anymore. Your Highness, rest first. I'll go prepare the herbs. I'll have to change your medicine later. Han Yunshi wanted to escape as she spoke, but Long Fei Yi waved his hand. Come here. Seeing this, Han Yunshi panicked. Your Highness, you can't act recklessly. Chapter 367. When she saw Long Fei Yi wave at her, Han Yunshi rushed over and carefully took his hand before setting it down. Her quiet face was filled with seriousness. Your Highness, you're not allowed to move around for a month. Chenxia will keep an eye on you. It's inconvenient, Long Fei Yi said mildly. Although he was born into the imperial clan, he disliked being waited on and did many things himself. Moreover, He was used to practicing his swordsmanship early in the morning, then brewing tea and meditating afterwards. How could he stand not moving for a month? Han Yunshi didn't even think before she said, "Chenxia will wait on you whatever your highness wants to do." Long Fei Yi arched a brow at her, the interest in his eyes growing stronger. All right, Han Yunshi finally realized how complicated things were. If she wanted to wait on someone who couldn't use his hands, then she'd have to do a lot of things, including very private things. There really were many inconveniences. After a while, she added, have Chu Shifeng and Tang Li help. Seeing Han Yunshi's helpless, disappointed, and embarrassed expression, Long Fei Yi didn't say a word. Instead, he reached out again and tilted her chin up. Han Yunshi, you just have to help your lordship change his dressing. As expected, this woman didn't understand him well enough. He was obsessed with cleanliness and never liked other people touching him. It wasn't just women, but men as well. If he said he wouldn't die, then nothing would happen to him. His overbearingness, his mischievousness, and his gentleness were all her most fatal weaknesses. Han Yunshi immediately quieted down and tilted her chin up. According to Tang Li's words, she was clearly a fierce tigress, but now she was like a docile little lamb. Everything had its vanquisher. Just who had vanquished whom? Long Fei Yi said mildly, 1 month is too long. Tianhui would never give your lordship a month. But he'd hardly finished speaking when the guard by the door reported, Your Highness, there's a situation in the city. Speak, Long Fei Yi said. This morning, His Majesty officially gave you the title of Imperial Envoy for Disaster Relief. He requested that you set out to the disaster area today to save the victims from the fire and water. The Imperial Edict is already on the way and will be delivered to your residence soon. The secret guard replied truthfully. Damned Emperor Tianhui. If it wasn't for this accident, they would have been on their way long ago and wouldn't have needed to rush him. It had only been a few days, but Emperor Tianhui had already lost his cool and issued an imperial edict? He even ordered them to set out on the same day. Han Yunshi cursed in her heart. She swore to herself that she'd find a chance to prank Emperor Tianhui and let him have a taste of what it felt like to attend court with serious injuries. Get ready. We're going back to the residence. Long Fei Yi had no intention of resting. As he spoke, he clutched his chest and was about to get off the bed. Han Yunshi's heart ached. She hurriedly stopped him. Your Highness, please wait a little longer. If you need to pack anything, just let me know. Long Fei Yi was planning to check on that person in the secret room, but he hesitated before lying back down. There's nothing to pack. Help me change my clothes. This room was Long Fei Yi's sleeping quarters at the hidden pavilion. There wasn't a single servant girl inside. Everything inside was very simple: a bed, a chair, and a cupboard. Han Yunshi found a set of loose, black robes. Loose robes wouldn't bind the wound, but black robes would prevent blood from seeping out. Long Fei Yi didn't say much, but Han Yunshi understood. They'd have to hide the wound when they received the edict. News of his injuries couldn't be leaked, or else they'd never make it to the disaster areas. When Han Yunshi brought the robes over, she discovered that Long Fei Yi's undergarments were stained with blood. They'd have to change out of them as well. She could only go find clean undergarments, but by the time she returned, Long Fei Yi was undressing himself. Your Highness, let me do it. She was anxious and rushed over to hold his hand down again. Don't move. This time, Long Fei Yi was well behaved and didn't move. Han Yunshi's movements were very careful. She pulled open the belt, unbuttoned the collar, and then carefully took off the pure white undergarments from Long Fei Yi's back. Once the undergarments were taken off, Long Fei Yi's well-toned back was completely revealed. His bronze skin and almost perfect back lines made one's imagination run wild. Han Yunshi was sitting right behind him. She was very close, and everything was within reach. Although she deliberately avoided it, she couldn't help but take a few more glances. However, it was just a few glances that made her want to get closer, and even closer. You don't? Long Feiyi suddenly asked faintly. Han Yunshi was startled. She clearly hadn't done anything, but it seemed like she'd done something bad. Her face immediately turned red. You don't? Long Feiyi asked again. What? It was as if Long Feiyi knew what she was thinking. Han Yunshi panicked. Change clothes. Long Feiyi's patience had really improved a lot. Han Yunshi finally understood and hurriedly took out clean undergarments. However, she quickly discovered that she didn't know how to. Because of her profession, Han Yunshi had helped many people undress in her life. However, this was the first time she'd helped someone put on clothes. She held the undergarments on Long Feiyi's back. After helping him put them on, she didn't know what to do. In the end, Han Yunshi learned that it was easy to undress. You didn't have to raise your hand. But putting on clothes wasn't so easy. Raising one's hand was necessary. Just as she was about to tell Long Feiyi to raise his hand slightly, Long Feiyi raised his hands first. Both of his hands were raised in a horizontal line, the standard way to put on clothes. Han Yunshi was so ashamed that she almost buried her head in the covers. Only then did she help him put on his clothes. After tying his belt, Long Feiyi was quite satisfied. He said mildly, you'll have to serve me in the future. Han Yunshi didn't know what to say. This was the first time she realized that this guy was so bad. By the time Han Yunshi and Long Feiyi returned to the Duke of Qin's estate in a carriage, Emperor Tianhui's new favorite, Eunuch Chen, was already waiting for them. Thanks to Eunuch Shui's previous lesson, Eunuch Chen was well-behaved and didn't dare to act presumptuously. When he saw Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi return, he quickly read out the imperial edict before leaving. As the guard had reported, the imperial edict conferred Long Feiyi the title of Imperial Envoy for Disaster Relief. He was to rush to the disaster areas as soon as he received the edict. Although that was what the imperial edict said, Long Fei still had an excuse to delay things for a few days. But he couldn't afford to delay things at a time like this, because this matter had already been pushed to the heart of the storm. News of his trip to the disaster areas would probably spread throughout Tianning by tomorrow. If he delayed things for a few days, it'd give Emperor Tianhui a chance to smear his name. Public opinion could always be swayed. To put it nicely, it was a guide. To put it bluntly, it was control. On the way back from the hidden pavilion, he had already gotten a clear idea of the current state of public opinion. The celebration of the Crown Prince's wedding had been drowned out by discussions about the charity bazaar, but public opinion had shifted from praises for His Highness Duke of Qin's compassion for the people to discussions about his personal wealth. Today, a different opinion had emerged among the populace, turning their gratitude to the Duke of Qin's estate into demands. They assumed that since the Duke of Qin's estate had money, they should donate even more. Naturally, Emperor Tianhui was the mastermind behind all of this. He wasn't easy to deal with either. The battle for the hearts of the people had only just begun, so they had to advance step by step. That very night, Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi made some preparations before setting out on their journey. Long Feiyi chose to travel incognito without publicizing his whereabouts. Only Han Yunshi accompanied him. Even Zhao Mama was refused entry, but Han Yunshi had no idea how many others were traveling in secret. It wasn't until the second half of the night that Chu Shifeng came to report on the imperial uncle's estate that Han Yunshi realized he was traveling with them. As for Tang Li, he was left at the hidden pavilion to wait for the black-robed assassin to reappear. In the middle of the night, the surroundings were quiet as the carriage slowly made its way out of the southern gates of Tianning's capital city. Atop the city walls, a figure dressed in red robes fluttered in the wind, looking enchanting in the night like a spider lily in full bloom. It was both enchanting and mysterious. Gu had made a trip to the hidden pavilion and narrowly escaped being trapped by the Tang clan's assassination weapons. By the time he arrived, all he could see was the back of the carriage, but not Long Feiyi or his poison lass. Currently, his usual smile was nowhere to be seen. His eyes were narrowed into slits as they emanated a deathly chill. After a while, he finally spat out, "What a lucky bastard!" He was curious as to who had saved Long Fei. His poison lass definitely didn't have such skills. Of course, aside from his curiosity, he was also feeling gloomy. If he'd known this would happen, he would have been more ruthless. Not only did he fail to kill Long Fei this time, he'd only increase Long Fei's vigilance. It'd be harder to kill him next time. Moreover, with Long Fei's personality, he'd definitely do everything in his power to investigate his identity. How troublesome, Gu grumbled. He decided to lay low for a while. He hated messy and dirty places like the disaster regions, so he wouldn't go with them. It had been a long time since Mu Ling had sent him any letters. He didn't know how she was doing with her search for the medicine, so Gu decided to pay a visit to the Mu clan in Medicine City. He raised his wide, demonic red robes before suddenly plummeting from the city gates in a straight line. He was as beautiful as a red kite as he disappeared into the night. Gu hadn't gone far when a white figure appeared out of thin air in his place. It was the white-robed gentleman he hadn't seen in ages. His robes were whiter than snow, and he was elegant and untainted. A white veil covered his face, making him look mysterious and noble. His gaze was serene and calm, and his body emanated a clear aura that seemed capable of dispelling the darkness of the night and illuminating the world. He glanced at the city gates with a faint smile before quickly chasing after the carriage in front of him. There was a type of protection called the person standing in front of you, who would shelter you from the wind and rain, charge and break through enemy lines, and be your best friend. There was a type of protection called the person walking hand in hand with you, who would share life and death, honor and disgrace with you, and be the person you love the most. There was a type of protection called the person standing behind you, who would allow you to stride forward without any worries. That person was someone you'd never know. Nobody knew whether the white-robed gentleman would ever remove his veil in front of Yunxi in this lifetime. Chapter 368. In the middle of the night, the carriage slowly left Tianning's capital city. Han Yunxi had been exhausted from the past few days. She was planning to take a nap, but Long Fei ordered them to head southwest as soon as the carriage reached the outskirts of the city. There were 3 major disaster areas in Tianning this time, all of them in the central regions. The capital was in the north, so they should have headed south. Why did Long Fei want to head southwest? Han Yunxi was puzzled. Your Highness, could there be an ambush up ahead? Although news of Long Fei's injuries had been kept secret, they still had to be on guard against that black-robed man spreading the news. There were plenty of people in Cloud Realm Continent who wanted Long Fei's life, so they had to be extra careful. I'll take you somewhere. Long Fei was leaning lazily against a high pillow, his eyes closed as he took a nap. He didn't seem like a seriously injured man at all, nor did he seem to care about the disaster relief. Where was he taking her at a time like this? Han Yunxi guessed that it had something to do with disaster relief, but she couldn't figure out the specifics no matter how hard she racked her brains. She leaned against the windowsill and stared curiously at the night sky outside. She'd never taken this route before. Han Yunxi was so tired that she fell asleep as she stared and stared. But when she woke up the next morning, the carriage was still moving. Long Fei was already awake, reading a few secret missives in his right hand. Han Yunxi scooted to his side and tugged at his sleeve. Your Highness, where are we going? Just tell me. Long Fei didn't even lift his eyes as he ignored her. Your Highness, just tell me. Your Highness, just tell me. I can't guess. It looks like we'll have to travel quite a distance. Han Yunxi wouldn't relent. Long Fei didn't like to be disturbed when he was reading secret missives, but didn't lose his temper at all. He casually handed the missives over to Han Yunxi to read. The 3 letters all reported the same thing. The imperial uncle's estate was in a hurry to get rid of the grain. In 3 days, the imperial uncle's estate would have to hand over 1,000,000 gold coins to the Ministry of Revenue. Over the past few days, the imperial uncle's estate had been in a hurry to sell off the grain in their possession. However, they had yet to sell a single grain. It wasn't that no one wanted to buy the grain, but that the imperial uncle's price was too high. The imperial uncle had embezzled the grain with the intention of selling it after the price of the grain had risen. However, he was forced to sell it ahead of time. The shrewd and greedy imperial uncle would definitely try to raise the price of the grain as high as possible. Furthermore, the imperial uncle's estate was in dire need of a large sum of money. If they didn't sell for a good price, how could they have enough? The imperial uncle's estate had to hand over 2,400,000 taels in cash to the Ministry of Revenue, and he had already handed over 1,200,000 taels a few days ago. Some of the 1,200,000 taels in cash was the betrothal gift the crown prince had given to Mu Luiwe. Some of it came from the imperial uncle's estate's treasury, and some of it came from the loan sharks that the imperial uncle's estate had borrowed. Of course, the imperial uncle's estate's assets weren't limited to 1,200,000 taels. However, the imperial uncle was too shrewd. He had been exchanging the cash for land and collectibles all this time, waiting for the price to rise. As a result, the imperial uncle's estate didn't have much cash left. Any random antique or piece of land would be worth a few 100,000 taels, or even a few million taels. However, these things weren't cash, and they couldn't be casually auctioned or pawned off. If they were to be sold, the imperial uncle's estate would lose face as well. There were quite a few rich people even among the royalists. However, the imperial uncle's estate was the wealthiest among them all. They were the royalists' biggest backer. The imperial uncle simply couldn't bring himself to open his mouth. Thus, the imperial uncle's only option was to borrow money from loan sharks on the black market and pay them a high interest rate in exchange for immediate cash. They had to keep it a secret. Although there was no way to get an exact figure, it was still possible to estimate that the imperial uncle's debt to the loan sharks and the money he had to hand over to the Ministry of Revenue added up to 2,000,000 taels. Under these circumstances, if the imperial uncle's grain couldn't be sold for a high price, it'd be hard for them to break even, much less make a profit. Ordinary people wouldn't know such news. Even the noble circles in the capital who were used to eating imperial rations might not know. Instead, it was the merchants who traveled extensively and haggled over every penny who had sharp ears. They could hear the slightest rustle of grass in the wind. News of everything that happened at Grand Concubine Yi's birthday banquet had long spread. The sharp-eyed merchants smelled a business opportunity and predicted that the imperial uncle's estate would sell off their grain. There was no early riser without profit, and no crafty merchants without evil intentions. At a time like this, no one was willing to be a philanthropist and help the imperial uncle's estate. They would only loot a burning house and lower the price with tacit understanding. The secret missives were very clear. Someone had announced in Tianning's black markets that they were selling 30,000 dan of rice. The imperial uncle's estate had to be the mastermind behind such a large deal in times of famine. Everyone could guess, but they had no proof. Similarly, news of the imperial uncle's embezzlement had spread like wildfire, but no one had any evidence to prove it. It remained a rumor until now. After reading all 3 missives, Han Yunshi had a rough idea of the situation. She smiled and said, "Your Highness is planning to sell grain to help the people while arresting corrupt officials to rid the people of evil?" But Long Feiyi only shook his head. "No, your lordship is going to sell grain as well." This Han Yunshi was surprised. Is Long Feiyi joking? He's going to sell grain when they're short on grain? Although he had a large stockpile of grain in his Jiangnan estate, he'd already donated a lot of it. Where was he supposed to find grain to sell? Even if he did have grain, selling it would only boost the morale of the other merchants. If such a vicious cycle continued, it would be detrimental to the disaster relief effort. After all, the merchant's final goal was to sell the grain and get the silver from the imperial court. The imperial uncle still has 3 days. Your lordship wants him to lower the price by tomorrow, Long Fei said. Han Yunshi came to a sudden realization at his words. She couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Your Highness, so you're the craftiest one. Craftiest? This was the first time someone had dared to curse Long Fei in front of him. But he didn't get angry. Instead, he asked with amusement, You understand? Compared to the young ladies of this era, Han Yunshi knew far more than the other young ladies of this era. Of course she understood. While the merchants were trying to lower the price of the imperial uncle's food, Long Fei's interference by announcing that they were selling grain would undoubtedly cause the price of the imperial uncle's food to fall even further. In 3 days, the imperial uncle's estate would have to pay the Ministry of Revenue. Even if the imperial uncle didn't want to sell the grain cheaply, he would have no choice but to do so. A wise man would take advantage of the situation, while a capable man would create momentum. Long Fei's actions were creating momentum. Presumably, the situation in the black market's grain market would change very soon. Of course, all of this was secondary. Long Fei had only one goal in mind after all of this, and that was to find evidence of the imperial uncle's corruption. Only when the imperial uncle's estate really started selling grain would he have a chance to find witnesses and evidence. Otherwise, all of this would remain as rumors and conjectures. Long Fei was quite surprised to hear Han Yunshi's explanation. He had to explain a bunch of things to Tang Li before Tang Li could understand, but Han Yunshi had understood everything from just one sentence. Even now, he still felt like he had underestimated this woman. Long Fei didn't say anything, but he nodded as he listened. This was the greatest affirmation he could give to Han Yunshi. Once Han Yunshi finished her explanation, she struck while the iron was hot. She whispered, Your Highness, this concubine has a guess, but I'm not sure if it's correct. Speak, Long Fei said indifferently. Han Yunshi snickered. She leaned closer and whispered, Your Highness, this concubine guesses that you're just bluffing. You won't be able to sell a single grain. Long Fei chuckled when he heard this. As he laughed, he lifted Han Yunshi's chin and reminded her with a mischievous expression, Han Yunshi, being too smart isn't a good thing. However, Han Yunshi wasn't afraid of him. She slowly lowered his hand and said seriously, Your Highness, I already told you that you're not allowed to use your right hand. It'll affect your wound. On the way back to the Duke of Qin's estate from the hidden pavilion, she had almost quarreled with him. In the end, she had no choice but to compromise and only allowed him to use his left hand. His right hand was absolutely forbidden. Although they were talking about serious matters, she was still constantly paying attention to his movements and his injury. Seeing Han Yunshi's serious little face, Long Fei suddenly felt a sense of closeness. For some strange reason, he replied with a single word, All right. Naturally, Long Fei was going to take Han Yunshi to the black market. As the name implied, the black market was a secret marketplace, because it traded in items that the imperial court didn't approve of, or things that cost far more than the market price, as well as illegal methods of money transfer such as usury and money laundering. It was called black. There were 2 large black markets in Tianning. One was located southwest of the capital and was called the Sky Domain Black Market. The other was located at the 3-way battlefield between Tianning, Western Zhou, and Northern Li. It was called the 3-way Black Market. The 3-way Black Market was not only the largest in Tianning, but also the largest in Cloud Realm Continent. Many major cases that affected Cloud Realm Continent's economy originated from the 3-way Black Market. If not for the fact that they were pressed for time, the imperial uncle's estate probably would have chosen the 3-way Black Market instead of the Sky Domain Black Market. Because the 3-way Black Market was located on the border, the heavens were high and the emperor was far away. Moreover, the various factions within the black market were complex and complicated, making it difficult to unearth evidence. But this time, they were pressed for time, which gave Long Feiyi the perfect opportunity. Today at noon, Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi arrived at the Sky Domain Black Market. The Sky Domain Black Market was located in a secret underground world. Its entrance was hidden in a barren mountain range. Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi were both covered in face masks. Long Feiyi held tightly onto Han Yunxi's hand as soon as they reached the top of the mountain. They stopped in front of a black stele that was as tall as a man. Although it was broad daylight and the sun was high in the sky, the stele seemed exceptionally cold and gloomy. "This is the entrance," Long Feiyi said in a low voice. Han Yunxi had heard of this black market before, but never expected it to be so secretive. She was still wondering when Long Feiyi casually kicked the stele 3 times. Behind the stele, a pitch-black entrance slowly opened up. Soon enough, a hunchbacked old man carrying a lantern walked out. "Kicking the door with your feet, are you tired of living?" the old man scolded as he slowly raised his head. Chapter 369. The old man slowly raised his head, giving Han Yunxi a fright. He was blind in one eye, his face full of wrinkles and ravines. Add that to his fierce expression, and he looked absolutely ferocious. Long Feiyi didn't say a word, but tossed over an ingot of gold. Despite being blind in one eye, the old man's eyes were sharp and his hands were nimble enough to catch it. He greedily bit down on the ingot and confirmed that it was real gold. His attitude immediately changed 180 degrees, and even his voice grew warmer. "Sir, please come in." Han Yunxi glanced at the ingot and felt her heart ache for His Highness Duke of Qin. Just how rich was this guy to always be so generous with his money? He might have many businesses, but they shouldn't be that profitable. Outsiders might not know how rich he was, but she knew he had a limitless gold card and a bracelet worth as much as a country. Could it be that he'd dug up a treasure trove somewhere? The old man led the way as they passed through a cave and began to descend. Soon enough, a bustling underground world appeared before Han Yunxi's eyes. This could be called an underground city. Aside from the fact that it was underground, it was no different from a city above ground. The streets, shops, buildings, and all sorts of other amenities were present. The lights were bright, making it a city that never slept. Unlike the long-established three-way black market, the Sky Domain Black Market was formed after the founding of Tianing Country. As for whether there was anyone controlling it behind the scenes, no one knew. All they knew was that the so-called Sky Domain Association was in charge of this place. The members of the association were all major powers in the black market. The association was very lax in its management of the black market. All it did was collect protection fees from the traders. There were no restrictions on entering or leaving the black market. Anyone could come and go as they pleased. Of course, such laxness only hinted at the strength of the black market. It was so powerful that it didn't fear government officials investigating. Still, black markets had existed since ancient times in Cloud Realm continent. The imperial court would only suppress and ban the smaller ones, but never the larger ones. Because the forces behind these big black markets were really complicated, it was very likely that a slight move in one part would affect the whole situation. In the end, it was very likely that the imperial court would end up shooting itself in the foot, unable to clean up the mess. It had to be said that Long Feiyi was taking a huge risk by coming to the black market to investigate the imperial uncle's corruption. This was because everyone who traded here was under the protection of the Sky Domain Association. Long Feiyi stood on the opposite side of the Sky Domain Association. Once the truth came out, Long Feiyi would become an enemy of the entire Sky Domain black market. Perhaps even the entire Cloud Realm continent's black market. Han Yunxi followed Long Feiyi around a few streets and saw a lot of things being sold on the spot. She whispered, "Your Highness, this is a bit risky. The imperial uncle's estate is even more despicable than Tianhui. We must get rid of them." Long Feiyi was resolute. After taking Han Yunxi around a few times, they finally arrived at the grain trading district. Unlike the other districts, this one was very quiet and cheerless. Only a few stores were open, but there wasn't much stock in the stores. Although these stores sold their own grain, most of them were middlemen or informants. They only acted as middlemen and didn't do business. If someone wanted to sell grain, they'd find them, and they'd find a suitable buyer for the seller. Conversely, if someone wanted to buy grain, they'd find them too, and they'd help the buyer find a suitable seller. Some simply acted as middlemen, allowing the buyer and seller to make the transaction themselves. Others acted on behalf of the buyer and seller without ever seeing each other or knowing each other's identities. Of course, different types of transactions would result in different fees for the informant. Secret transactions like this were common on the surface as well, but here in Sky Domain Black Market, the informants were more professional and made more money. Han Yunxi didn't know much about these things. Long Fei Yi led Han Yunxi around as he explained the situation to her in a low voice. Han Yunxi was a smart girl and understood the situation at once. Long Fei Yi was very satisfied with her. The two of them pretended to be buyers and asked around in a few stores. Han Yunxi almost burst out laughing when she heard what they said. Almost everyone mentioned the 100,000 dan of grain, but no one mentioned the imperial uncle's 50,000 dan. Naturally, Long Fei Yi had purposely spread the news of the 100,000 dan of grain. He'd already stirred up the market before he'd even arrived. Originally, everyone was talking about the imperial uncle's 50,000 dan, but now no one was interested. Even the informants were too lazy to pull strings. "Shopkeeper, we can't afford 100,000 dan. Do you have 50,000 dan?" Han Yunxi asked modestly. "Dear customer, grain isn't expensive right now. 100,000 dan isn't much either. Do you really need that little bit of money to come here?" The shopkeeper chuckled. The higher the amount of the transaction, the higher the commission they would take. They naturally had to give up on the low to get the high. "Then, is 50,000 dan or 100,000 dan lower?" Han Yunxi asked again. 100,000 dan, 100,000 dan. Dear customer, you might not know this, but the seller of 100,000 dan is tight on cash and is in a hurry to sell it. Apparently, they're selling it at a low price. If you really want to buy it, this one can help you ask around. Look at how strongly they were recommending 100,000 dan. Long Fei Yi had only released the news that he had 100,000 dan of grain for sale. He hadn't even mentioned the price, but these people were able to fabricate so much information out of thin air. This was the market. When there was profit to be made, the dead could be said to be alive, and the black could be said to be white. 1 spread to 10, and 10 spread to 100. As the rumors spread, everyone believed them. Some prices were raised, while others were lowered. The shopkeeper said he'd help ask around, which meant he wanted money. Naturally, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi refused. Most shopkeepers like this were scammers. For such a large transaction, they could only find another informant, not the person selling the grain. Judging from the current state of the market, it was easy to imagine how much the imperial uncle's 50,000 dan of grain had been pushed down. Long Fei Yi was still very satisfied. He took Han Yunxi into a small grain shop. After a secret code exchange, the shopkeeper personally led them to the back courtyard, where Chu Shifeng and a middle-aged merchant were waiting. Han Yunxi immediately understood that this was Long Fei Ye's lair in Sky Domain Black Market. "Master, they're meeting at the Lin clan's grain shop tonight. Only 3 big merchants are going: Yuqing's Lin clan, Yuzhou's Wang clan, and Luo City's Ouyang clan," Chu Shifeng reported. Ever since the auction, he'd been investigating the situation in the black market. If His Highness hadn't been injured and delayed for 3 or 4 days, they might have found the imperial uncle's representative long ago. Just 3. Long Fei Yi was surprised as well. There were originally 5 or 6. Chu Shifeng smiled. But they're all waiting for Master's 100,000 dan. Who's the seller? Long Fei Yi asked. Naturally, the seller was the imperial uncle's estate, but he wouldn't be stupid enough to use his own people. Long Feiyi was asking about the people who'd come today. At this moment, the middle-aged merchant spoke up. To reply, Your Highness, we still don't know who's coming today. This subordinate used many connections, but was still rejected. This merchant was called Wu Shu, the owner of this grain shop. He was also Long Feiyi's informant in the black market. He'd visited the Lin clan's grain shop twice to ask for the 50,000 dan of grain, but had been rejected. Although the imperial uncle's estate was short on money, they were still cautious with their business dealings. If the buyer wasn't a regular or reliable customer, they'd refuse to even meet them, much less make a deal. If they couldn't infiltrate their ranks, then it'd be difficult to find any evidence. Of course, Long Feiyi had already found out the location of tonight's trade. He could simply go and arrest the person himself, but he'd never give up any information. Doing so would be akin to beating the grass and startling the snake. They'd already forced the imperial uncle's estate to get rid of the grain, but if they couldn't find a buyer, then all their efforts would be for naught. Very soon, everyone fell into deep thought. Han Yunxi's eyes darted around before she suddenly grinned. Your Highness, Qinxia has a plan. Speak. Long Feiyi was looking forward to it. Han Yunxi didn't disappoint. She grinned and said, Your Highness, how about we hold an auction for instant kills? Instant kills? Treasure hunters were familiar with the phrase, but Long Feiyi and the rest didn't understand. Esteemed Wang Fei, what do you mean? Chu Shifeng asked timidly. Only then did Han Yunxi realize she'd spoken too quickly. She chuckled and said, Let's hold a rush sale and take out 10,000 dan of grain for everyone to buy. The price will be 10,000 dan for 10,000 taels, how's that? Seeing everyone's bewildered expressions, Han Yunxi quickly added, We'll hold one auction tonight, then continue tomorrow and the next 2 days. Chu Shifeng and Wu Shu were stunned by her words. Long Feiyi couldn't help but laugh out loud. This was his first time praising someone so directly. Han Yunxi, your lordship has to give it to you. 10,000 dan of grain was worth at least 30,000 taels on the black market. Han Yunxi had set the price at 10,000 taels, so no wonder everyone was scrambling to buy. Once the auction was held, it would definitely cause a stir in the black market. The Lin clan of Yu City, the Wang clan of Yuzhou City, and the Ouyang clan of Luo City would definitely know about it. Therefore, they might not go to the Lin clan's grain store tonight. The worst part of Han Yunxi's plan wasn't the price, but the timing. She'd said she'd hold a scramble for 3 days, which meant that she'd be in the mood to buy grain from the imperial uncle's estate during that time. Although 10,000 dan of grain was less than 50,000 dan, everyone would wait to see if there would be more such events after the scramble and whether the black market prices would continue to fall. Everyone who wanted to buy grain could afford to wait for 3 days, but the imperial uncle's estate couldn't. Once the 3 days were over, the imperial uncle's estate would have to pay the Ministry of Revenue. Thus, if they couldn't afford to pay up, they'd be desperate to buy grain. In other words, the imperial uncle's estate should pay Amitabha whenever anyone tried to buy grain during this time. They wouldn't have any leeway to refuse buyers. Esteemed Wang Fei, this one admires you. Admirable. Wu Shu immediately clasped his hands respectfully. He'd lived most of his life and only admired His Highness Duke of Qin. Today, he admired Qin Wang Fei as well. Naturally, he'd heard rumors about Qin Wang Fei being favored by the imperial uncle. He didn't believe it at first, but now he had to. Who wouldn't like such a smart woman? Wu Shu, do you have 30,000 dan of grain? Long Feiyi asked. Since they were going to scramble for grain, they naturally needed to have it on hand. This subordinate will keep this bit of grain for your highness's sake. Wu Shu smiled. Tonight, the black market was destined to be restless. Chapter 370. Since Uncle Wu had 30,000 dan of grain in his hands, Han Yunxi dared to go all out. After a round of discussion, Uncle Wu immediately released a notice in the name of the grain store that very afternoon. The notice only emphasized the price of the purchase, but didn't mention the method of purchase. Forget about the black market, even in the outside world, 10,000 dan of grain for 10,000 taels was considered a low price. The price alone caused the entire black market to boil over in less than an hour. Everyone was discussing the matter. 10,000 dan of grain was a lot. Uncle Wu only wanted to take out a portion, but Han Yunxi demanded that all 10,000 dan of grain be brought out. Afraid that there wouldn't be enough time, Uncle Wu shot a questioning look at Long Feiyi, but Long Feiyi only said, "Do as Wang Fei says." Thus, Uncle Wu sent a group of men to carry the dan of grain out of the storehouse. A few tall, burly men spent the entire afternoon going in and out of the store. 1 dan of grain was carried from 2 ends. One could only imagine how spectacular the sight would be when 10,000 dan of grain were piled up in front of the store. The purchase hadn't even begun yet, but the store was already surrounded by a crowd of onlookers. The closer it got to night, the more people gathered and the livelier the scene became. This time, there were no restrictions on the purchase. In other words, anyone could participate. By the time the time drew near, the entire street of grain stores was already packed with people. As long as you were in the night market, it was impossible not to know what was going on. In the rear courtyard, Han Yunxi and Long Feiyi were drinking tea and chatting about tonight's purchase. Chu Shifeng rushed in from the outside, but stopped short at the gates to the rear courtyard. From a distance, he saw His Highness Duke of Qin and esteemed Wang Fei chatting over tea and suddenly felt like he was dreaming. The scene seemed so surreal and unreal. Under the hazy moonlight and rising tea smoke, His Highness Duke of Qin was as handsome as an immortal while esteemed Wang Fei's face was as delicate as a flower. Esteemed Wang Fei alternated between talking and laughing, while His Highness Duke of Qin listened attentively. Occasionally, he would even ask a few questions. Chu Shifeng had never seen His Highness Duke of Qin so patient in his entire life, much less talk with someone for so long. After all, they had been talking the whole afternoon. "Chu Shifeng, is something the matter?" Long Feiyi suddenly asked. He knew as soon as Chu Shifeng stepped into the courtyard, but he didn't want to interrupt Han Yunxi. Chu Shifeng recovered his wits and immediately stepped forward. "Your Highness, Yu City's Lin clan has arrived. It's not Master Lin himself, but his personal attendant." "Is it time?" Long Feiyi asked indifferently. "There's still an hour." Chu Shifeng had been keeping track of the time. Initially, he thought that the Lin family of Yu City, the Wang family of Yuzhou City, and the Ouyang family of Luo City would all come. However, only the Lin family of Yu City showed up. "Your Highness, esteemed Wang Fei, could they be tonight?" The 3 clans had agreed to meet with the imperial uncle at the Lin clan's grain store. Chu Shifeng had heard that the heads of all 3 clans had come as well. Although the imperial uncle's estate had only announced that they were selling 50,000 dan of grain, everyone in the know knew that was just a rumor. Once the price was settled, the imperial uncle's estate would have plenty of grain to sell. The imperial uncle's estate was in dire need of money, so how could 50,000 dan of grain be enough? Chu Shifeng was most worried that the 3 clans wouldn't be lured away by the news and would continue to make deals with the imperial uncle's estate tonight. They won't. Han Yunxi was certain. She wasn't a merchant, but she knew how merchants fought over the smallest details. If this was a legitimate business transaction, perhaps there would be the exchange of favors and face. However, in the black market, everyone was here for the benefits. The fact that the heads of the 3 clans had personally come to the black market meant that they were planning to buy plenty of grain. A single dan of grain only lacked a few taels of silver, but 100,000 dan or 200,000 dan meant a huge difference. They absolutely had to weigh the market before they finally made a move. Yu City's Lin clan's pageboy had come as well, which meant that they were still paying attention to the matter. Chu Shifeng only knew how to fight in the palace, so he didn't know anything about business wars. Nor did he understand how a woman like esteemed Wang Fei had learned so many heretical tricks. Still, seeing that His Highness hadn't said a word, he knew esteemed Wang Fei couldn't be wrong. As expected, Uncle Wu's attendant soon arrived. Your Highness, esteemed Wang Fei, the head of the Ouyang clan has shown his face. He's drinking tea with Uncle Wu right outside. Han Yunxi was thrilled and teased. Chu Shifeng, I really should have made a bet with you. Chu Shifeng said resentfully. This subordinate can't afford to bet. Chu Shifeng thought back to the past year. None of the people who'd made bets with esteemed Wang Fei had good endings, so he decided to forget about it. Soon enough, Uncle Wu's attendant recognized the head of the Lin and Yuzhou clans in the crowd. Everything was within Han Yunxi's expectations. Han Yunxi saw that it was about time and rose to her feet. Your Highness, do you want to join in the fun? Long Fei Yi didn't speak, but rose to his feet and scooped Han Yunxi into his arms. This guy's getting more and more domineering. Your Highness, Han Yunxi was about to speak when Long Fei Yi took her to the roof. If you want to watch the show, you have to be on high ground. He sat down with her in his arms as a sea of people gathered below them. His words made sense. If they looked down from the roof, they'd have a panoramic view of the entire scene. Only by being on high ground could they see the real show. Once they were in the middle of it all, it was very likely that they'd become part of the crowd. By now, the auction had officially begun. Uncle Wu was in charge. The tall auction counter was made up of bags of rice, and the surrounding area was simply a sea of grains. As soon as Uncle Wu raised his hand, the noisy crowd instantly quieted down. There were 3 circles of people inside and outside. There were people from all walks of life. A few big businessmen stood at the front in a high-profile manner. The Ouyang family was one of them. Many of them were low-key, hiding in the crowd and bringing a lot of servants with them. Although they didn't know how the auction was going to be held, the word auction was enough to make everyone nervous. These 10,000 dan of grains weren't a small bargain, but a big bargain. The crowd was silent, but everyone's heart wasn't calm. They were all curious and looked forward to the auction. Actually, after the news of the auction was announced, the most discussed topic was how to auction. These 10,000 dan of grains were going to be sold at one time, so how could they be auctioned? Uncle Wu was about to open his mouth when someone finally couldn't hold it in and shouted, "Boss, how are we going to auction? Quickly tell us." Once this was said, the restless crowd started to make a ruckus again. Everyone, please calm down. Listen to me. Uncle Wu quickly calmed the crowd down. He wasn't in a hurry to tell them how the auction was going to be held. Instead, he announced another important matter. Everyone, today is the store's 5th anniversary. In order to thank everyone for their love over the years, this store will take out a total of 30,000 dan of grains. They are rice, wheat, and millet. The auction will be held for 3 consecutive days. 10,000 dan will be auctioned at one time and the goods will be delivered on the same day. There will be no other fees. Once Uncle Wu finished speaking, the crowd started to boil again. They thought there would only be one auction. Who knew there would be 2 more in the next 2 days? And it was different grains. This store had always been low-key. Why was it suddenly so generous? In the midst of the discussion, Uncle Wu shouted again, "Everyone, don't worry. This store will do what it says. Although this store is small, it has plenty of grains. 3 days later, if anyone wants to buy or sell in bulk, the price can be negotiated." Most of the people who came to take advantage of the situation didn't pay attention to Uncle Wu's words. But those who wanted to buy and sell in bulk immediately understood. This store had grains, and the price would be discounted. The head of the Ouyang family immediately ordered his servant, Go to the Lin family's grain store. Tell them, old man, that I have something to do tomorrow, and we'll talk about it in a few days." The head of the Ouyang family originally planned to watch the show tonight and continue negotiating with the Lin family tomorrow. But now, it seemed that he would have to wait and see the price here. As for the Lin family of Yu City, and the Wang family of Yuzhou City, they did the same thing. Only their excuses were different. One said that they were a little short on funds and needed a few days to get the money. The other said that he suddenly felt unwell and needed a few days to discuss the price. Han Yunxi and Long Fei sat on top of the roof, observing the situation from a high vantage point. Han Yunxi smiled. "Your Highness, it seems that everything is going well." Long Fei nodded. Han Yunxi smiled mischievously. "Your Highness, if this matter is settled, will you reward me?" Long Fei was very generous. "Reward?" Han Yunxi quickly asked. "What kind of reward?" Long Fei glanced at her. "We'll talk about it after it's settled. Right now, Uncle Wu was about to announce the method of buying the goods." Everyone waited attentively, afraid that they'd miss something. Even the attendants by Chu Shifeng and Uncle Wu's sides were curious and expectant. They'd been busy all afternoon, but still didn't know the method. Uncle Wu took out an embroidered ball and raised it high in the air. An embroidered ball? What was going on? "Do you want to snatch the embroidered ball?" Someone shouted out. There was no laughter, only absolute silence. "Exactly. Everyone, after 1 hour, whoever has this embroidered ball will get the chance to buy it. There are only 2 conditions. No martial arts and no killing," Uncle Wu said loudly. Everyone was stunned at his words. Chu Shifeng couldn't help but look up at Han Yunxi. What kind of brain did this woman have? She actually thought of stealing embroidered balls? There were at least 500 people here. Stealing for an hour wasn't just stealing, but rioting. Actually, Han Yunxi was flabbergasted as well. She was the one who'd come up with the method, but she'd never found a suitable one. Thus, His Highness Duke of Qin had come up with this method. His Highness Duke of Qin had said that he wanted to meet the manager of Sky Domain Black Market, so he wanted to use this chance to throw the market into chaos. Uncle Wu tossed the embroidered ball high into the air. In a flash, people swarmed towards it from all sides. "You snatch it from me, you kick me, you pull me apart, you punch me, I kick you." Naturally, the big merchants backed away, but the page boys they'd brought with them weren't idle. All of them threw themselves at the ball, throwing the entire street into chaos as the situation spiraled out of control. Han Yunxi finally understood what Long Fei meant when he said, "If you want to watch the show, you have to be on high ground." Chapter 371. It wasn't clear who snatched the ball and ran out with it in his robes. Thus, everyone chased after him. Once again, the chaos spiraled out of control and spread throughout the grain trading district. One of Long Fei's scouts soon returned with a report. "Your Highness, the Sky Domain Association's men have surrounded the entire grain trading district. They're all using masked men dressed in black robes who look like martial arts practitioners. They've said that as long as it doesn't affect other businesses, they can do whatever they want here." Long Fei's eyes flashed with admiration before he waved a hand to dismiss the scout. The Sky Domain Association's lax management style was truly admirable. Even Han Yunxi was curious as to whether or not the black market had a true leader, and who he or she was. Long Fei's probing had failed this time. Of course, he'd only done it in passing, but that wasn't their main business. Their main business was the Lin clan's grain store. Han Yunxi had asked around just then, and the owner of the Lin clan's grain store was among the crowd. With the 3 merchants and the owner of the Lin clan's grain store here, there was no chance for the Imperial Uncle's men tonight. Perhaps he was mixed in with the crowd as well. Han Yunxi and Long Fei weren't planning to make a move tonight. They were only here to watch the show, but it'd be too obvious if they made a move now. An hour wasn't a long time, but it wasn't short either. The closer it got, the more intense the fighting became. Chu Shifeng almost joined the fray himself, but in the end, he held himself back. His Highness Duke of Qin could still afford 10,000 dan of grain. In the end, a young man around 16 or 17 years old took the ball. Chu Shifeng recognized him at a glance, but didn't say a word in front of the crowd. As soon as he returned to the rear courtyard, he wanted to slap the boy. This was none other than one of His Highness Duke of Qin's guards, Su Donglin. Han Yunshi blocked Chu Shifeng's hand. "What are you doing?" Chu Shifeng gave a start before he understood. How could His Highness Duke of Qin's guards act on their own without orders? However, he was shocked that Han Yunshi was already able to command the Duke of Qin's secret guards. "There's a shortage of food in the disaster area. We can't sell even a single grain." As Han Yunshi spoke, she released Chu Shifeng's hand. "You go steal it tomorrow." Chu Shifeng's mouth twitched. Tearing things apart with his bare hands when he couldn't use martial arts was definitely an arduous task. The next night, the situation was much the same as the previous night, except for the addition of Chu Shifeng's anguished wails. The imperial uncle, who was far away in the imperial capital, was extremely anxious when he received the news of the black market. However, he still didn't show himself. He only sent a secret letter to a few people and finally delivered it to the Lin family's grain store. The informant of the Lin family's grain store opened it and saw a sentence written on it. "Take advantage of the situation and sell them all." The imperial uncle had been driven to desperate measures. He had taken advantage of this situation to sell off all the grain he had on hand. Although the price was low, the total price wasn't low. At the very least, it was enough for him to pay the Ministry of Revenue and repay the loan sharks. The informants in the Lin family's grain store began to discuss urgently. Sell them cheap? What kind of price are they going to sell them for? They're selling them for 10,000 dan for 10,000 taels. Who knows what price they'll sell them for after tomorrow? Forget about them. We have to get the money by tomorrow night at the latest, or else none of us will have a good day. No matter what, someone has to buy our grain. Are we really going to sell them for 10,000 dan for 10,000 taels? Everyone quieted down at these words. After thinking it over, it seemed that this was the only way to sell off all the grain they had. The head of the family immediately wrote a secret letter to report to his superiors. Although they could guess that the imperial uncle's estate was their top priority, none of their letters had left behind any traces of him. Whether it was the secret letter they received or the secret letter they sent out, they all had to go through the hands of several people. The imperial uncle had already been forced into a corner, but he was still cautious about these details. While the Lin family's grain store was waiting for news, Han Yunshi and the rest prepared to take action. Wu Shu had already retreated behind the scenes, allowing the commotion outside to continue. He respectfully reported, "Your Highness, this subordinate has arranged for 2 trustworthy people." At this time, it was time for them to go to the Lin family to buy grain. Long Feiyi trusted Wu Shu's work. He was about to nod when Han Yunshi suddenly stood up. "Your Highness, this concubine will go with you." Long Feiyi frowned unhappily. "What are you going to do?" Long Feiyi had always been a strategist and didn't like to show his face in public. He also didn't want Han Yunshi to show her face in public. "I'm going to haggle," Han Yunshi replied matter-of-factly. "They know how to do it too," Long Feiyi said indifferently. He still refused. If it was in the past, Han Yunshi would have just said, "Oh," and left it at that. But she had become much bolder recently. She leaned over and smiled fawningly. "Your Highness, let this concubine go. This concubine guarantees that my identity won't be exposed. I guarantee that I'll be able to bargain for the lowest price and clear out their entire stockpile." Long Feiyi ignored her and brewed tea with his left hand. Han Yunshi hurriedly helped him brew tea with a fawning expression. "Your Highness, please agree to this concubine's request. If this concubine goes, I'll be able to ask some questions." Most women knew how to act coquettishly. Wu Shu was already used to His Highness Duke of Qin making exceptions for esteemed Wang Fei. He had thought that esteemed Wang Fei would act coquettishly and was quite looking forward to it. But who would have thought that this concubine would be so fawning? Could it be that she didn't know how to act coquettishly? Whether Han Yunshi knew how to act coquettishly or not, and whether she would act coquettishly in front of Long Fei, only she knew. In any case, she really was trying to curry favor right now and wasn't acting coquettishly. She eagerly poured tea for Long Fei and respectfully offered pastries with both hands. "Your Highness, do you agree?" Long Fei drank the tea and ate the pastries as usual, but he didn't say anything. In the end, when he slowly finished drinking his tea, Han Yunshi had no other choice and wanted to give up. Who would have thought that he would actually stand up and say, "Go tidy up. This prince will go with you." The two servants wanted to cry to death. It wasn't easy for them to get a chance to perform, but it was gone just like that. Wu Shu had a look of disbelief on his face. His Highness Duke of Qin looked cold, but he was clearly doting on esteemed Wang Fei in every way. After Han Yunshi tidied up, she put on a cool and elegant heavy makeup. Her long eyebrows reached her temples, and her tender lips were as red as fire. She rarely put on makeup, but with this makeup, she seemed like a completely different person. Even people familiar with her wouldn't be able to recognize her at first glance. It had to be said that a good foundation made her look beautiful no matter what she did. Han Yunshi's makeup made her look gorgeous without being vulgar. Her eyes were open-minded and unruly to begin with, but now she looked even more aloof and refined, noble and inviolable. This Han Yunshi was more beautiful than ever. Long Fei stared at her for a long time before turning away without a word. He was still dressed in black robes and a mask, acting as Han Yunshi's attendant. It wasn't clear whether Long Fei had restrained his aura, or if Han Yunshi's makeup had strengthened her aura. Long Fei stood quietly behind her like a personal bodyguard. The two of them left the rear courtyard and soon ran into Chu Shifeng running past them with an embroidered ball in his hand. Chu Shifeng didn't even recognize them. There was still some distance between Wu Shu's grain store and the Lin clan's grain store. The two of them walked one after the other, avoiding the crowds fighting over the ball as they walked. With a great deity like Long Fei acting as her attendant, Han Yunshi was probably the only person in the world who could walk with a clear conscience and open mind. Ever since the incident with Gu Beiwei, she'd grown much closer to Long Fei. Before she knew it, she'd grown less fearful of him and more intimate with him. If this was the past, she'd be very careful with Long Fei walking behind her like this. Her heart would be in a mess. But now, she didn't even realize that everything had happened so naturally. Of course, she hadn't noticed the strange look in Long Fei's eyes since they'd left the house. As they walked, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. Long Fei wasn't stupid enough to bump into her, so he stopped as well. Long Fei was about to ask when Han Yunshi suddenly quickened her steps. Long Fei could only hurry after her. Abruptly, Han Yunshi stopped again, followed by Long Fei. This woman was clearly playing with him. Long Fei's face was covered by a black cloth, revealing only a pair of bottomless eyes. It was impossible to see his expression. Han Yunshi quickened her steps again, while Long Fei chased after her. As they walked, Han Yunshi's lips quirked up into a crafty smile. Suddenly, she backed up a large step. Long Fei was an expert, so he'd know as soon as Han Yunshi made a move. Just then, his movements had been in sync with hers. However, this time, he actually stood in the same spot and did not move. As a result, Han Yunshi solidly bumped into Long Fei. "Haha, I did it on purpose." Han Yunshi was amused. She openly admitted that she was in a good mood tonight, so she was just joking around. She was about to turn around, but Long Fei suddenly wrapped his arms around her waist and didn't let go. His voice was hoarse as he said, "This prince also did it on purpose." Han Yunshi slightly stiffened. Just as she didn't know what to say, Long Fei's hot breath landed on her neck. Heavens, he actually leaned over and kissed her neck from behind. Han Yunshi felt like she'd been electrocuted. Her whole body suddenly quivered, and her originally relaxed nerves instantly tensed up. What's wrong with this guy? Such an intimate action came so suddenly. This wasn't like his style at all. His soft kisses, accompanied by his hot breath, spread from Han Yunxi's jade neck to her ears. Han Yunxi didn't dare to move, but her body's reaction was very real. Very soon, she couldn't take it anymore and her entire body fell into Long Fei Ye's embrace. "Your Highness!" she instinctively called out softly. Long Fei Ye didn't reply to her. His light kisses continued without a sound, so gentle that even he himself didn't notice. This woman definitely didn't know how mesmerizing she looked with her makeup. Chapter 372. Who was the one who couldn't control themselves? And who was the one who couldn't control themselves? In the quiet night, the noise of the crowd faded away, leaving only a hazy ambiguity. Under the faint moonlight, one's mind was in a mess and their emotions were in a daze. Soft kisses wandered silently, and the pressure from the tall figure behind her grew stronger. Han Yunxi couldn't help but raise her head, and in her ecstasy, she saw the bright moon in the sky. "Long Fei Yi, don't," she just called out unconsciously, but it was precisely this "don't" that stopped Long Fei Ye's rhythm. In an instant, Long Fei Yi let go of his hand and even took a step back. Heaven and hell were often just a step away. Han Yunxi instantly sobered up, and her heart pounded wildly. For a moment, she didn't dare to look back. Heavens, what was that guy doing just now? This was the street. Although she wasn't conservative, she wasn't wanton either. If he hadn't stopped just now and continued, where would he have kissed? Thinking of this, Han Yunxi's neck and ears burned, as if they were on fire. The intoxication in Long Fei Ye's eyes faded, and in its place was a trace of irritation. The self-control that he had always been proud of could actually collapse like this. He really didn't like this side of himself. Towards this woman, he had never allowed himself to indulge in himself. The two of them stood like this, one in front and one behind, in silence. The silence didn't last for too long, and Long Fei Yi opened his mouth cold. "Let's go." This guy could actually be so calm after bullying someone. Han Yunxi should have heaved a sigh of relief, but she actually felt a sense of emptiness. She couldn't accept it, but she didn't have the courage to look back at him. When Long Fei Yi said to go, Han Yunxi obediently walked forward. Fortunately, the journey wasn't short, and there was enough time for Han Yunxi to adjust her state of mind. By the time they arrived at the Lin family's grain store, Han Yunxi's redness had mostly disappeared. The two of them looked as if nothing had happened, but there was an ambiguous atmosphere between them that only they could sense. To outsiders, they looked like a pair of master and servant. It had to be said that Long Fei Yi was a very competent attendant. When they arrived at the Lin family's grain store, he didn't stay as close to Han Yunxi as he did. Han Yunxi's first, and he only followed her in. His actions were very polite, and he looked even more like an attendant. The Lin family's grain stores as well as the imperial uncle's eyes in the black market. That was why they had to put up a good act. "Who? T-test? T, is anyone here?" Han Yunxi shouted. The man looked up lazily. He glanced at her, then immediately went back to sleep. "What's going on?" Han Yunxi was about to ask when the man suddenly looked up again. He rubbed his eyes, and a lecherous look appeared in his eyes. Han Yunxi immediately sensed the man's evil intentions. She didn't even do anything, but she already felt a cold, sinister intent behind her back. This made Han Yunxi feel even safer. She raised her brows and asked coldly, "Where's your boss?" Han Yunxi didn't know how charming she was with her cold and elegant outfit. Coupled with her cold expression and icy voice, she was simply a stunner. There were some men who especially liked to provoke cold beauties like her. "Tisk, tsk, 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 tisk." The man didn't say anything. He pouted as he walked over, looking foppish and frivolous. Han Yunxi originally wanted to use some poison to teach this lecher a lesson, but considering that they had business to attend to, she didn't want to alert the enemy. She could only endure it. The man walked over. He was already in front of Han Yunxi, but he didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. He was actually forcing his way to her. Han Yunshi took a step back. Unexpectedly, the man took another step forward. His smile was especially vulgar. "Beauty, do you want to buy grain? Call your boss out," Han Yunshi said coldly. She gave in once again. "What's the matter? Just say it. This young master can make the decision." This foppish young master was none other than Master Lin's nephew, third young Master Chen. Master Lin and a few of his companions were discussing the matter of selling grain at a low price in the backyard while waiting for the imperial uncle's secret letter. The grain store was temporarily left in third young Master Chen's care. "I want to buy a lot. You can't make the decision. Cut the crap. Hurry up and call Master Lin out." Han Yunshi's patience had its limits. Unexpectedly, third young Master Chen wanted a yard after taking an inch. He actually approached Han Yunshi again. This time, Han Yunshi didn't back down. Instead, she pushed him away with both hands and said coldly, "Get lost." Third young Master Chen didn't expect this. He was pushed so hard that he crashed into the table, toppling all the tea and pastries. He got up, licked his lips, and actually laughed lewdly. "So you're not a cold beauty. You're a hot girl. Hee, just what this young master wants." After saying this, he immediately ordered, "Men, close the door for this young master." A servant had already rushed to the backyard to find Master Lin. The servant present didn't dare to offend third young Master Chen and immediately went to close the door. Seeing this, Han Yunshi wasn't afraid. After all, she had a powerful backer that was more reliable than a mountain behind her. As soon as the door closed, third young Master Chen pounced over. "Hot girl, hurry up and let this young master have a taste." Seeing him approaching, Han Yunshi reacted quickly. She raised her hand and slapped him hard on the face. Slap. Third young Master Chen was immediately stunned. A burning handprint appeared on his face. The surrounding servants were all dumbfounded. The Lin family's grain store had a very high status in the black market. Master Lin didn't have any children. He only had this nephew, so he doted on him very much. Everyone knew that third young Master Chen used the influence of the grain store to commit crimes. Master Lin could even help him take care of flirting with women in front of everyone outside, let alone in the store. Who would have thought that this girl would actually dare to hit him today? No matter how good third young Master Chen's mood was, it was ruined by this slap. He covered the side of his face and revealed a fierce look. "Men, hold her down. If this young master doesn't whip her to death, my surname isn't Chen." As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of a whip suddenly rang out. Before anyone could react, third young Master Chen's face was whipped. In an instant, his skin split open and his flesh was exposed. It was a horrifying sight. Long Fei Yi held the whip in his right hand. With a gentle wave, the whip was pulled back. The whole world knew that he was best at swords, but in fact, his whip skills were far superior to his swordsmanship. This whip didn't need much strength for him at all. At this time, third young Master Chen and the servants present finally noticed the existence of this masked servant in black. After all, there were too many masked men in black in the black market. Long Fei Yi had been silent since he came in. Who would have thought that he was so difficult to deal with? "Ah!" Third young Master Chen screamed in pain. He didn't know what to do. Han Yunshi looked back and was unhappy. She almost said, "Your Highness," but fortunately stopped in time. She pretended to scold, "I said you can't hit him. The doctor said that he couldn't hit him." She wouldn't argue with him if he hit her in daily life, but this kind of hit should be avoided if possible. "Then what about my feet?" Long Fei Yi asked back. Before Han Yunshi could react, Long Fei Yi suddenly kicked third young Master Chen, who was shouting in pain, and sent him flying. Han Yunshi couldn't help but laugh. "That's not a problem." However, Long Fei Yi didn't laugh. It seemed that he was unhappy. Third young Master Chen fell to the ground with a thud. His previous arrogance was all gone. A big man actually choked with sobs. Someone, get my uncle here. Quick, get my uncle here. Soon, Master Lin heard the news and came. When he entered and saw this scene, he was furious. Who are you? How dare you be so presumptuous in my Lin family's grain store? People who buy grain, Han Yunshi coldly answered. Although they had to hide their identity and keep a low profile, it didn't mean that they could be bullied. I'm not selling. Third young Master Chun immediately shouted, Uncle, this woman hit me, and that man also hit me. You must kill them for me. As he spoke, he added unwillingly, I'll hit that man. Someone, get me a whip. I want to whip him to death. However, who knew that the angry Master Lin would suddenly fall silent? One had to know that he was most worried about no one buying grain. His gaze swept past Long Feiyi, and then he looked at Han Yunshi seriously. He asked carefully, How much do you want? He was very clear about the current situation. People who came to buy grain at this juncture must not be simple. Uncle. Third young Master Chin was dissatisfied. He only cared about eating, drinking, and playing. How would he know the current situation? Master Lin glared at him, and he lowered his head resentfully. He should hurry to see a doctor, but he was unwilling. Miss, how much do you want to buy? Master Lin asked again. I heard that you have 50,000 Dan here? Han Yunshi asked back. As soon as these words came out, Master Lin knew that this woman was from the underworld. Everyone knew that there were 50,000 Dan of grain for sale, but only very experienced people would be able to find him here. Although Master Lin was anxious to sell the grain, he was still cautious. He didn't answer, but asked back, How much do you want? How much do you have? Han Yunshi asked again. Master Lin had a rough idea of what was going on. His attitude softened a lot and he smiled. Miss, why don't we talk inside? Unexpectedly, Han Yunshi laughed coldly. Apologize first, otherwise please open the door. Although I'm anxious to buy grain, I don't care about your shop. Han Yunshi's words sounded like she was targeting third young Master Chun, but she deliberately revealed two things to Master Lin. First, she was anxious to buy grain. Second, she didn't come to the Lin family's grain shop specially. If Han Yunshi directly said that she was anxious to buy grain and didn't care about the Lin family, perhaps a shrewd person like Master Lin wouldn't believe her. However, Han Yunshi used third young Master Chen's matter to say this, so Master Lin basically believed her. Master Lin knew third young Master Chen's nature the best. He didn't need to ask much to know that he wanted to tease her again. After all, Master Lin wasn't someone who was easy to deal with. He looked at third young Master Chen and said seriously, Miss, my nephew has been beaten up by you. Can this be considered an apology? Chapter 373. Merchants in the black market were much more shrewd and cunning than normal merchants. Master Lin knew that Han Yunshi was not an ordinary person when he saw her temperament the moment he entered. He was even more certain that they were not to be trifled with when he saw third young Master Chen's injuries. First of all, the black-clothed guards were not simple to be able to use the whip so accurately in such a small room. Second of all, these two dared to offend the powerful grain store in the black market, so they must be very confident. Master Lin was already a bit afraid of Han Yunshi, so his answer to Han Yunshi was just a test. Han Yunshi was a woman who was very shrewd except for Long Feiyi. She was sure that Master Lin was testing her. Not enough. Her attitude was cold and arrogant. They beat third young Master Chin, and third young Master Chin apologizing to her were two different things. How could they offset each other? Then what do you want? Master Lin's tone became unfriendly. Nothing. If Master Lin wants to do business with me, then this bastard must apologize to me. If Master Lin doesn't want to do business with me, then forget it. I will not consider your Lin family's grain store for any business in the future. Han Yunshi coldly said. If it was in the past, Master Lin would definitely give the other party the cold shoulder and delay the discussion for at least 2 or 3 days. But it was different this time. He had to turn the grain in the warehouse into cash by tomorrow night at the latest. There was no time to delay. After hesitating for a moment, Master Lin cleverly changed the topic. Miss, how much grain do you want to buy? Han Yunshi cleverly replied, I want to buy a lot, no less than 50,000 Dan. If Master Lin has the goods, then maybe you can consider it. I can give you 3 days. Han Yunshi seemed to be giving in, but in fact, she was pushing him even harder. How could Master Lin have time to consider? Long Feiyi, who was standing silently behind Han Yunshi, smiled. This woman was so young, but she was more cunning than those old foxes. He liked it. Once he heard that it was no less than 50,000 Dan, no matter how patient Master Lin was, he would get excited. He hurriedly asked, Miss, why do you need so much grain? Since when do you need to explain so much about the transactions in the black market? Han Yunshi sneered. Her words made her sound more like a gangster. I'm just curious. Have you heard of the rations in the grain store these past 2 days? Master Lin continued to ask. I just came from there, Han Yunshi answered. Seeing that Han Yunshi didn't reject it, Master Lin was secretly delighted. He quickly continued to probe. I heard that the price over there is very low. Although Han Yunshi was acting all high and mighty, she was actually waiting for Master Lin to ask these questions. She sneered. That price isn't low either. Everyone present was stunned for a moment. Even third young Master Chen, who had been staring fiercely at Han Yunshi, widened his eyes. 10,000 taels of silver was not considered low? This woman really dared to say that. A trace of a smile flashed across Long Feiyi's deep eyes. This woman was indeed to his liking. In his opinion, 10,000 Dan for 10,000 taels of silver was really letting the imperial uncle's family off easy by buying grain from him. Then, what is the lowest price in your heart? Master Lin continued to ask. Han Yunshi smiled. That depends on how much grain you have on hand. This woman asked this question. Could it be that she wanted a lot of grain? Master Lin had clearly been probing this woman, but he felt that his appetite was being whetted higher and higher. Master Lin finally became anxious. How much do you want? This time, Han Yunshi didn't answer. Instead, she glanced at third young Master Chen and snorted. It seems that Master Lin isn't interested in this transaction. She turned to leave after speaking. Long Feiyi silently followed behind. The informants who had been watching from the back door immediately became anxious. Someone rushed over to stop Han Yunshi, but was stopped by Master Lin. He didn't say a word. He looked at Han Yunshi's back with a serious expression, as if he had no intention of making her stay. That informant panicked and said angrily, Boss, if third young Master Chen doesn't apologize, I'll do it myself. That bastard deserves to be taught a lesson. Master Lin still didn't say a word. It wasn't that he didn't want third young Master Chen to apologize. He just wasn't sure if Han Yunshi was really here to buy grain or if someone had sent her to investigate them. It was better to be safe than sorry. Moreover, they were in the limelight right now. He had to be even more cautious. Han Yunshi and Long Feiyi's pace was neither fast nor slow. They walked step by step towards the door. Neither of them looked back. Their backs were noble and free, making it hard for anyone to take their eyes off them. As Han Yunshi and Long Feiyi got closer to the door, Master Lin and the informants behind him became more and more nervous. Based on Han Yunshi's behavior just now, it would be difficult to redeem this transaction once they walked out the door. Old Lin, let's give in? Old Lin, I think this woman is really here to buy grain. I can tell she's a businessman with one look. Boss, we can't afford to delay any longer. Why don't we make them stay first and discuss the price while reporting to the higher-ups? Let the higher-ups send someone to take a look tomorrow? The informants behind him all tried to persuade him. Master Lin was already a little impatient, and after being persuaded, he was moved. However, he didn't directly ask them to stay. Instead, he deliberately put on airs and said, Miss, other than an apology, everything else is negotiable. who knew that Han Yunshi didn't even turn her head. She continued walking indifferently and was about to walk out the door. Seeing this, Master Lin finally panicked. "Miss, please wait." Han Yunshi's lips curled into a victorious smile. She stopped happily, but she still didn't turn her head. She wasn't anxious, but Master Lin and the others were. Negotiations were like this. Some lines of defense had to be stubbornly clung to. Once they gave in, everything else was basically set in stone. Once Master Lin gave in, his momentum weakened. Seeing that Han Yunshi didn't turn around, Master Lin became even more anxious. He immediately reprimanded Third Young Master Chen. "Brat, hurry up and apologize to her." Third Young Master Chen saw that the situation wasn't right. He was about to slip away, but after being yelled at, he was so frightened that he didn't dare to move. "Hurry up and go." Master Lin's second order made Third Young Master Chen tremble. He immediately rolled and crawled over. He couldn't take it lying down, but he was most afraid of Master Lin, who doted on him the most. He had never apologized to anyone since he was born, so he really didn't know how to apologize. He could only resentfully say, "Miss, I'm sorry." Han Yunshi used Third Young Master Chen to lower Master Lin's guard. She was concerned about the grain and didn't want to cause more trouble. Just as she was about to let it go, the Long Fei Yi, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke cold. "Is this considered an apology?" Upon hearing this tone, Han Yunshi knew that this matter wasn't going to be let go so easily. All right, since His Highness the Duke of Qin, as an attendant, had spoken, Han Yunshi could only put on airs and remain silent. Seeing this, Master Lin thought that Han Yunshi was angry and hurriedly gave Third Young Master Chen a look. Third Young Master Chen let go of his hands that had been covering his face and bowed with both hands. With a sincere attitude he said, "Miss, it's this one's fault. This one is wrong. This one apologizes to you." Since His Highness the Duke of Qin had spoken, Han Yunshi knew very well that she couldn't make the decision. With her back to Third Young Master Chen, she remained silent. She originally thought that Long Fei Yi would speak, but who knew that Third Young Master Chen would only bow and wait behind her. Long Fei Yi didn't say anything either. Han Yunshi snickered inwardly. Even as a servant, this guy was harder to serve than his master. Third Young Master Chen maintained his bow and couldn't help but look back at Master Lin for help. He didn't care whether he was willing or not. At this moment, he really regretted provoking this woman. Master Lin also couldn't figure out what Han Yunshi wanted to do, so he kept glaring at Third Young Master Chen. No matter what Han Yunshi wanted to do, it was all Third Young Master Chen's fault. Third Young Master Chen had to admit it. Third Young Master Chen was resentful and could only continue to apologize. "Miss, this one knows his mistake. This one won't dare to do it again. Just say something. Miss, just say something. What do you want this one to do for you to forgive this one?" Han Yunshi was amused when she heard this. She gracefully turned around and said, "Someone come." She also didn't know what Long Fei Yi wanted to do for him to give up, so she just let him be. Long Fei Yi didn't even move, but Third Young Master Chen was already afraid and timidly retreated. However, Long Fei Yi didn't give him a chance to escape. He turned around and directly kicked Third Young Master Chen's injured face. Third Young Master Chen was sent flying out of the back door with one kick. Han Yunshi only felt that she was very blessed to have someone take revenge for her after being bullied. Long Fei Yi gracefully retracted his long legs. He put his hands behind his back and silently retreated behind Han Yunshi. He looked like a well-trained attendant, but also noble and mysterious. Third Young Master Chen fell to the ground with a loud bang. Even his wails were gone. This lecherous man was probably crippled even if he didn't lose his life. Master Lin's heart was bleeding. He couldn't wait to rush over and take a look. However, how could he dare to face such a strong Han Yunshi? What if this woman was unhappy? Wouldn't this deal be ruined? Master Lin could only endure the pain in his heart and pretend to place righteousness before family. Good lesson. Old man has long wanted to teach this arrogant brat a lesson. Han Yunshi only sneered and didn't make any comment. Master Lin couldn't wait to turn around. Miss, let's talk inside? He was here to talk in detail. Han Yunshi was high and mighty, and only gave a cold reply. Master Lin hurriedly invited the master and servant pair inside personally. At the same time, he signaled with his eyes for someone to quickly report to the higher-ups. Master Lin brewed some good tea and served some snack. He was planning to have a long talk with them. The moment Han Yunshi sat down, Master Lin asked, Miss, how much grain do you want? I'll buy as much as you have. Han Yunshi answered straightforwardly. However, Master Lin's face almost darkened. Third young Master Chin was beaten to such a state, and this woman still didn't answer properly? This time, it was as if she didn't answer okay. She was indirectly asking him how much grain he had stored. Although Master Lin was anxious, he still had to control his temper. He probed again. Miss, I have a lot of grain. I'm just afraid that you. Han Yunshi calmly drank a cup of tea. She was very arrogant. I have a lot of money. I'm just afraid that you don't have any stock. This time, Master Lin laughed. Miss, our grain store only accepts cash. Have you asked around? Chapter 374. Only accept cash. When Master Lin said those words, Han Yunshi almost laughed out loud. She'd been feigning civility for so long just for those words, hadn't she? She'd finally made Master Lin say those words himself. If Han Yunshi had said from the start that she was here to buy grain with cash, even if Master Lin didn't suspect her, his superiors would. She would have been chased away before the news reached the imperial uncle's ears. Now that Master Lin had said those words himself, Han Yunshi was 80% sure that this was a done deal. The money bags were standing right behind her. Han Yunshi generously threw out a sentence. As long as there's grain, silver isn't a problem. Master Lin could tell that Han Yunshi was a rich person, but he didn't expect her to agree so readily. It looks like this young lady really needs grain urgently. Master Lin didn't give up and kept probing. Han Yunshi smiled mysteriously with a hint of cockiness in her voice. Master Lin observed her expression and knew that he had a chance. He immediately flattered, Mrs. Baring is extraordinary and must be a dragon or phoenix among men. As for Mrs. Origins, I'm afraid old man won't be able to guess. Han Yunshi's lips curved into a proud smile. She wasn't modest at all. Master Lin has good eyes. That's because Miss has good bearing. Master Lin laughed out loud. He liked arrogant women the most, especially those with a bit of skill and pride. This kind of woman was amenable to coaxing but not coercion. Master Lin knew how to deal with her. Miss, I still haven't asked for your surname. Master Lin cupped his fists and bowed respectfully. My surname is Helion, Han Yunshi replied without hesitation. Helion? That wasn't a simple surname. It was the national surname of northernly country. In western Zhou and Tianing, people with the surname Helion were few and far between. In northernly, however, those with the surname Helion were members of the imperial clan. Master Lin couldn't help but think that such a rich and overbearing person had the surname Helion. After working in the black market for so many years, he'd done quite a bit of business in northernly. Because of the soil and climate of the northernly country, wheat could only be grown in a small area in the south. The high-yield rice could not be grown at all. The diet of the northernly people mainly consisted of meat and milk. There was no market for grains from the south in the northernly country. However, northernly country had always been keeping an eye on Tianing's grain production. During droughts or floods in Tianing, many merchants from northernly country would participate in the speculation of grain sales. Even members of the northernly imperial clan would participate in the speculation, inflating grain prices while inciting riots in Tianing's disaster areas. Master Lin carefully looks at Han Yunshi again. He is more and more suspicious that this woman is from the northernly country. As far as he knew, most of the women in northernly liked cold and elegant makeup. While Master Lin was suspicious, Long Feiyi smiled. If it wasn't for the black cloth covering his face, everyone would have been able to see his smile. He suddenly realized why Han Yunxi had suddenly put on heavy makeup today. It turned out that it wasn't just to avoid being recognized by others, but more so because of the surname, Helian. This woman was smart enough to use northernly country as an example. Even he could not help but admire her. If this woman was born as a man, she would definitely be his #1 opponent. Master Lin began to flatter Han Yunxi. Han Yunxi's lips curved into a mocking smile as she allowed him to flatter and curry favor. She didn't refuse any of it. In the end, Master Lin ordered people to prepare good wine and dishes for him to drink with Han Yunxi as they discussed matters. Of course, when it came to important matters, the informants on the side promptly reported it to their superiors. They didn't leave out any details about this woman's origins, wealth, or personality. Miss Helian, in terms of price, may I ask Miss Helian to be lenient, Master Lin said teasingly. He thought that if he raised this woman up high first, then haggled over the price, this woman should be too prideful to lower her price. Who knew that Han Yunxi wouldn't directly discuss the price? She hadn't actually drunk much, but pretended to be drunk and hazy. Master Lin, haggling is fine, but you have to give me a number and let me know how much grain you have on hand. I'll be frank with you, if you have a lot of grain, then the price is negotiable. If it's less, As she spoke, she drank 2 more cups of wine before continuing, there's no harm in telling you, that store's price is very much to my liking, but they don't have any stock. They don't even have a mere 200,000 dan. Tell me, if they don't even have 300,000 dan, why should I pay you in cash? This sentence was confusing. 200,000 at one time, 300,000 at the next. That store was unknown which store she was talking about. Anyone who saw Han Yunxi like this would think that she was drunk. Drunken words were the truth. Although it was confusing, Master Lin immediately heard the key message. He had always wondered why this woman didn't go to Wu Shu's grain store. Now he understood. She wanted too much grain and Wu Shu's grain store didn't have any stock. Actually, in times of grain shortage, 100,000 dan of grain was indeed a lot, especially new grain. If it wasn't for the fact that the imperial uncle's estate couldn't afford any delays, Master Lin would definitely have whetted Han Yunxi's appetite and negotiated the price with her. Because in this black market, there really wasn't another store that could take out 200,000 to 300,000 dan of grain. What a pity, what a pity! They hadn't even negotiated the price yet, but Master Lin was already feeling the pinch for the money he had just received. Seeing that Han Yunxi was almost drunk, Master Lin looked at the black-clothed and masked imperial bodyguard behind her. He was very polite. "Sir, your mistress is also drunk. Why don't we do this? Why don't you rest at my humble abode tonight? I'll continue the discussion with her tomorrow. How about that?" Master Lin was actually very curious about this black-clothed and masked imperial bodyguard. Although his face couldn't be seen, the invisible aura emanating from his body made people unconsciously wary. It was precisely because of this imperial bodyguard's existence that Master Lin suspected that this Helian lady in front of him was a member of Northern Li's imperial family. Long Feiyi was even more astute than Han Yunxi. With just one sentence from Master Lin, he knew what he was thinking. "Okay." He only replied with one word. Master Lin was overjoyed and immediately ordered people to prepare a guest room. He had already tried his best to buy time. Now it was up to his superiors. Long Feiyi immediately carried Han Yunxi in his arms. He was nearly 1.9 meters tall and was tall and proud. It was extremely easy for him to carry Han Yunxi in his arms. One was dressed in black and mysterious, while the other was elegant and noble. Coupled with the dreamy Princess Carrie, they disappeared into the distance under the hazy moonlight. Everyone present was dumbfounded. They only felt that this wasn't master and servant, but a match made in heaven. Old Lin, this imperial bodyguard, is a little problematic. Once Long Fei Yi and the others left, someone immediately spoke up. It couldn't be helped. Long Fei Yi's innate aura was just that strong. Even if he had intentionally restrained it, he still couldn't completely hide it. Sir, that woman's surname is Hellion. Perhaps that man is also. Someone guessed in a low voice. As soon as this was said, another person immediately said, perhaps he is the real master. Based on his size, he must also be from Northern Li. If Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi knew of their guesses, would they praise this group of people for being smart or stupid? At this moment, Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi were already in the room. As soon as Long Fei Yi entered the room, his gaze swept across every corner of the room. After confirming that it was safe, he carefully placed Han Yunxi on the bed. Your Highness, they poisoned the wine. It's a bewitching poison. I will sleep until noon tomorrow before I wake up. Han Yunxi took the opportunity to whisper. This group of people really didn't know what was good for them. They actually dared to poison her in front of her. Moreover, it was such a low-level poison. She immediately smelled the wine as soon as it was served. She even knew the amount and didn't need to use the detoxification system. The poison would only take effect during sleep. It wouldn't be too late for her to detoxify it later. She couldn't wait to sleep a little longer. She wasn't the one in a hurry. Stupid things. Long Fei Yi whispered. Who knew that Han Yunxi would actually boast? No, they're very smart, but I'm smarter than them. This shameless Sundara. However, she was right. She was indeed smart. What Long Fei liked the most was the confidence and pride in her eyes, brimming with vigor. He was about to get up when he added, "Don't worry and sleep." With his name, Han Yunxi could sleep peacefully until daybreak even if the outside world was in turmoil and chaos. Because there was a servant leading the way, Long Fei Yi couldn't stay for long. After tucking Han Yunxi in, he got up and left. As soon as he stepped out, the servant said, "Sir, your room is next door. This way, please." No need. Long Fei Yi sat down on the steps at the side. His attitude was so cold that the servant felt that the surrounding temperature seemed to have dropped. The servant didn't dare to say another word and ran to report to Master Lin. Master Lin naturally didn't dare to have any ill intentions. He stayed up all night waiting for the secret missives from above. One after another, the secret missives were sent to the imperial uncle's residence after 4 or 5 people had passed through them. The more the imperial uncle read, the tighter his frown became. It wasn't until he saw the 2 words, Hellion, on the last missive that his furrowed brows relaxed. Although the imperial uncle was the one making the decision, this information was all reported by Master Lin. Even though Master Lin reported Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi's every move objectively and truthfully, no matter how objective he was, he couldn't avoid the influence of his subjective views, especially when it came to writing. These secret missives contained Master Lin's guesses between the lines. Thus, Master Lin's guesses affected the imperial uncle's decision. If it was in the past, the imperial uncle would understand more before making a decision. However, at this critical juncture, he didn't have the opportunity. The secret missives were sent back and forth by pigeons. After going through so many hands, it would take at least half a day to reach them. It was almost daybreak, but his missives wouldn't reach Master Lin's hands until noon. By then, Miss Hellion would be awake. By the time Master Lin finished negotiating a price with her and reported back, it would already be nighttime. There was no time to delay. The imperial uncle wasn't very sure, but he felt a bit more comforted when he thought of the Hellion surname. He knew that Northern Li's imperial clan had secretly interfered with Tianning's grain speculation. Originally, he was planning to send Master Lin a secret missive and let him make the decision. However, after some hesitation, he decided to send someone to the black market who could make all the decisions on his behalf. The other party wanted quite a lot of grain, so it was best to use this chance to sell off all the grain he had on hand. Long Fei Yi had already gone to the disaster areas. He would definitely start investigating the corrupt officials at the grassroots level. Even if the Imperial Uncle's investigation reached the top, he wouldn't be able to find a single grain of grain from the Imperial Uncle's estate. When the Imperial Uncle opened the door to his study, he saw that the eastern skies were already turning white. He began to ponder. Who should he send? Chapter 375. It was a headache to find the right person to send to the black market. After all, even the head of the black market, Master Lin, had no idea how much grain the Imperial Uncle's estate had in store. They could guess that their boss was from the Imperial Uncle's estate, but they had no proof. They only knew the people who sent them the secret letters and silver, but not a single person from the Imperial Uncle's estate. The person they sent had to know the Imperial Uncle's stock well and be able to make the final call on the Imperial Uncle's behalf. Otherwise, another secret letter exchange would most likely be too late. Tonight was the last day of the deadline. They had to get their hands on the silver by the end of the day. Yesterday, the Ministry of Revenue had come to press them again, and the interest from the loan sharks had already rolled in quite a bit. The Imperial Uncle thought for a long time and finally came up with a good candidate. Back at the black market, Chu Shifeng had snagged a second batch of 10,000 dan of grain from Wu Shu's grain store last night. In the morning, Wu Shu's grain store brought out 10,000 dan of grain with great fanfare for a third round. Because this was the last time, no one wanted to miss out on the perfect opportunity. Many more spectators had gathered than 2 days ago. Many of the big merchants who'd never shown their faces in person had shown up as well. The entire black market was in a frenzy, but no one knew that the Lin clan's grain store was holding its biggest sale since the establishment of the black market. With Long Fei Yi watching over her, Han Yunxi slept until the sun was high in the sky. There were still 4 hours before the effects of the poison wore off, so she lay lazily on the bed with nothing to do. Instead, she began to wander through the detox system's detox space. She'd been very busy recently with one thing or another. She didn't even have time to rest, much less study the pond of poison water in the detox space. This time, she discovered that the pond was filled with poisonous grasses. Some of the poison had fully formed, while others were still growing. As soon as she saw the new poisons, Han Yunxi couldn't help but think of Jun Yixie. He was probably suffering from the poison in his shoulder by now. She was certain that Jun Yixie would come to her for the antidote in the end. As long as he dared to come, she would definitely let his other shoulder have a taste of being poisoned. The only thing she was worried about now was that Jun Yixie had seen the little thing before, so he could probably guess the little thing's background. If he leaked this matter, she would be in big trouble. These days, she had been secretly paying attention to this matter. Fortunately, Jun Yixie had not made any moves. Thinking about it, that guy was too busy with the Northernly Imperial family struggle and the 100 Poisons sex troubles to take care of her and the little thing for the time being. The detoxification space was very large, but the space that could be used was still very small. Han Yunxi's mind couldn't wander to the dark place. The more she forced herself, the more headache she had. In the end, she could only withdraw. She also didn't know how to develop this space. Anyway, she didn't need so much for the time being. Everything was up to fate. After resting for a while, noon arrived. Han Yunxi got up and went out after touching up her makeup. When she opened the door, she saw that it was empty outside. There was no familiar figure. Where was he? While Han Yunxi was puzzling over this, Long Fei descended from the roof. Originally, he was supposed to be guarding the door, but last night he'd sensed a high-level expert approaching the house. Still, he couldn't find any signs of the intruder after searching around for a long time. In the end, he decided to sit on the roof and keep watch, unable to sleep all night. Han Yunxi only felt relieved when she saw Long Fei Yi. She naturally understood him and asked in a low voice, "Are you tired?" "Not tired." His answer was very simple, but behind this simplicity was his gaze that didn't leave last night. He sat on the roof, guarding and watching all night. After all, he was seriously injured. If an expert really made a move and he wasn't careful, she would be in danger. The servants quickly came to serve them. After eating a full meal, Master Lin personally came to invite them. He smiled and said, "Miss Hellion, the people from the granary are here. Let's talk about the quantity and price?" The so-called people from the granary were naturally people sent by the imperial uncle. Han Yunxi and Long Feiyi knew what was going on. The two of them exchanged glances and left with Master Lin. Just after they left, a masked man dressed in white appeared out of thin air beside Han Yunxi's bedroom. He was a modest gentleman, gentle as jade. Long Feiyi's feeling was right. There was indeed an expert nearby. However, he didn't know that this expert followed precisely because he was seriously injured, to protect Han Yunxi. Master Lin brought Han Yunxi and Long Feiyi into a very hidden room. Inside, there was a middle-aged man dressed in blue, wearing a bamboo hat and a light veil covering his face. His entire head was covered. Only a hazy outline could be seen through the white veil. When Han Yunxi and the others entered, he stood up. After a round of introductions, the three of them sat down. Long Feiyi still stood behind Han Yunxi. The middle-aged man inadvertently glanced at Long Feiyi a few times. Although this action was behind the veil, it didn't escape Long Feiyi's sharp eyes. As soon as Long Feiyi entered, he silently sized up this middle-aged man, from his shoes to the bamboo hat he wore. Finally, his gaze fixed on his hands. When the middle-aged man looked over, he immediately averted his gaze, remaining silent and reserved. "How much grain does Miss Hellion need? Our storehouse master is here. He can directly give you the information." Master Lin spoke first. Han Yunxi teased, "What, Master Lin doesn't even know how much grain is in the storehouse?" Han Yunxi's question was normal. If she didn't ask, it would instead make people suspicious. The middle-aged man immediately smiled. "Master, you see, even Miss Hellion said so." Master Lin smiled awkwardly. He, Miss Hellion may not know, but this storehouse master of mine is very reliable. With him here, there won't be a single mouse in the granary." The mouse in these words naturally referred to the people who stole the grain. The middle-aged man immediately became modest. "I am indebted to Master Lin's trust. I will naturally be loyal to my duty." "Master, what did you say your surname was?" Han Yunxi suddenly interjected. "My surname is Qian," the middle-aged man said again. "Oh." Han Yunxi nodded. She was actually deliberately probing for fun. Just now, the middle-aged man also said, "money." It looked like his lie was still a draft. Actually, whether these two people complimented each other like this on purpose or unintentionally talking about it, she didn't care. Everyone was sitting here. The matter was already more than half done. Now the only thing left was the price. As for this middle-aged man's identity, as long as he showed himself, Long Feiyi would be able to find out his background. "Master Qian, then tell me how much grain you have in your storehouse." Han Yunxi's attitude was arrogant and casual. "We have a lot of grain in our storehouse. No matter how much Miss Hellion wants, we have it all." Master Qian's tone wasn't small. What if you don't have it?" Han Yunxi asked again. Master Qian glanced at Master Lin. Master Lin hurriedly said, "How much does Miss Hellion want? Please give a price." "I don't know. However much you have, this lady will take it all," Han Yunxi said and added, "Cash." When these straightforward words came out, Master Lin and Master Qian were both shocked. Han Yunxi took advantage of the situation and added, "Of course, if we can't agree on the price, this lady won't take a single grain away." Master Qian hesitated for a moment and said seriously, "Miss Hellion, why don't you just name a price?" "Name a price." Han Yunxi wasn't that stupid. She came to bargain, not to quote a price. When she was still a student, she relied on part-time jobs to make a living. Studying medicine was very difficult and very expensive. Many clinical training opportunities had to be fought for with money. Those internships arranged by the school were always limited. What's more, she was partial to detoxification. Therefore, she was especially stingy when it came to buying things and was especially good at bargaining. As the saying goes, buy with mistake and sell with mistake. No matter what she bought, as long as she named a price first, she would definitely be cheated. It's better if Miss Hellion named a price. With such a large quantity, this one will see if the price is suitable. Master Qian said with a smile. You also know that the quantity is large, just name a suitable price. Han Yunxi said very indifferently. In terms of attitude, she won first. Who told the other party to be in a hurry to get rid of it? I heard that Miss Hellion complained yesterday that 10,000 taels was too expensive? Master Qian probed, but didn't clearly state how many tons of 10,000 taels. Not expensive? Han Yunxi also asked vaguely. 12,200 dan is indeed expensive. Master Qian said to the point. Han Yunxi sneered. Yesterday, she complained that 10,000 taels was too expensive for 10,000 dan, not 100 dan. This guy did it on purpose. He actually reduced the price from 10,000 dan to 100 dan all of a sudden, truly ruthless. Aya, did I say that yesterday? Han Yunxi played dumb. Master Lin also played dumb. It seems like you said that. What's the best way to haggle? It's to shamelessly play dumb. Han Yunxi flipped her long hair and turned to look at Long Fei Yi, asking, I drank too much yesterday, did I say that? Reporting to Master, you didn't say that. Long Fei Yi's tone was very professional. Then what did I say? Han Yunxi secretly said in her heart, Your Highness Duke of Qin, please name your price. Reporting to Master, yesterday you said 10,000 taels for 100,000 dan. Long Fei Yi's tone was flat as he replied. When these words came out, Master Lin and Master Qian immediately spat out the tea in their mouth. Both of them were dumbfounded and admitted defeat. 10,000 taels for 100,000 dan, this. He actually said this kind of thing? Not to mention them, even Han Yunxi was shocked. She always thought that she was very ruthless, but she didn't expect that the most ruthless person was Long Fei Yi. Han Yunxi meaningfully said, Oh, and continued, Master Lin, it seems like you misheard. Miss Hellion is joking, right? 10,000 taels for 100,000 dan, how is this possible, hee. Master Lin's smile was uglier than crying. You still think this price is low? Then how much are you talking about? Han Yunxi innocently replied. During haggling, if one had to be the first to name a price, then one had to fiercely push the price down to below the standard price. This way, there would be enough room to take advantage of the situation. 10,000 taels for 100,000 dan, this was already set. Han Yunxi wanted to see how much Master Lin could raise it. Chapter 376. No matter who said it, no matter how they said it. Han Yunxi's price was 10,000 taels for 100,000 dan of grain. This price was 10 times lower than Wu Shu's grain shop's price. Han Yunxi calmly drank her tea, waiting for Master Lin and Master Qian to haggle. Master Lin had been doing business in the black market for so many years, but he had never seen someone haggle so fiercely without blushing. No matter how fiercely they haggled, there was a bottom line. Once the bottom line was exceeded, there was only one outcome, and that was to be kicked out by the shop owner. Master Lin flattered Han Yunxi for so long, but in exchange for such a heart-wrenching price, he wanted nothing more than to pick up a broom and scold this woman out. However, he didn't dare. Right now it was a buyer's market, not a seller's market. He was the one begging her to buy, not the other way around. Master Lin kept taking deep breaths, silently telling himself to calm down. It was business, after all, so he had to slowly grind to earn money. Compared to Master Lin, Master Qian was much calmer. He smiled and said, Miss Hellion, let's not take drunk words seriously, okay? What did he mean by not taking it seriously? He meant that this price didn't count, and that she should open a new one. Han Yunshi curled her lips. Then 200,000 dan, 10,000 taels. This time, the calm Master Qian couldn't control himself. He angrily said, Miss Hellion, this isn't a place for jokes. Who knew that Han Yunshi also wasn't happy? Cold, she said. Who's joking with you? My price is 100,000 dan, 10,000 taels. It's you guys who talk too much nonsense. As Han Yunshi spoke, she looked towards Master Lin and impatiently said, Master Lin, I've already named the price. How much can you sell it for? If it works, then it's fine. If it doesn't work, then we'll pull it over. In any case, I'm not in a hurry to buy it. If Master Lin and Master Qian knew Han Yunshi's true identity one day, and then remembered what she said today, they would definitely vomit blood and die. However, at this time, they already had no way out. Under the premise that Han Yunshi offers 100,000 dan and 10,000 taels of silver, Master Lin and Master Qian don't know what to do. If they offer a low price, they will suffer a great loss. If they offer a high price, if this woman says she doesn't want to buy and directly leaves, they will cry to death. Both of them were silent and didn't say anything. Han Yunshi didn't care what they were thinking. She didn't want to wait. Master Lin, it's so hard to do business with you. As she spoke, she casually tossed the teacup aside and got up to leave. Miss Hellion, please wait a moment. Wait a moment. Master Qian hurriedly asked her to stay. Miss Hellion, because there are old and new grains in the granary, we need time to discuss the price. This Master Qian was quite smart. He used the old grain as an excuse. Before Master Qian could say what they were going to discuss, Han Yunshi cut the matter short with one sentence. She said, This young lady is naturally here to discuss the price of the new grain. As for the old grain in your storage, forget about it. Just pay according to the price of the new grain. In any case, I'm not a calculative person. Master Qian was so angry that smoke almost came out of his nostrils. This woman was simply too much of a bully. Too much. He'd never seen someone who took advantage of him and still pretended to be well-behaved. She offered such a low price and still spoke as if she was very generous and straightforward. Too shameless. All right, this was also the first time Long Fei Yi discovered that this woman had such a shameless side. However, he quite liked this kind of shamelessness. Master Lin had been silent for a long time. This time, even Master Qian didn't know how to continue the discussion with Han Yunshi. In the end, he said, Miss Hellion, this one and Master Lin need to discuss before we can give you the final price. We'll have to trouble you to wait a moment. This was the rhythm of avoiding her. Han Yunshi thought, could it be that even this Master Qian couldn't make the decision? He had to ask for instructions from the higher-ups? How long? She asked seriously. Just the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Master Qian replied. All right, I'll wait. Han Yunshi agreed easily. She glanced at Long Fei, but the two of them had a tacit understanding of what was on their minds. Unless the master of the higher-ups was in the Lin family's grain store, the time it took to brew a cup of tea was far from enough for Master Qian to ask for instructions. When they entered last night, Long Fei Ye's hidden guards had followed them in. They'd already searched the Lin family's grain store, and were probably already investigating the channels through which the secret letter had been sent. Master Qian hadn't gone to ask for instructions from his master. He'd really gone to discuss the price with Master Lin. In other words, Master Qian's status wasn't low. He could decide the price on behalf of the master behind the scenes. If they started with Master Qian, it wouldn't be difficult to find evidence of the imperial uncle's corruption. While they waited, Han Yunshi deliberately changed the tea she brewed and poured a cup for Long Fei Yi. She said in a low voice, Your Highness, please. Long Fei Yi accepted the teacup with both hands and replied professionally, Thank you, Master. Han Yunshi almost laughed out loud. 3 lifetimes of fortune wasn't enough to describe her current feelings. Whether it was in the past or in the future, she was probably the only person in the world who would hear His Highness Duke of Qin call her master. Once the time it took to brew a cup of tea was up, Master Lin and Master Qian returned. Master Qian had been sent by the imperial uncle himself, so he naturally had full authority to decide the price and quantity of grain on behalf of the imperial uncle. The reason he'd left was to discuss the price and stock with Master Lin. The amount of money that the imperial uncle's estate had to hand over to the Ministry of Revenue, as well as the interest they had borrowed from the black market loan sharks, amounted to a deficit of more than 1,500,000 taels as of tonight. On the other hand, there were more than 3 million dan of grain in storage. Of the 3 million dan, a third was old grain and 2/3 were new grain. Not all of it had been obtained through corruption. Tianing country's harvest this year hadn't been good, so they hadn't been able to hand over much grain. Moreover, the national treasury had a limited amount to spare for disaster relief. Of the 3 million dan, the imperial uncle's estate had used his authority to buy from the rich landlords at a cheap price and hoard them until the price rose. According to Han Yunxi's price of 100,000 dan for 10,000 taels, all of the grain would only be sold for 300,000 taels. How could 300,000 taels be enough for the imperial uncle's estate to hand over to the Ministry of Revenue? After doing some calculations, Master Qian felt more and more clear-headed. He increasingly felt that Miss Hulian's price was ridiculously low. He had no idea how he'd managed to negotiate with Han Yunxi to this extent. After some discussion with Master Lin, he settled on the lowest price in his heart, 100,000 dan for 50,000 taels. 100,000 dan for 50,000 taels. If they sold all of their grain, they'd get 5 million taels in cash, just enough to cover the imperial uncle's deficit. This price couldn't be any lower. If it went any lower, there'd be no point in selling any more grain. Of course, Master Qian hoped that they could sell for a bit more and make a profit. The profit here referred to the surplus after the imperial uncle's deficit was filled. It wasn't a true profit. One had to know that such a large amount of grain would have to be sold for at least 3 million taels in order for the imperial uncle's estate to not make a loss. Setting aside the fact that the imperial uncle's estate had spent real money to buy the grain at a cheap price, even the embezzlement would cost a lot. The cost of personnel, transportation, storage, and so on were all considerable expenses. Some people had large businesses and appeared to be very wealthy, but they often couldn't fork out much cash. This was because the larger the business, the greater the intangible expenses. Of course, Master Qian definitely wouldn't ask for silver if the final price was a profit. He would only keep the grain and sell it when the price rose in the future. That way, he could make up for his losses as much as possible. When she saw that Master Lin and Master Qian had returned, Han Yunxi had an impatient look on her face. She asked, "Master Lin, can you name a price now?" Master Lin didn't even have time to sit down. "Miss Hellion, the price you named is truly too low. We'll lose a lot of money." "If you're losing a lot of money, then don't sell it. We can't let you lose money." Han Yunxi spoke so kindly. Master Lin and Master Qian were secretly complaining in their hearts. Master Lin didn't know how to explain to Han Yunxi why they had to sell the grain. He avoided the topic and sighed. "Miss Hellion, 100,000 dan for 70,000 taels is already a low price. We have more than 2 million dan of grain in our storehouse. At this time, you won't be able to find that much grain anywhere." Master Lin said, then added, "Of course, the price isn't that low." As soon as he said this, Han Yunxi knew that 70,000 taels wasn't the other party's bottom line. Because Long Fei Yi had investigated the imperial uncle's deficit before, they had a rough estimate. If 70,000 taels was 100,000 dan, then 2 million dan was more or less the imperial uncle's deficit. This group of people would definitely leave some room for negotiation. They wouldn't go so far as to say that they were dead set. Thus, Han Yunshi guessed that the other party's stockpile wasn't just 2 million Dan. She and Long Fei Yi hadn't come here to save money, but for the grain and evidence. Their first goal was to empty out the imperial uncle's stockpile of grain. No merchant could be made without treachery. However, no matter how treacherous a merchant was, they still had a moral bottom line. So many people had starved to death during this famine, yet the imperial uncle's residence still had such a large stockpile of grain. Not a single grain had leaked out. What was the difference between this and murder? If the imperial uncle's residence dared to store even a single grain, then she dared to make sure they didn't leave a single grain behind. Master Lin, aren't you too good at haggling? As Han Yunshi spoke, a self-deprecating smile appeared on her face. No, that's not right. You didn't even want to make this deal. Since you don't have any sincerity, I don't think there's any need for further discussion. As soon as Han Yunshi finished speaking, she stood up and prepared to leave. Master Lin panicked. Just as he was about to speak, Master Qian beat him to it. Miss Hellion, your price is truly too low. How about you raise it a bit and we lower it a bit? How much can you lower it by? Han Yunshi stopped in her tracks. How much can Miss Hellion raise it by? Master Lin hurriedly asked. Han Yunshi sneered when she heard this. Will Master Lin accept it no matter how much I raise it? Master Lin was momentarily at a loss for words. He didn't know how to respond. Master Lin, it doesn't matter how much I raise it. The key is how much you're willing to lower it. As I said earlier, I can decide whether or not I want to make this deal. Han Yunshi made her stance clear. Master Lin looked at Master Qian, but didn't say anything else. Master Qian was just like Master Lin. He was both mentally and physically exhausted. However, he still wanted to put up a fight. After all, with such a large amount of grain, even a single tael of silver would increase the total by a lot.